wrestling with the kiln. It's got a little ways to heat up. Just over here fighting with the damn thing. Trying to do the work right. It's just heating up. Huh? How you doing, Tom? You some fucking dirty shit. Yeah, dude. It's fucking set right. Why are you not working right? God damn it. Okay. Let's try this. You know what I don't want flying off of here? You. I don't want you flying off of there. I'm going manual today. Son of a bitch. Gotta move everything. I don't think it's my controller. I think it's that goddamn relay switch. Well, this is going to change things. Shit. Well, we're gonna get some fucking work done tonight. Fuck you, fucking thingy of electric. I gotta tape up my leads because I got free swinging electrical leads now. I'm gonna be attaching and unattaching. I definitely don't want to be touching shit while I'm attaching and unattaching. Blowing up my kiln. So now we may have a tape fire or two. I don't know how the viewing's going to be on my blowing because that has changed too. Fuck. Everything's changing today. Hi, y'all. I'm going to bring you over here. Don't worry. All right. Let's see if we all die or not. This should be okay. Yep. It's fine. Got some smoke going on. All right, let's bring you back over here. We got smoke already. He's coming out. Tape's fucking burning. Oh well. I just want to keep it from connecting down here. Oh shit, yeah, the whole fucking thing. That's interesting. I'll tell you something. Both of these wires touch at one time for me doing this and that. You'll be the first to know. This might be interesting. Well, can you see the torch? I guess you can. So this is the way I hate to blow glass, but I gotta blow glass. So this is the way we're going to blow glass today. Manually. Son of a bitch. It's that goddamn new component I just bought. I just bought the fucking thing and it shot out on me already. I can't justify that shit. I gotta find me a different controller company. They probably, god damn it. Probably the only ones that make the one I need specifically for this fucking thing. So, I guess the view hasn't changed too much for y'all. You're just on the other side of me now. You get to see my plate, all my work when I'm doing the secret shit. Fuck you, Kiln! See, I got it plugged in, reading my temperature real good over here. God dang it. I hate it when this happens. I was just doing this for like 6 months because of that goddamn thing 6 months ago. I replaced it, and now I'm fucking doing this again. That thing should last me fucking 20 years. It shouldn't be giving me shit like this. The fucking, it's a $40 goddamn regulator switch. You can bet the motherfuckers I ordered off of are getting a fucking dirty fucking phone call too. This is fucking bullshit. That shit really irks my ass, man. Because now not only am I trying to blow glass, I'm trying to regulate a fucking kiln over here manually and shit. This is really just fucking, I want to hurt somebody right now. This is fucking shitty. I was thinking it was something I did. It's nothing I did. I just checked all my computer parameters and they're fine. So how y'all doing? I ain't got nowhere to sit now. Fuck! I do not like this. Not even a little bit. Don't like this even a little bit. My mica. Broken glass everywhere. I need a broom. Now I got a motherfucking party chair. Fuck all y'all. So this is gonna be fun. I remember this routine. Fuck you, catfish routine. I gotta regulate the being plugged in, or I'll blow the fucking breaker too for being plugged in too long. I remember this game. It's not my favorite one at all. Matter of fact, fuck you. God. making me work for a living. I gotta do stuff. My kiln should be doing my stuff for me, damn it. See where I'm at with it? I'm not okay with that shit. I am okay with a soft chair on my ass, though. So I got myself a chair to sit on now. Look at there. It's an actual chair seat. I might fall asleep. I can't believe that fucking rheostat's going out on me already. It's just fucking making me want to punch something. You ever have one of them days? You just want to punch something? Now we're all in trouble. I don't remember what the hell I just did with my pipe. So there might be some real issues going on here in a minute. God damn it. Oh, God. Okay, I'm just going to stand here and cry. Y'all don't mind me. My fucking shop is fucking really pissing me off today. Here's my pipe. I can't believe this fucking kiln. I mean, I can believe it. Yay, I can fucking believe it, but I can't believe it. It's fucked up. I shouldn't be having to deal with this shit today. I guess I gotta order 2 of these fucking things at a time or something. I don't know. You got 2 YouTube accounts. I got 2 of them too. Trying to keep them separated. You want to punch a lot of people all the time. Good. I am not the only one. I want to punch an inanimate object right now, but I know if I did, it would cause me trouble. This fucking controller switch done got on my last nerve. I just bought the damn thing. The first one I had lasted me 20, 25 years. This one lasted me 6 months. It's the same company, same manufacturer, all that shit. They just got cheaper on me over the last 20 fucking years, and I want to punch the CEO right in the fucking face. 6 months on a fucking little operating switch. That's it, and that's all I get. I was so excited when that thing came in the mail too, because I had been doing this for 6 months when it finally got here. Now I'm doing this again. Fuck, I want to bite somebody. God damn it. Fucking Chico's rubbing off on me. No drama and a fun channel. See, that's me. I got my live channel and then I got my schooling's channel over there. They got the schooling channel over there. I was finding that my live shows got you bite people too. I haven't in a long time, but I'm thinking about it. Fucking tempted. Warming up the bricks. See, I can't blow anything complicated until I get this fucking fixed because it can't be ramping up and down and up and down. If you're working on stuff, you're just fucking complicated. It's got to stay at a good temperature. This is going to bring it up from once I get the bricks heated up, it's not going to fluctuate more than it was with it plugged in. That's for damn sure. Unless I fall asleep on the job. I'll let it get down to about 800 and then plug her back in. This thing was getting down to 400. No reason it should be acting like that. I just checked. I went through all the programming parameters again. I found my fucking controller manual. I found the PDF. I've got it. I'm saving it too. I'm saving it right now. Make sure it's still there. PXR3 manual PDF. That's me. Fuji PXR3 fucking digital controller. Starting out $173. It cost me 67, I think, when I bought it the first time. And the last time I haven't bought. That's not what's wrong. My main controller's fine. I'm convinced. It's the fucking $40 goddamn relay switch. Piece of fucking shit relay switch. It shouldn't have no fucking problems with my relay switch. I'm serious, man. I may have to build my own. Because when I call these motherfuckers up and let them know about their goddamn relay switch, I need another one, but I'm not going to keep my mouth shut. I'm not going to fucking be happy about it. And I'm going to let them know I am, as soon as I hang up the fucking phone, beginning to research to find myself another motherfucking facturer. Because when this one fucking goes out, I ain't getting one from them again. I will find me an equivalent. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if I have to fucking stand here and turn on and off a goddamn switch manually all day. I'm fucking, goddamn it. $40. And that fucking thing, that's expensive for a fucking relay switch anyway. And to have that thing go out after 6 months of fucking normal use, not goddamn acceptable. Yes. It does. It's just a square little fucking 4-prong relay switch. It keeps my low voltage shit from talking to my fucking high voltage. And when my fucking kiln or when my controller says go, that motherfucker should turn on and go. But it's not. It's not parameterizing shit. But yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. The end. It's a fucking little square box. Yeah, I can get my own one, Dave. I appreciate it. It pisses me off. The first one lasted 20 years, man. Same manufacturer. And I had to order another one just recently. I was like, fuck, because the old one got stuck on. It was on, and I was having to unplug. I didn't have to do what I just did. This one's like stuck off. And that's definitely not the position I needed in. This is just makes me want to fucking throw shit, man. It's been 3 days trying to figure it out what's wrong with it because it shouldn't be that. Bricks are getting hot though. Better than we were doing yesterday. Things just seem to go longer when you got to do it this way. It makes my day longer because I'm constantly worried about my temperature over here. Even right now, when I know it's not just going to shoot right the fuck up there, it's just going to climb. I'm sitting here, I can't stop watching. It's like, just look away. It's that pot boiling thing. I'm waiting for it to get to 1180. It's still got another 100 degrees to climb. I'm trying to soak the bricks so they can get hot at the same time. I'm not a computer. Well, cool. Drive careful out there. No, I don't have a multimeter anymore, Jelly. I had a little one for years. I just don't have it anymore. Then why do you want to act like that? And boom, it goes off. It's that goddamn relay. I should have done that first. I'd have known yesterday what it was. Holy shit. Alright. This is my relay. I'm a dumbass. Have I ever told you guys what a dumbass I should have just hardlined this motherfucker in yesterday. I would have known exactly what was wrong with it. Because its alarms just went off and everything. It reached temperature, says ding, ding, ding. I was like, oh, there you go. You got your fucking answer right there, didn't you, buddy? My computer's working great. It's that fucking brand new part I just put in my kiln malfunctioning. See? See what I mean? That brand new part in my kiln. That ain't right. Causing me heartache. I'd expect you buy a component that lasts. I don't think I got a fucking warranty on it either. There might be. I'm definitely going to be fucking complaining. Listen to me. I'm already complaining. How would you like to be the person on the other end of the line tomorrow when I call about my fucking control switch? My little relay switch, bitches. Shit. Person probably gonna be like, that's it. I fucking quit. You say you work the phones there, doctor. Get ready. Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah. Just fucking it's a 110 fucking it's a actually it's a single pole. It's a fucking single pole. It ain't even a complicated fucking thing, man. RSA or some shit. I don't I'll look up it's stamped right on the damn thing. I just don't want to fuck with it right now. And they're closed. They're definitely closed. I gotta call them in the morning. I should have done this shit this morning. Just plugged it in, fucking moved my shop around. I knew I was gonna have to anyways. Nothing ever goes and fixes easy, does it? I was thinking this morning. I was thinking maybe I hit the wrong button on my programmer. That is not what happened. If it was, it wouldn't be acting right now. It just couldn't reach temperature this morning. I couldn't get it to 1180. I couldn't make it happen. No, no, Mary. I slept most of the day. Good God. It's got to be really tiny. Well, I could wire the fucking thing outside my box. I could build a new box. Fuck the box. I got to think outside the box, right? Fuck that little tiny thing. I'll take a big one. I don't know if it's, I got to look at it, make sure what parameters it is on here for my controller switch, because my controller switch actually hooks up to it and tells it when to turn on, of course. But I need to make sure the voltage is right on my relay. I think I mean, it can't be. It has to be in a certain parameter for the inline voltage. Yeah, it'll tell exactly. Yes, sir. I just got to pull it apart. I'm just gonna have to pull it apart and fucking do that. But not now. I got it reading my temperatures for me tonight. I'll do it as soon as I turn it off. I'll be getting the relay out of there. I think it'll work. Like read my temperature without the relay even in there. Pretty sure, anyway. See, I'm thinking about getting funky with it, Doc, but I just didn't want to fuck up my controller. Um, I don't know enough about these fucking computer things. I know I got to keep it within the right voltage. Um, but it's not a very complicated thing. It's just a fucking signal coming in to tell my fucking switch to turn on. All I need is the switch. See, all my alarms are on now. All of them are on that I've been waiting to come on for 2 days because it wouldn't reach. All of them just turned on again. It's God dang it. It's that goddamn relay. You have got to be kidding me. Yeah. I just, you replace a part and you don't expect that part to go bad like the next day, it's doing something different than the last time it broke. Like I said, it was broke last time. It was stuck like welded on inside there. It was like full go all the time. It never turned off. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? And now it's like doing this shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And it's the same part. Same fucking part. It is doing something different now. So I definitely got to think about doing something different now. I am going to order another off of them. That will be my last because by the time that one burns out, I will have already figured out what I'm going to do for my kiln. I'm going to build another box for it or something too. Well, at least I got it figured out. That's half the problem, right? That's more than half the problem, figuring out what the hell's going on with your electronics. I'm glad I don't have like 50 components to worry about. I got a fucking computer and a controller. And the computer controls the controller. Well, I've got a little bit of a breaker in there built in to keep it from crossing. Uh, if anything gets shorted out in there, I've got my computer hooked up to a dead switch. I checked that too. And of course, that's not what it is. My computer wouldn't even turn on if the dead switch had been kicked. I've accidentally fucking fried out like my K thermocouple. I hit a line on it on one of them one time and lit that motherfucker up like a fucking circuit, boy. It glowed and it's like a woo bop. I was like, oh shit. So I'm telling you, man, I've had just about everything you could imagine happen up in here. Just usually it happens long and few and far in between each other. I said I never imagined this fucking component being my problem. It really, by all rights, shouldn't be. Especially given off of how well the first one worked, off of the same manufacturer. Hi, Kathleen. Yeah, I noticed. I noticed, Tom. I was like, that's what I'm noticing. Assholes. Nah, it's burned out and all. There ain't gonna be no fixing the part. I'm just gonna have to order another one. It's a simple relay switch. It you said it shouldn't be burning out. I don't know what the fuck its problem is. Cheap manufacturing. I'm just gonna get another one. Yeah, it's a sealed deal, man. You can't even open these boxes. I mean, you can. I'll be opening this one. I need a new one. So even if I fix this one, I'm gonna have to order a new one just because. Get a big hammer. There you go. I like Headfucker's idea. I get a big hammer and open that box. Warm it up in the oven. Shit, that motherfucker's beat red hot. And it shouldn't be. It's just, I ain't gonna fuck with it. I mean, I'll fuck with it. Just fuck with it. Just see what the fuck's going on in there. Because it's pissing me off. But I'm ordering another part. That's all there is to that. There go my alarms again. Telling me my upper limit has been reached. Even when they're unplugged, they're both on. Alarm 1 and 2. I feel better about that. Because I couldn't get my alarms to turn on yesterday and it was freaking me out. 1 and 2 just snapped off. I couldn't even get my alarms to turn on yesterday, so that's what was making me think it might have been my my actual computer was fucking up because it was acting like everything was okay, and I'm realizing that it just thought that it was continually on ramp, and it just wasn't. So my settings are fine though. Yeah, that fucker's got the right idea. He can tell my frustrations on it. I'm sure all y'all can. I'm fucking just sitting here bitching about my equipment. Cocksucking hoe that it is. Well, another problem is I don't really want to take it apart until I get my new part. So I can take it apart one node at a time. I don't like crossing wires. I don't want to fucking. I suppose I could tape it off and label it, but that's just not what I do. I'd rather do it right there with it, the new one. That way I can unhook one node at a time and hook it back up one at a time because they got 2 wires going into each node. Like I said, I know I could tape it off and fucking, I could. That's just not the way I work. The best. I could burn that tape off too in a bad fucking shop accident and then be confused for the rest of my life as to which one goes where. I've been there too. I just learned it's usually best to leave the component on until you get the new component, make sure it matches, and then start disassembling things and reassemble as you go. That way you don't end up with two fucking wires in your hand talking about, oh fuck, which one goes? I've been in that situation. Then you got to look at the damn directions, and you know how that sucks. I don't like looking at directions. Oh, the new kiln. Who getting a new kiln, Glenn? Wait a minute. I just need a little part. Just a little part. Fucking up my day. Hey, Deborah. I don't need a whole new kiln. I got a nice kiln. It works. Just I got a relay switch. It's being a bitch. It wouldn't upset me if I hadn't just replaced the fucking thing. I'd really just replaced it. That's what upsets me the most. Hi, Tom. I didn't think I didn't think it was that part merely for the fact that I just replaced it. It's that's what blew my mind. I mean, I don't care that the part blew out, but it's my brand new part. I was actually willing to accept the fact that I needed a new computer. To be honest, I was like, it might be time for a new Fuji, and that's just not the case. The Fuji's kicking it. It's still going strong, man. On the presidential debates, you can bet on anything in Vegas, no? I don't know how they're judged. I random audience survey. I don't know. That's funny though. Well, put all my money on Trump. Let it ride. Let it ride. Getting all excited about debate betting. That's some fucking crazy shit. Oh, they're going to make a spectacle out of the elections. I can't wait to see what happens. I'm really curious myself. Seriously, very, very fucking curious about that. What are they going to do? I'm not curious about the elections. I'm really curious about what they're going to do with the elections. What's the new fucking twist going to be that pisses off the American people to the point they're going to get out in the streets and just start fucking fighting each other? Oh, God. Y'all just a bunch of crazy motherfuckers, ain't you? Well, we passed 9/11 this year. We done passed that. We did good. You know, buildings blew up. Did I know? That's going to happen though. With the peace accord, see, something's got to happen with the election. Is this when they're going to take out Donnie? I mean, not take him out, but mock take him out and then bring him back. He's got to be the savior. He's coming back. He's the guy who's going to destroy Babylon. or he's going to bring destruction on Babylon by destroying fucking Damascus. My bad. I say that wrong. I said that wrong. Oh yeah, they all serve the same people. The Crown Vatican. It's a corporation. Yep. At this point, it's not Marduk. It's fucking Yahweh, dude. That's whose reign is getting turned over. That's whose reign we're in. Jesus. Fish, we're coming into Aquarius. We're going into the house of Inky coming up. That is Marduk's house. We're in the house of Enlil right now, as far as I can tell. It's Enlil, his family line that is in control right now. They're the Yahweh branch. Yeah, Trump's definitely a shoe-in. I mean, Biden's not even eligible. But that's actually kind of laughable. And a lot of the Democrats, I think they realize that they're being sold down the river too. I don't know. How could you actually legitimately vote for Uncle Joe over there? I just see that hurt to even think about to say. Tell you that you can vote as hard as you want, and it's not going to change a fucking thing. It it just lets them know how fooled they have the American people, and kind of like a temperature gauge. How angry are they? How divided are they? Is our plan working? Are we going to keep our heads for the next 4 years? That's what your vote counts for. It's about it. It tells them what you're thinking, and that's about it. It's crazy, and we keep doing it. Keep doing it. Yeah, I know, right? Well, half the country is convinced that Donnie is an angel. Um, they're convinced it was Bill on the plane. But Donnie was on the plane. He met his fucking second, or he left his second wife, rather, for Melina. And Melina was working for Epstein. She was one of his whores when Donald met her. Period. That's how they met. And he left his second wife for her. That's his third wife. That's why she looks real close to the fucking daughter's age. And there's old Donnie. He's doing his best to look young. Yeah, the sheep are asleep, and truly, the swamp thing is crawling around in the fucking Oval Office. I couldn't believe what I was seeing 4 years ago. I was like, "Oh my god, you're kidding me! This is the ultimate in your face, fuck you, American public, I've ever seen in my life." Show. They put the two biggest clowns in the nation up against each other, and they're doing it again. I mean, they reached real far to grab a hold of old Uncle Joe, in my opinion. That's just. My friend Angel has early onset Alzheimer's. She's got a quicker mind than Joe does. He's full blown Ronnie Reagan after he got out of the White House. He's just not there. He's not functioning on all whatever how many cylinders he got. He ain't working on all of them. I want to say all six, all eight, all four. The motherfucker ain't even working on maybe a half a piston. He just he's just puttering around up there on the stage, man. It's like sad watching him. It's like, man, I can't believe they're putting a geriatric up there on the fucking stage like that and trying to uphold that as some kind of fucking candidate to the presidency. That's just insulting to my intelligence. Um, it shouldn't even be a show that's going on, let alone a reality of election. Yes, thank you, God. No, you're right on. It's like that, man. It's like Weekend at Bernie's, man. What a good. Yes, I'm watching Weekend at Bernie's. It's fucking nuts. I'm like, oh my God, you're kidding me. What are they going to do this year? What are they going to do? It ain't who's going to be elected. It's what are they going to do? Or Slow Joe. I know. Where are you ended up? Where are you left in this? It's fucking nuts. It's out of control, man. At the end, think vegan. Wait, what? You're just being mean. Fucking good. He's coming out with his pillow, man. Oh my God. Well, Donald has some brains, yeah, and he's got Soros on his fucking shoulder. He always has. Soros has always been there to bail out Donnie, and it's really confused me why people don't remember this. He's really good friends with and cousins with Hillary. Really good friends with her husband Bill. They played golf, I think, every day for fucking 30 years. Um, and Soros, every time Donald gets out in trouble, who bails him out? Who gives him $100 million and then or $100 million? Fucking $300 million in '08. I was like, oh my God. For the same towers he just gave him $100 million for in '01. That's $400 million in fucking 7 years that came from Soros directly to Donnie. And nobody, you mention that shit, and these Obamites are like, MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. I swear they just changed hats. They act the same. I never liked being affiliated with anybody as far as the voting goes. Like, I would rather be an independent voter and vote my fucking who I feel like, not a fucking party hardline. I've never understood party hardliners, and that's the majority of the country seem to be party hardliners. And it's like a big life change when they switch parties and shit. I'm all like, man, I've always felt that that is just not the way to go. You know, uh, that was long before I even knew our vote didn't count and shit like that. I'm just saying, I've seen people acting like fools over parties, and I'm like, well, if you look at the history of both parties, they are fucked. How can you back a party? I liked Ron Paul, but then I found out that he's playing a part. He's playing the lovable uncle, like Bernie. It's the same part, different character. It's a scripted thing. They got the lovable one in there that wants you to fucking all the and the ones that aren't hardline, they'll go for that guy. I did. I loved old fucking Ron Paul, man. Like, this motherfucker just keeps talking and talking and talking and talking. Well, he does. He does talk nice about, for us. You know, when I realized, how you doing, Iggy? When I realized Ron Paul wasn't on our side was the day I walked out of Davis's office. I realized that if Ron Paul was actually on our side, he would have told everybody a long time ago what the fuck is going on. Ron Paul's playing a part, just like Bernie, just like Donnie. They all play parts. They all play their roles. And this is for you. And then they go behind the fucking doors and do their work. It's as simple as it gets. And that's as complicated as it is, too. It's just what we're left with. And a lot of people don't want to believe it, but it's true. It's the most true thing about politics you've probably ever heard. And funny, they put it in writing. We're a corporation. Your vote don't count. They're acting a play. And they really do. They act a part, especially if they're in the election. If they're in an election, they are playing a part. You're playing a role. They need to play your vote. They need you to think that your guy got elected because of you, something you did. It's just like look at what happened this last time. Donnie come into the trip after getting $318 million from Soros in '08. I watched him change his affiliation from fucking Democrat to Republican. And I'm like, watch this shit. This guy's running for office. And all of a sudden, when he comes out, what'd he do? He had the whole cabinet with Munch and Hauser, whatever his fucking name was. All of them were out of Goldman. Every single fucking advisor he had on his presidential handpicked fucking cabinet was a Soros CEO. And then I looked at Hillary's cabinet. I had already looked at her bloodline and knew she wasn't going to be it. But her cabinet was a joke. It was a lot of unheard ofs and people that worked for Bill and her. And I'm all like, oh, this is a setup. This is the biggest setup I've ever seen in my life. And they got a clown running against a clown. I was embarrassed for the American people. And then Soros comes and starts talking about how great Hillary is. And I watched Donnie's numbers bounce up. And I'm like, oh, what's this shit? Next thing you know, here he comes out. He's doing something anti-Trump and pro-Hillary again. Oh my God, Trump's numbers double. And that kept going right up until today. Everybody says that Soros is fucking doing this and that with Hillary and Bill and shit. It gets all the trumpets all upset. Jesus, it's still working to this day. Soros's guy got in, and he made the American people believe that he was draining the swamp because Soros himself opposed him. See, what do we wake people call this shit? Controlled opposition. And we watched it happen 4 years ago, really clearly. Lay it down, walk it through, look at what happened. In a timeline, you can fucking see it. I called it out before it happened. I even told everybody. I said Trump's going to fucking win this, and Hillary's going to get the popular vote just to piss you guys off. Period. Not only who's going to win, who's going to get the popular vote. I gave that away. This year, I'm scratching my head. I'm like, all right, they already pulled that out. They're not going to do that again. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Are they going to take out Donnie during the election and then bring him back and fucking miraculous recovery fucking dude or some shit? I'm serious. What are they going to do? Because that's coming. Are they going to pull that during the election or after the election? It makes me wonder. What are they going to do? We're the Crown Vatican DC Corporation, Doc. We made Israel happen for a reason. So the Vatican can look good when everybody reads their book and say, oh, wait a minute. How did Israel get created with Jews that are not Jews? How did those Jews that are not Jews get there? The big exposure is coming with this peace accord. That's why the war is going to start. You know that, right? That's how they're going to do it. They're going to be like, you're fucking Zionists. You're not Jews. You're not Hebrews. You're Zionists. You're the ones that murdered the Hebrews. And the world's going to know. And the peace accord is going to go down because Israel's going to get pounded. We're going to destroy Damascus. And the world's going to turn on us. That's what's going to happen. They wrote that in the script. Yeah, it's going to be rough right here, man. We're Mystery Babylon. The United States, without question, is Mystery Babylon. That's Ishtar in New York Harbor. People say it's Apollo. I'm like, no, it's not. You really, and they'll bring out the history of the guy who made it. He's very in the club, so to speak. But you got to look at the history of what he made. That is Ishtar. That is not Apollo. That is Ishtar standing in fucking New York on Ellis Island there. Oh, the Q movement, that burns my ass. That's one of the deciding factors where I stopped talking to the world guy. The world news guy started talking about the 17th letter in the alphabet. And I'm like, I know what letter he's talking about. Whatever he was saying, I don't remember. But he did. He referred to Q every time that week after we had done that whole fucking thing. He started referring to Q and how we got to keep Joe Biden out of office, no matter what. Vote, vote, vote. I'm like, dude, didn't you and I just do a show about how your vote don't count? So the only way we're going to win this is just to stop fucking being part of that system. What part of vote harder is that? Pulling out of your system. That's yeah. We tried that 4 years ago. Vote harder, and we got the swamp thing in there. Oh, jeezy Pete. I'm not even sure if Hillary Clinton got the first vote. I knew what was coming. And I did. I actually said that too. I said, and I said that several times. I ain't trying to say she's even going to get the first vote, but she's going to get popular vote. I said, I typed that several times on my Facebook. I knew what was coming. I figured because I knew they had to have us in a martial law within months of the election, and then I saw the food thing, and I'm like, well, these guys are gonna fucking time this shit. They gotta have us out in the fucking streets. They gotta give it a little bit of fucking time to steam. So now they're gonna make everybody hate each other over this fucking election. Now what are they gonna do? They've already got us under medical martial law. Do they need the American people out fighting in the streets? Apparently they do because they got the BLM out there and they're importing fucking cops to go in and fucking burn down buildings. I mean, we're already seeing shady shit. It's like, this isn't citizens doing this shit. This is people that are imported into these fucking cities doing this shit. They needed to be a full-on martial law civil war to fit the script. And I'm wondering how in the hell are they going to get these people out there fucking fighting each other without blowing the cover of what's actually going on? If they blew the cover of what was actually going on, I think everybody would be unified and whooping their asses. That paradigm would be gone. Just showing people the moon's doing cartwheels gets that going. They start realizing, oh wow, there's something huge going on. I'm looking at it. You telling me these motherfuckers don't see it? And we're holding an election this year and nobody's talking about the goddamn moon doing a cartwheel? That should be one of the first questions on your mind once you see the moon doing a cartwheel. Why in the hell ain't Donnie said nothing? He's on our side, right? Yeah, local fucking things like that, desert, yes. You vote on it. But your presidential elections and the senatorials and all that shit, you have no voice in. You have no voice in who runs the country, but you can change small laws like that. Yes, you can. And that's a small law. Even though I thought it was one of the biggest things on the planet for a long time, desert, it's a small law and you can change that. In the big picture, they want you to die anyway. That's why I left. I was like, fuck this shit. You know how I am. I see some bullshit. I ain't going with it. I'm pissed off about my goddamn regulator. Can you imagine how pissed off I was at the senator when he told me he ain't warning nobody? Woo. Woo. They wrote a new book on the fucking words I created. God damn it, people. These guys want you dead. That's the big game. That's a big game. Everything else is distraction. But if you got medical on your ballot, vote. In their bunkers, apparently, Dana. That's what Kay Davis told me. Literally. I told her, I says, you live in the fucking Bible Belt. When these people find out that you knew and you didn't warn them, they're going to fucking hang you from the nearest light post. And I'll be right there cheering them on. I'll be in my bunker. Came out of her fucking mouth. I'm like, I hope your bunker's your tomb, bitch. They tried to get me on a death threat for that. I'm not kidding. Everything's recorded. So that's why the chief of police called me. He's like, dude, what is really going on? The capital, state capital chief of police. And if you know anything about law, you know that motherfucker shouldn't be calling you on his cell phone any day. He could have had me buried, never looked twice. In a jail somewhere. But he was a real human being. That's why I keep saying that there's real human beings. We're them. We're real human beings. We're in their system. We're doing their work for them. But this guy was a real human being. He wasn't a demon, thank God, or he would have fucking gone along with the fucking senator. But I didn't break any laws. I never signed a fucking non-disclosure agreement, and he tried to hit me on 2 of those. I've never signed one with him. Period. So, Senator Jim Davis, you suck my dick, bitch. Fuck you. But yeah, he called me and let me know that Senator Davis had tried to have me arrested twice on fucking non-disclosure and once on a threat. I said, threat? What? He said, well, you told them that you hope their bunkers are their tombs and you were going to end their political career. I was like, where is that illegal? He goes, it's not. That's why I'm calling you. He said, I feel the need to warn you, man. And I've got 3. He literally says the next words, I've got 3 kids. I need to know what the hell you know. So I told him everything I knew at the time. I'd never even found red yet. I had never found blue. I had found red. I had never found the blue one yet. I knew we had a son and we were on our side and we were doing a cartwheel. That's all I had to give him and to get out of Charlotte. That's all I had to give him at that time, unfortunately. But I mean, he of all people knows for sure. He had a senator freaking out trying to fucking silence me. He called me on his cell phone, knowing that whatever I fucking told him was fucking going to be gospel because he was giving me my life. I knew that phone call. You know what I did after that phone call? I called up my buddy Matt. I said, hey, man, I kind of need to leave North Carolina. I was thinking about getting an apartment down here. I said, but you got any work down there? I taught him how to blow glass. He owns Bon Diggity glass shops in Houston. So if you're ever in Houston, stop by and give the man your business because he's good people and he helped me out. That's where I ran to when Mr. Davis was being a dick. And he's a big chunk in my being able to be in Texas for that year that I was fighting for the children's anti-seizure bill. He and his wife are good people. Well, yeah, Dana. The main majority of them are exactly that. They're fucks. But like I said, the state capitol chief of police, man. He's the head cop, like on the planet, as far as you're concerned in your state. He's in charge of the security of the Capitol. And um, he could have ruined my life, but he did a stand up thing. There's people in their organizations working. And that's why when I get on my Facebook, I don't look for friends. I look for presidential pages and NASA pages and government, DOD, Department of Defense, FEMA. Um, I hit those pages with my announcements and with my uh, I stepped down as Senator Jim Davis's North Carolina fucking top investigator to let you know that the plot has killed off 3/4 of you and fucking COVID is not the reason for lockdown. And when you make a statement like that on a president's page, they're like, wait a minute. Number one, you're on the fucking president's page. You're talking about mass murder and fucking the red flags go off. So an actual human being has to look at your content. See where I'm going here? All of a sudden, they're looking at a homeboy in the beginning with the fucking moons doing fucking cartwheels. Because I'm sending them like my public service announcement or something that I have made specifically for them. So when they're sitting there looking at it, it's a human being looking at it. And then they're going to look at the moon. And then they're going to be in here talking about, thank you for your diligence. I used to be this guy or that guy that was following you around, fucking harassing you on the internet for 5 or 6 years. I've had it happen. I've had more responses off of Donald Trump's page because what I'll do, I'll go down the page. I'm not just going to make a remark on the page, and I'm not going to make a bunch of remarks because Facebook will hit you for spamming. What do? I find who's got the most response to their comments. Guess who makes a comment? Because everybody who made a response, if they're getting notifications for that thing, is going to get to see my comment. 187 people sometimes just in one comment, because I am looking for results. I'm not looking for just being a random comment on someone's page. I'm going for target. If that person or that page has answered inside those comments, that's a bonus. That's a bonus. I'll leave one on the main comment, then I'll go right to their comment and make a comment to them because that's guaranteed to give everybody a fucking notification on that fucking feed, including them. And then they have to look at my content because it's threatening. It's red flag city. It's fucking multiple fucking mass death threats and shit like it. And it's not a death threat. It's me telling people why I stepped down as a sitting senator very openly, just like you've seen the videos that I make. I'm not threatening anybody, but the way I word it, it sets off red flags intentionally because I know some physical human being has to look at that. How else am I going to get in touch with that human being inside that organization if I'm not doing that? And if you're hitting people in that organization, then the truth starts spreading out throughout the organization. Where's it's going to fall from inside? That's where I'm at with it. That's what I'm trying to do. That's my goal there. Well, Jesus Christ. What up, Rebel? How you doing, man? Long time no see yet. You doing all right? Bubba Kush Sugar Hash and purple. I got me a new ounce while you was gone. Good, good. Yeah, things been a little rough lately with the energies. Anyway, it's a good shit, Rabel. I'm telling you, man, you need to be in Colorado. I got me another $35 ounce. I got me some of this sugar hash. Man, every bit of it that goes on my finger goes in my mouth. I'm eating like half of my stash. You definitely need to be in Colorado then, Regal. Yeah, we've all missed you. At least I have. Debbie has. Me and Debbie missed you, Regals. If you got arthritis, you need to use some Rick Simpson oil, buddy. See, everybody loves you here, Regals. We've been talking about you. Everyone has asked. It's been asking. You've been asking. A lot of people have been asking. Where's Regal? I don't know. The MJ makes you paranoid. Well, don't smoke it. let me ask you something. What state do you live in? Because that probably has a big thing to do with your paranoia. I've proven this on myself. See, I can sit back here at home. Oh, see, yeah, you're fucked. I'd be paranoid too if I smoked a joint. I'm afraid the cops are going to come in, bust down my door. Move to Colorado. All right, give yourself a month, and then see if you're paranoid again next time a cop pulls you over. Matter of fact, first time I got pulled over by a state trooper here in Colorado, I had my big legalized fucking American fucking flag. He walks up, he looks in, and he literally goes, I ain't never had a cop be disappointed to see a pothead sitting in the fucking front seat. He had hoped he pulled over an alcoholic or some shit, but he did. He did that absolute, unquestionable. Uh, what the fuck are you wasting my time for? He pulled me over for a cracked windshield and basically finger me out because he had seen me going up and back and up and back and up and back the last month or so. And then he pulls me over. He's like, "The fuck is this driving around?" it's pot laws that make you paranoid. It's not the pot. It's not the pot. It's the law that makes you paranoid. Yes. I used to love Ron Paul, well, Uncle Ron. I fell for it, Deborah. I did. I used to fall for it too. That's why I can't really get too mad at people, but I don't want to look at your fucking divisive bullshit. If people, seriously, if you're on my Facebook page, you know I'm a fucking sitting Republican senator's fucking ex-top investigators that stood down because the plot has killed off three-quarters of us. and the vote ain't fucking worth a fuck. If you're sitting on my page talking about voting, why did you ask me for my friendship if you're going to ignore every fucking thing that comes out of my mouth? So, off of there you go. I'm not going to subject you to my willful fucking anger. I used to do that all the time. That doesn't help anybody. Yeah, well, Tom, they can't even get in their bunkers now. They're stuck here with us. They're fucking freaking out. I voted for Ron Paul. Ron Paul is in the system too. You ain't heard Ron Paul talk about the moon doing cartwheels. You ain't heard Ron Paul talk about 1871. You ain't heard Ron Paul tell anything about the truth except we're getting fucked by the system. Well, that's not a big mystery. You know, I really did. I loved Ron Paul. I used to be a sitting senator's top investigator. I used to tell a senator how to feel and about shit before he told the general how to feel about shit. You know, um, I can't think of anybody more influential in the nation than an actual top aide to a fucking sitting politician. That's why I was there. I'm really good at it. And I proved that. I did things in there that I, people had told me were impossible. They weren't impossible. I did them. Bernie and all of them. Yeah, Bernie's exactly. Bernie's the lovable uncle, just like Uncle Ron. He's the third party. He's the third party. He's the lovable guy. He's the one that you want in president, that you know will never be. So you're just going to vote your way. But those hopeless dreamers will go throw their vote away on it. Don't throw away your vote on fucking Paul. He'll never win. Well, he of course he never would. He's not of bloodline. Yeah, Bernie was just a sad. I got to tell you, that was a sad case because Bernie's got a bad track record to be pulling that with him. Well, absolutely. Yeah, look at his. Yeah, absolutely. He's not of the bloodline. He's a Zionist. He's ineligible for CEO ship. Gotta love Keith, Tom. Fuck, dude. Look, I reach in here. This is a $35 ounce, and I've picked out a lot of the big ones. But you reach in here, there's still some pretty good sized ones in here. Not a whole bunch, but they're little popcorn buds. Oh shit! I keep dropping them. But they're little popcorn buds all over the damn place. That's basically what the ounce is. Little tiny fucking. That one's got more leaf on it, but it's still a bud. Little tiny bud shake. The whole fucking thing. I ain't even started this ounce. And yeah, it's got a fucking shitload of keef on the bottom already, man. I ain't got no seeds out of it yet. But I see a couple of seeds in there, I think. Well, I did the other day. There might be one right there. We'll see. I love those $35 ounces. If you're ever in going through Colorado, I'm telling you, Pueblo West Connoisseur is like the connoisseur, but you're a connoisseur for cannabis. Is Connoisseur Pueblo West. Them motherfuckers got the deals. You have a good night, Deborah. Thank you for hanging. Yeah, if you're ever in the area, that's where you get your weed right there. If you don't want a fucking shake ounce, they've got premium ounces too, of course, and they grow their own shit right there on the spot. You can watch the ladies grow right there because at the counter, and you turn around, there's a big picture window that they have shades they can draw electronically and shut that thing if the lights are out. But most of the time, the lights are on, and you can watch the ladies in there getting fanned and everything. So you can actually look in their grow room while you're buying their marijuana. What's up, John? How you doing, man? Yeah, man. I love Connoisseur Pueblo West. I really do. They don't buy my glass anymore. They used to. They used to be a big customer of mine, but they switch managers and they buy from China now. But I still recommend them for marijuana purchasing. I'm gonna have to get myself another Pueblo account one day. Well, one day. Not today. It's not a bad dream, no. Basically, that's what Canosaur's got going on. They got an on-site fucking grow site, and they lab it right there. They make their own shit right there, concentrates and everything. And fuck, man, I can get this shit for $12 an ounce on sale sometimes for $8 an ounce or $8 a gram, not an ounce. My bad. Whoa, boy, wouldn't that be nice? $12 an ounce. What the fuck did I just say? $12 a gram? What's a waste of time to end? I wouldn't be jealous. I'd just move to Colorado. Well, hell, Rebel. Look, I spent 35 on this, and I spent um 35 on this. This came as 3 grams of concentrate. I got a good deal on it because I got 3 at a time. That's $70. But one, that was last week already. And I've been smoking exclusively off of this. I've still got a good, real close to an ounce right there. You know me. I put a little bit of this shit on there. And look at how much of this shit I got. I still got at least 2 grams in there. The fucking sugar hash. I probably used $12 of that this week. You know what I mean? Once you're here, man, it's not. You could probably spend $100, Rebel, on a good ounce. some premium stock. Big fluffy fucking juicy buns instead of an ounce like this. But I mean, that's 3 times what I'm paying for it. And that other $70 that I would spend on an ounce, fuck man, I'll just spend it on that. It'll make my ounce taste real good. Make it real potent, and it'll make it last 3 months. So I've spent $100 on 3 months worth of pot instead of $100 on a month's worth of pot, because I'll smoke right through a fucking ounce of buds. Who wouldn't? But yeah, you put a little bit of the concentrate on top of the fucking bud shake, boy. It's like getting hit in the face with a hammer. Oh, you like gummies? Nice, Lala. I like gummies too. They're pretty good. I like candies. I make my own butter and shit though, and ice cream, and I've just slowed down a little bit on it. I make butter now. I don't make the ice cream anymore because I got a kid, and I'd have to actually sit all day and make 2 batches of ice cream just to be fair. Use free version of what, homebrewed? God, see, I'm missing a conversation here. Yeah, Mary, that's what I said. I think that's why you get paranoid. The marijuana is not what makes you paranoid. It's the marijuana laws that make you paranoid. Because I used to be paranoid, and when this summer it came back because I was in New Mexico, and it's not a fucking recreational state, and I don't have my fucking med license. My paranoia came back. I acted different. When I was in public, I'm not sitting around smoking a joint. I was sitting around smoking a joint. What I didn't like about it is when I'm paranoid, I hide it in these. And I don't like smoking marijuana with fucking tobacco. It's nasty. They call it a blunt, but I hate them. I really don't like them. I'd much rather smoke out my bowl. But come out in the fucking motel room, they got cameras and shit, and it's like, that looks suspicious to me. That's paranoia. It's not the weed. You need to move to Colorado. Minimum wage here is $12 an hour. My son could hold a part-time job and pay for the bills here. Just one part-time job. You get 2 part-time jobs, you got extra money. I know, $12 an hour, minimum wage. Give me a fucking broom. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. Well, see, that's the thing about marijuana that a lot of people, haven't put 2 and 2 together. This shit will make you cough. You know why? Because it's the best known lung expectorant to mankind. It actually cleans your lungs. in that action. Two, it is also the best known bronchial dilator. It could save 4,000 children's lives a year from acute asthma attacks if their parents carry around a fucking joint in a fucking break-in emergency case and fucking lit it up for their little child having a fucking deadly attack of asthma. It would make them cough and snot and breathe. Where steroids and speed can't save their lives sometimes. Marijuana would every time. $24-hour convenience store. Is he getting paid $12 an hour? I mean, out here he would be. Yeah, it's truly one of the best medications on the planet. There's like 25,000 legitimate uses for it, and then some. And yeah, absolutely, it could cure or save 4,000 children's lives a year from acute asthma attacks. That was one of our fighting points in California on medical because at the time we didn't know it was curing cancer. We knew it was helping cancer patients eat and deal with their chemotherapy better, but we didn't know it was curing cancer. It ain't like we didn't have any idea. It's like we couldn't prove it, but now we can. 20 some years later. About masks, COPD, it's good for COPD too, Rebel. The altitude might fuck with you. I don't know. It fucks with some people. Um, it just might. It's different living here. You're really, uh, you're pretty high up there. I feel magnetics really quick. I feel the pressure differentiations really quick here too in my body. Yep, RSO, fucking definitely curing cancer. It, that to me one of the coolest things. What up, Jason? One of the coolest things I think about RSO is you can actually take and topically put it on a melanoma, and within a few weeks it's gone. Where melanoma used to be a death sentence. If you had skin cancer, you were going to die. You were going to have big patches of your fucking body cut off of you, and it was probably going to end up in fucking horrible, painful death. Rick Simpson oil, it's a concentrated THC cooked down, basically. The end. You can make it at home. It doesn't have to be Rick Simpson making it. He's just the guy that got famous for it. But yeah, shit's amazing. And it's not a miracle. I keep saying they knew all this stuff when they took it from us back in the fucking prohibition. They the big push for the prohibition was for the methanol that we were making out of the hemp plant, actually, and that's one of the things that even Jack told me. See, like I said, people have told me these things are impossible that I've done. Jack Harrer, my fucking hoopty hoopty hero. I always wave flags for him and everything because he saved my life and got me on the bandwagon for marijuana and everything. But he told me, you know, you'll never get hemp legalized. They'll never do it. Jack was alive, so he could see what he did and to see what happened because hemp's legal. Hemp's fucking legal, people. I, if you're medical Rebel, I suppose you could. I think Georgia didn't Georgia go medical recently. I don't keep up on them anymore. They don't know. Who don't know, Rebel? Who don't know what? Georgia? In I know Florida's medical. Georgia didn't follow suit. Probably not. Bunch of fucking moonshiners. Not you, Rebel. I'm just. I'm thinking. I'm thinking region. I lived there. I lived in southern Georgia. They call it Jacksonville, Florida, but it's fucking southern Georgia. Moon shining. Well, I used to work up there in like Jekyll Island. You know that one the book was written about. I used to build houses up there by that fucking Hilton. Big fucking houses. Oh my god. Big custom homes cut because I was the cut in man, dude. I'm catfish. I was Mr. Angle. I'm fucking speed square demon. I'll lay you out a fucking rafter before you even knew you needed it. We was building some big houses up that way. You'd be up on the third deck, third story, and handing up fucking rafters through the fucking roof and shit, man, up in there. And them, some big fucking houses. I didn't like them. I'm not a good heights guy. I'm the catfish, motherfuckers. Oh my god. Me? Oh, am I lagging on you, Rebel? Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I was getting at, actually. I was working down there with a crew that was a bunch of southern Georgia boys. And man, when homeboy took me back by his pad, it was out in the middle of no fucking where. He's the kind of guy. He was a dog fighter too. A lot of the guys, I mean, fucking they fight dogs down there too. He had treadmills and everything set up. Fucking big old fucking business down there with them. But yeah, he had his stills out there and shit, and we was out there. Boy, he had some smooth ass fucking moonshine. I was expecting to get my face burned off, but this shit was pretty good, man. I mean, it'd burn your face off, but it was smooth. It was a smooth burn. It burned so good. Like, damn, that's almost like rum. Yep. The big houses are still right there on the coast. God, I don't like getting on the house roof though. So I was glad to be the cut man. You're fucking cutting in on a fucking roof like that. A lot of times you're handing plywood out the side of the fucking house and up like this, and you better secure them. If you're leaning goddamn 2x4s with your chest, and you got a fucking thing of fucking plywood out here, you better make sure them fucking studs are really nailed good. Okay. 190 a gram. What are you paying? What? They ain't 190 a gram for what? Oh, a gym. 190 gym. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live. I have though, Revo. I used to live that close to the coast as much as I possibly could. I love surfing. I'd come home from building them. I wouldn't even have to come home. I'd take my fucking board with me some days. And if we were working right there, fuck yeah, dude. Whichever was shorter. But either way, I was hitting the fucking ocean at lunch. Before work, at lunch, after work. Woohoo, bitches! Yeah. Till my brother-in-law got bit by a shark and took his fucking foot off. I was like, the shark bumped me, bit him. I took the hint. He didn't give a fuck. He to this to the point that he used to be a mechanic, but now what does he do? And he's done for years now. I guess it pays well. He's a sea diver. He dives with the fucking gun and he goes and hunts certain kinds of fish. I'm like, that's intense, dude. He's actually going in there. He ain't net fishing. He's prize fish hunting for really high end fish. That's what he does for a fucking living. And he actually jumps in the fucking water and goes down there and hunts them with a fucking hoopty gun. I'm like, dude, you're just fucking nuts. You may, from time to time, it's that time of night, actually, for us to be rolling through. About soon, anyways. I'll start getting lagged about 7, maybe 6:30 or 7. It's just now 6:30. I'm not sure what he uses. I know he has a sling and one that runs on CO2, like a charged shot. Um, I don't know what he. I haven't talked to him in fucking 20 some years, but I know he had both kinds. So I don't know what he uses. I know he had both kinds on his boat though. I know other people that go out game fishing for game fish, but this motherfucker dives in there and fucking harpoons them bitches. I'm like, dude, what? I'd be shitting my pants, see a grouper coming up on me. I'd be like, god damn it. Boof, 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 boof. Give me a machine gun fucking harpooner. I'm not cool with this. But yeah, I guess and that was just a couple years after he got his fucking heel bit right the fuck off his foot, man. He started taking that on as a job. And I guess, maybe he feels like that's his way of getting back at him. He's hunting for his foot or something. I don't know. Hi, Carrot. Idiots on YouTube. Welcome, YouTube, Cara. I'm getting high in, Jason. I gotta manually do this tonight. So once I start getting started, I gotta keep going because I'm gonna be blowing and keeping my kiln hot. I've got components blew out in my fucking system. I gotta manually run my kiln tonight. And for the next, God knows, I gotta order a part, probably take another week. Oh shit. Mussels and lobsters. That's where the trouble starts to end. Probably. If you can't buy it from me, you can buy it from Anna for the same price. If you live outside of the country, she's she mails off. She's mailed off often. I don't know how to do interstellar mailing, although I should probably look into it. I don't know. Oh well, yeah. See, that's not a problem. Who's bowling with Sun? That's what we're supposed to be doing tomorrow, but I can't find a bowling alley. We're gonna go out to eat anyway. We're gonna go have fun. Seamus is turning 16 tomorrow. Actually, fairly excited about it. He'll be 16. He doesn't want to drive. What? Jason, you're bad. Ice skating. Oh my god. I would probably kill myself on ice skates. It's my relay switch. It's the brand new part I just bought for it, Jason. It's just doing a different thing, this one. It's not my computer. I should have fucking hardlined. Notice we're not sitting over here. I'm sitting over here in a real chair. But I should have hardlined this shit in yesterday because I would have known yesterday real quick like it wasn't my computer. My alarms went off and everything. So it's not the computer. It's definitely that relay switch. It's the only thing it could be. It's the only other electronic part I have in there, and I just replaced that fucking thing. So took him a full year after turning 16 to get his license. Good. I'm hoping mine goes at least 20. With alien metals, hey, I think I do actually. Unobtainium. It's a beautiful color. I made that bubbler with it. It's starting to have a leak. And my water heater. God damn it. Again. Oh boy. This stuff here though. See what it looks like in this lighting. Here's the titanium. This is some fucking Camdium. Uses Camdium also, but it's really metallic. I don't know if you can see how metallic it is. This one here is like a Brillo pad with it in it. It's really metallic. It's super heavily metallic. I try not to put that on the inside of anything too often. It could end up bad. It's so metallic. But it looks really good. Combined there, all metallic-y. So, yeah, some of these metals are just, that's how we get all our colors. Actually, I'm sure you probably knew that, some of you. But you add different elements to the glass, and it makes different color. Third shift. Yes. Yes. It's an element. Yes. Everything I work with will kill you. What element do you think makes cobalt blue? Classic cobalt glass. Cobalt. That's what gives me that color. Cobalt. What makes a pipe change color? Why is it hazy like that? What made those? Silver oxide. That's the smoke. That's what I smoke into my glass. Pure silver. It's like making a mirror. Now, when I bring it up to molten, what does it do? It fuses atomically to the glass. Now it's part of the glass. It's actually color. And it's fused in there. So now you can't change that past 3,200 degrees because of the properties of Pyrex. Everything's locked in the glass now. And that's the beautiful thing about glass. It's non-porous. It's very sterilizable. You can wash this with acid, and it's not going to change the color because it's actually part of the glass now. I love my job. It's alchemy, basically. And a lot of people just, a lot of glass blowers just, they learn off a guy in a basement. I learned in the Philadelphia School of Arts how to do this. And I converted that into Pyrex because I learned old world style, poof, dipping in the cauldron style glass. And they'll have to tell them people are singing happy birthday to them. I got to go throw on spaghetti too. We just had pizza, but he's probably hungry. See, there's the little flowers on these too, little flower lights. This one's got a little bit less of a spin. It looks like a clover of life. Starts out with and these guys have 3 holes too. The way you always get a good hit. And there's a little well between the 3 holes. So you can lay down. And that one, that's going to hold your last hit. You'll want to scrape that up out there and be all like, and light that up. That'll taste like your first hit. Or you can just put your concentrates in there and do a hot knife right there in your bowl. That's why I made the 3 hole. That's why I invented this pipe. So you could do a hot knife. Because we didn't have anything to smoke concentrates with in California when we went legal and everybody went concentrate. And everyone's standing around scratching your head like, how do you smoke this shit? Like you put it on your weed, you smoke it. When you start smoking, I'm not recommending you start smoking. If you got asthma, it's good for you though. Oh my God. I know, Gino. It's a joke. This whole fucking thing's a joke. I can't believe people are just playing along with this game that we're watching play every day. But if you are smoking, honestly, I mean, I like pipes. I like pipes. They're convenient and easy. Bubbler, much healthier for you. It cools down the smoke. Most damage from smoking anything comes from the heat of smoking it. So if you cool down your smoke, you're not necessarily going to damage your lungs. That's some scientific shit. And it also filters out a lot of the smoke and makes it so much smoother, especially out of a diffused bubbler where you got a whole bunch of holes. Patches. She just about ripped that thing off of there again. I don't know. Was it one of your friends or something? I don't know what the fuck it was. They ran. They ran. I saw a flash. Like, seriously, go that way. I was like, so somebody was at the door. Look at this. She's happy with herself. She's happy with herself. She's like, oh, yeah. I hear you, dog. Bam! Almost like I had it ready to go, huh? I knew I was going to be babysitting Kilns tonight. I had to make something fast and quick and easy. I see you've got popsicles. I didn't get just popsicles, little man. I got Sonic popsicles. You want to fight? You want to fight? What are you doing? I get her. Because what? God, she's bloated, dude. Take her out. Go. Go. Take her out. I can't even pick that dog up. You gotta pick a Chico. Go. Go run with her. You stink, dog. You do. You're barking at me. I heard you barking at me. You barking at me. Stinky. Stinky dog. Stinky. Stinky dog. She got a big nose. What are you doing, Patches? Are you yelling at me again? God. Are you yelling at? Is she yelling at me when she gonna come in here and yell at me too? Oh my goodness! You guys. Right here. Who are you barking at? Barking at everybody. Don't tell him. Tell him. Timmy's in the well. Timmy. Timmy's in the well. He loves to walk. Timmy's in the well. I'll tell you what, Patches. I'll tell you what. While we're waiting on this, we'll come out front with you. We'll come out and look outside. Give me a second. I'm going to grab my cigar for this. Timmy is in the well. Hold her tight. I know she just saw something. Went into freak mode. We're going to see some of my sky. We'll look at the moon because I know it's up. It's right across the street from me. She done lost her mind. Look at her. I told you she had to pee. Poop. Where the moon at? Where the moon at? Well, you can see it there, can't you? That would be me. There it is. There's no two moons. There's a moon. So that's my sky. That's my little car. And no Tycho crate. Right over here at about the 5 o'clock position. It's not even in the right position. It's still got another hour to go before it's in the right position. Here. Isn't that funky? Sun's got to be set for us to be in the north. That means we're coming around this way of the planet, and all night we're heading south. And in the morning it's south. We're in the south. And that's why we're seeing the fucking southern stars over here. Because it's starting to get morning later and later and later. And that motherfucker, by morning, it's going to be totally upside down. Tycho will be up by 1 o'clock or maybe 2 o'clock position on that face right there.
It's going to be inverted.
It'll be inverted. Full inversion, yes, sir.
Color inverted.
See one star here. It 2-1 so far. I'm wondering how many we'll see. Like stars.
0.
Remember the other night we could see like 3,
0.
and it was a clear night. I was like, what the hell? So Chico's excited.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Without food. I gotta order another one. Remember just when I just ordered that stupid part for my kiln? I gotta order another stupid part for my kiln because it fucking went out. I've been trying to figure out what the hell's wrong with it for a couple days, right? And I'm all
The
like,
same thing.
the same thing. I just replaced, but it's doing something different this time.
Your kiln hates you.
Thanks.
At least that part.
At least I know.
That one part.
That one part hates me.
We didn't find any cheat matches.
That's what we got out here.
No, I thought Timmy doesn't exist.
Timmy is not in the well. You already checked.
Timmy doesn't even exist, Patch.
Let's see if my sun's already set behind the houses. If you wanted a good shot of sunset, we'd have to leave the city. There's my tomatoes. Look how horrible. They're all brown and shit. I'm dying. It's 5 years of plant right there. Almost. About 4 years. There's a moth. But yeah, that's my sunset side right there. That's my west sky. Once we get out of town, that's when you start seeing the cool shit around here. Oh, hey, Hermetic, how you doing? Yeah, I was hitting someone's fucking live chat today. I don't remember who's like. You're a dog. I'm dog, not specific. Get out here right now. Right here, right now. Right here, right now. What are you barking at? Are you that excited? Hmm? Oh, pretty deep. What are you so excited about? Nobody paying attention to you today? Did I sleep all the day and then went right back into the basement? Does that bother you? Does that hurt your psyche? You feel like you gotta bark? You ain't gonna find nothing in there, stinky. The dog's licking my goddamn counter now. She's neurotic. What's wrong with her? Hey, you. Look at your dog. There's something wrong with her. She's convinced my counter tastes good. There's a little bit of spaghetti sauce, I think, or something. And I was petting her, and she got all docile and started using her nose and found herself something to suck on over there. It's fucking hilarious. But Chico's over here like, I wish I could stand that tall. Can I have some? Fucking stupid dog. Yeah, there you go. That's right. Fucking bark some more. Yeah. Oh my god. Hound dog. She ain't no friend of mine.
Chico.
He is not. Look at him. He's a big turd. He's big for a turd. Look at him. I grabbed Seamus' foot and said, I'm gonna get you. Chico flipped. He's like, I'm gonna eat you.
Going to engineer.
Oh God. I told you yesterday it's one of our favorite games. I'm gonna get the baby. But I'm afraid Patches here would get too excited to eat Chico the position they're in because they're on the floor right now. And she's just too excited. She's just too excited. Excitable, yes. You want to approve of the trash? It's just spaghetti. There's nothing in it. Can I throw it in? Thank you. Thank you. What? What, you want to fight? Right there. You want to fight? You want to fight? You're old. I'd kick your ass.
You're old.
Yay! She goes like, I want to fight. I want to fight. I want to fight. I just want to know.
You're old.
I'm teased. I'm teased. I know.
You're the old one.
Yeah. Look who's turning 16 tomorrow, boy. Oh, yeah. Everybody was telling you happy birthday, by the way.
Yeah.
Speaking of which. Breaking out in song. Happy birthday to you, boy. Happy birthday to you.
But it's not my birthday.
You smell like a shoe. Wait a minute, that was just me. Alright, how old is this garlic? I know that's what it is. I need to get some more garlics. Yeah, there. Before you even get in there. Nice. Look at that. I just quick spun that dial and it said 420. Okay. We'll go with that. Let me make sure I don't have anything in there. Sometimes I'll throw a pizza box in there so she won't get the pizza. I usually throw it in the refrigerator, but I have actually set pizza boxes on fire by not looking. They're like, oh yeah, we had pizza. Duh. It's just two of us. Rarely do we eat the whole pizza. Happy garlic. I don't have any fucking mushrooms. Bad daddy. cracker patches off. That one's frozen. I have to open another one of those. Refrigerator's too cold for all of us. I can't leave my sauce looking like that. That would just be anti-me. So, one of my kids' favorites, black olives. All up in our sketties. And that's just the way we're having it. I like basil in about everything possible. I don't put basil enough in there for me. My secret ingredient. Not enough to really sweeten it, but enough to take the tart out. Make it smooth skittish. All right, that's looking more like a nice little mix of good stuff in with sauce. I got meatballs in there already. They were in the freezer, in the pan. I get these for $1 at Dollar Tree. Fucking love my Dollar Tree frozen food section. Excuse me, Miss Patches. Holy crap, sick of that Batman. You wanna fight? Look at, she's choking now. She barked and now she's choking. Fuck. We don't have any Parmesan cheese. I didn't think about that before I got this fiasco going. You want some of this, Sparky? Come here and get you some. Oh, Argentine. Why you feeling like you gotta be so loud? Why you feeling like you gotta be so loud? Crazy dog. You're getting fat. You're getting fat. You look like a cow with your spots. You're judging me. Oh no! Stop! Stop just fucking randomly barking at me. Oh my god. I know you want dinner. See, this is all because she expects some of this pan. She's just so excited she can shit herself. Crazy dog. She want to come in here every time I'm cooking. She's all like, "Oh, hurry up! Hurry up! I'm on that pan. Hurry up! Well, I'm standing right here. I need some of that." God. She's sweet but loud. How you doing, Suzanne? Yeah, we're making sketty. I'm trying to make it quick. My Kiln's acting like a bitch. So I've been downstairs wrestling with it. Is she talking to you, bud? Is she letting you know what's happening out there? Hey,
What?
we're having black olive and meatball spaghetti. Son,
What?
think about what this means for you. What does that mean for you?
I like it.
Well, okay. Okay. Besides the fact that you like it, more than the fact, let's think of it this way. What does that mean for Chico? What happened the last time we had meatballs with our spaghetti? Son?
They attack Chico.
Okay. So let's make sure those meatballs don't attack Chico this time, okay? Son? We're going to make special steps to make sure that doesn't happen again? Okay, cool. Thank you. Chico inhaled a fucking meatball. It wasn't funny that night. We almost fucking lost Chico. I mean, like, woohoo. Woohoo. I Heimlich his ass. I'm not kidding. I was working on that dog for a good 5 minutes, trying to get that fucking thing out of his neck. That close to fucking losing Chico over a fucking meatball. A fucking meatball. We almost lost him one night over a fucking little slice of hot dog. You gotta be careful with them little fucking dogs, man. And the all right, here's the fucked up thing. Once you get it out of his neck, it's everything you got to do to keep it out of his neck, because that motherfucker wants to fight you over his fucking meatball now.
How dare you just punch my neck?
I know, right?
How dare you save my life? I was enjoying that.
He was so mad. I took his fucking meatball away. He wanted to eat me, Reeble.
How dare you? Hatch it.
Wonder if moving the kiln fucked it up? No, that's why I moved the kiln. Because it was fucked up. I wanted to drag it over there so I could plug both systems in at the same time separately. Because I've actually got my kiln plugged into my box instead of the wall. And I plug my box into the wall. It tells my kiln when to turn on. But I had to get it closer because if I put a long lead, that'll start really fucking up my kiln. So, and my circuitry, of course. The shorter your extension cord, the better. So, I had to move it over here to test it. I'm thinking I might actually plug it back into the box and just run it fucked up so I don't have to babysit the goddamn thing. I'm going to be down there babysitting the fucking thing anyway. Yeah, Susan, it's fucking terrifying. You're holding your little tiny dog and then all of a sudden you get it out and you're like, yay, and then they want to dive back at it. It's like, ah! I'm like, oh shit, fuck. Yeah, it drops the voltage with that kind of length on it. Yeah. And starts heating up everything. Good there. Mm-mm. Don't start with me again. Al dente. Patches approved. Don't be getting excited. God. Fucking hot toast. Dumbass, it's 420 degrees. What'd you think it was? I just wasn't ready for the shock. I was like, oh yeah, that's fucking hot toast. I mean, I can handle it. Obviously, I can handle 400 degrees, but not if I'm not mentally ready for it. Like, whoa, it's fucking hot. Patches! You stinky dog. You stinky dog. What are you doing? Who are you barking at? Get right here right now. You get right here right now and say, I'm sorry. Sit down. Sit right here. Right here, sit. Right here, sit. Right here, sit. Oh, you're such a good girl. You're just a baby. You're so good. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Are you geeking over my dinner? Look at you. You're breathing heavy. You're all like excited over nothing. You thought I was making you dinner? You're crazy. You lost your mind. Where's your thumb? You don't have no thumbs. Where'd it go? You got one on here? No? You don't have no thumbs. Where the fuck do you think you get an opinion? Go lay down. Go lay down. Don't bark at me. I got coffee brewing. Serious business here, bitch. Where's a good girl? Who's a barking dog? You are. You're a barking dog. Who loves a barking dog? Nobody! That's right! No one! No one loves a barking dog! Oh, God. No one. No one. Where's my sticky grabber? Oh, God, dang. Don't make me chase you with the fork. Chico. You're just vicious. Spaghetti grabber scared of you. You guys got too quiet there. Oh, God. What do you want? What? Chico's standing up for his girlfriend. He's a protector. Vicious dogs. I know. Hang on, beasts. Hang on. I'm almost done. Here. You want some of that? You can have some too, Chico. I just dropped you another one. You're a little skeezy, dude. Look right there. Two. See? Who good dogs? Fight over it. Chico loses. Don't you even start with me about that. You know better. You ain't getting no damn meatball. No meatballs. No meatballs for you. You can't have any. They're too delicious for pets. They're way too delicious for dogs. They are. You can't have meatballs. Way too delicious for dogs. Way too delicious for dogs. All this sauce, no, that's too good for y'all. You're really fucking. Oh, you want your own just fucking bowl of spaghetti, huh? Or you're just not going to shut up? Is that the deal? You just think that? Think you can just stand here in my kitchen and demand enough for you? Look at Chico, he knows something from me. He's like, hey man, I want some of that. I know what's coming over there. It's good. Shut up, Chico. You don't know what's coming. Looky here, looky here, looky here, looky here. You ready? You ready? It's better than you thought it would be, isn't it, Chico? Hey, son.
What?
Your spaghetti's on the plate. Well, we've got more black olives on it. Hang on, Chico. I'm working on yours. Here, Patsy.
None for you.
Too.
None for the dogs.
Chico gets his own silver platter.
Oh dear.
He thinks he's special.
He's happy.
He said he'd have it no other way. He's way more special than Patches. I said, all right, Chico, I'm not going to argue with you. Crazy dog. Seamus,
What?
you're not sharing your meatballs with the dogs, right? I'm just reminding you because I'm gonna go back down into my dungeon there.
Not the dungeon.
Yes, my dungeon, and I'm not gonna be up here to help you unchoke Chico if you're trying to kill him with meatballs, love. I know he got them little baggy eyes. He'd be like, "Oh, please, I just want one meatball. I promise I won't choke." He's gonna choke, dude. You can't trust Chico. I had to cut up his little spaghetti noodles. Little motherfucker tried to swallow too many of them at once. And then I'd be digging spaghetti noodle out of his neck. Look, Chico, she come to see you and take your shit, boy. I wouldn't take that shit from her. You already had yours, Patches. These patches. This thing. Give it, you go. I'm gonna kick the pan out my way. Hound dog. Nothing but a hound dog. You too, Chico. Fucking hound dog. Ain't no friend of mine. Little Ito. Little Ito hound dog. I'm getting ready for my coffee over here. Making up my chocolatey, milky mix with marshmallows. It's the season for marshmallows in your chocolate. Don't give a fuck. They got marshmallow cocoa. I'm putting it in my chocolate, in my fucking coffee. Right there, little Swiss misses with the marshmallows. Dude, starts getting them. I buy them by the 2 boxes. I'm like, it is marshmallows for my coffee. I like marshmallows for my coffee. Chateau de Donjon. That is where we're heading. I just wanted to get properly prepared for my coffee. I'll be back for y'all. Nope. Start thinking about it, Shorty. Nope. Mine. Mine. Oh, you guys finished with calls? Good. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Come again. When you can stay again longer. All gone. All gone. She's pissed now. She's like, what the fuck you mean it's all gone? It's all gone. All gone. So hurry up and eat yours because I know I'm getting the rest of it. Yeah, maybe. Can't promise nothing. I love coffee in the evening after dinner. Just like motherfucking Perkins, ready to pour.
Where you going, Patches?
Where you going, Patches?
Where are you going?
That's the question. She can't go anywhere important. I've got it closed off. Issues getting back in there in one piece with my coffee cup. I know what's tinking. My Nibiru lens. We're gonna make some dues. Need my optic lens. Hey, kid.
What?
Can you shut off that light, please?
No.
All right, that's it. Yeah, baby. Thank you. Back off. I don't need to be fighting you over these steps. And I'll tell you what. I'm going to do this one at a time. You're gonna. Look, she's gonna follow me. She's like, I saw you disappear with that plate of spaghetti. She ain't having it. Look, infiltrating already. Infiltrating, like, oh, you haven't eaten. Are you gonna eat your spaghetti? Are you gonna eat that? I could eat that for you. Are you gonna eat that? You see, look. Are you gonna eat that? It's my spaghetti. I gotta go. I'm drooling. I gotta go get my fucking coffee.
Yet found I law in all of its beauty, working through among them as here among men. Flashed forth my soul through an infinity's beauty, far through space I flew with my thoughts. Rested I there on a planet of beauty, strains of harmony filled all the air. Shapes there were, moving in order, great and majestic as stars in the night. Mounting in harmony, ordered equilibrium, symbols of the cosmic like unto law.
Shit.
Many the stars I passed in my journey, many the races of men on their world, some reaching high as the stars of the morning, some falling low in the blackness of night. Each and all of them struggling upward.
That's my spaghetti.
Gaining the heights and plummeting the depths. Moving at times in realms of brightness, living through darkness, gaining the light.
She's fun. At dinner
Know,
time,
O man, that light is thy heritage. Know that darkness is only a veil. Sealed in time, heart is brightness eternal. Waiting the moment of freedom to conquer, waiting to rend the veil
she's at
of
my
night.
door, man. She's hitting the door.
Some I found who had conquered the ether, free of space.
I want your
They,
spaghetti.
while yet they
I
were
gave her
men.
her own little pot of spaghetti. She's after
Using
mine
the
too.
force that is the foundation of all things, far
She's
in a
upset.
space constructed they a planet. This sounds like Star Wars. I mean, the beginning of this was like in a galaxy a long time ago, far, far away. Now she's talking about using the force. I mean, it's a fact. There's all kinds of stuff that's from occult literature in Star Wars. There's just no denying it. But I mean, this is pretty blatant right here, guys. I mean, a long time ago, galaxy far, far away, using the force that is the foundation of all things. Far in space, they constructed a planet, the Death Star. Drawn by the force that flows through all, condensing, coalescing into ether, into forms they grew as they willed. I mean, that sounds like the fucking emperor, doesn't it?
It's the electromagnetic.
Outstripping in science, they all of the races, mighty in wisdom, sons of the stars. Long time I paused, watching their wisdom.
This is talk.
Saw them create from out of the ether cities, gigantic of rose and gold, formed forth from the primal element, base of all matter, the ether, far flung. Far in the paths they had conquered the ether. Freed themselves from the bondage of toil. That means they freed themselves from, because that's what the Anunnaki, remember, just like our listener pointed out, a lot of similarities here with these translations of these tablets. Between the Lost Book of Enki, Sumerian tablets, this, very similar writing here.
Yeah.
But the bondage of the toil is the bondage of, that's what they talk about. Humanity, the toil and bondage for eternity on behalf for the Anunnaki. They formed in mind only a picture and swiftly created, it grew. For then my soul sped throughout the cosmos, seeing ever new things and old, learning that man is truly space-born. A son of the sun, a child of the stars. Know ye, O man, wherever from ye inhabit, surely it is one with the stars. Thy bodies are nothing but planets revolving around their central suns, or hearts. When ye have gained the light of all wisdom, Free shall ye be to shine in the ether. One of the suns that light outer darkness. One of the spaceborne grown into light. Just as the stars in time lose their brilliance, light passing from them into the great source, so, O man, the soul passes onward, leaving behind the darkness of night. Formed forth ye from the primal ether, filled with the brilliance that flows from the source, bound by the ether coalesced around, yet ever in flames until at last it is free. Lift up your flame from out of the darkness. Fly from the night, and ye shall be free. Travel I through space and time, knowing my soul at last was set free, knowing that now I might pursue wisdom, until at last I pass to a plane, hidden from knowledge, not known to wisdom, extension beyond all that we know. Now, O man, when I had this knowing, happy my soul grew, for now I was free. Listen, ye spaceborn, listen to my wisdom. Know ye not ye too will be free. Know ye not that ye too will be free. Listen ye again.
I love some good rich coffee.
O man, to my
That
wisdom.
black silk stuff is
That
not
hearing
bad.
ye too might live and be free. Not of the earth are you, earthy, but child of the infinite cosmic light.
Yep.
I like that. Not of the earth are ye, earthy. Earthy. Oh, you're not of the earth, human. You're a child of the infinite cosmic light. You've been lied to and told that you're a child of the earth and you're from the no. You're a child of the infinite cosmic light. Boy, talk about something they don't want you to know right there. Know ye not, O man, of your heritage? Know ye not that you are truly the light? Son of the great sun, when ye gain wisdom? Truly aware of your kinship with the light? Notice how that, you're the son of the great sun when you gain wisdom. Kept in ignorance, you're nothing. That's it in a nutshell, isn't it, folks?
1748 hertz. Start making stem cells.
Son of the great sun, when ye gain wisdom, truly aware of your kinship with light. Now to ye I give knowledge. Freedom to walk in the path I have trod. Showing ye truly how by my striving I trod the path that leads to the stars. Hark ye, O man, and know of thy bondage. Know how to free thyself from the toils. Out of the darkness shall ye rise upward, one with the light and one with the stars. Follow ye ever the path of wisdom. Only by this can ye rise from below. Ever man's destiny leads him onward into the curves of infinity's all. Know ye, O man, that all space is ordered. Only by order are ye one with the all. Order and balance are the law of the cosmos. Follow, and ye shall be one with the all. He who would follow the pathway of wisdom, open must he be to the flower of life, extending his consciousness out of the darkness, flowing through time and space into the all. Deep in the silence, first you must linger, until at last you are free from desire, free from the longing to speak in the silence, conquered by silence the bondage of words, abstaining from eating until we have conquered desire for food, that is the bondage of soul. Then lie ye down in the darkness, close your eyes from the rays of the light, center the soul force in the place of your consciousness, shaking it free from the bonds of the night. Place in your mind the image that you desire. Place the picture that you desire to see and vibrate back and forth with your power. Loosen the soul from out of its night. Fiercely must thou shake with all of thy power, until at last your soul shall be free. Mighty beyond words is the flame of the cosmic hanging in planes unknown to man.
In other
mighty
words,
in
raise
balance,
your vibration.
moving in
Shake
order,
with all
music
your
of
power.
harmonies, far beyond man.
Raise your vibration.
Speaking with music, singing with color, flame from the beginning of eternity's all, spark of the flame thou art. O my children,
Spark of
burning
God.
with color and living
You
with
are.
music, list to the voice, and thou shalt be free.
See, there you go. Me.
Consciousness free is fused with the cosmic, one with the order and law of the all. Knew ye not, man, that out of the darkness light shall flame forth, a symbol of all? Pray ye this prayer for attaining of wisdom. Pray for the coming of light to the all. Mighty spirit of light that shines through the cosmos, draw my flame closer in harmony to thee. Lift up my fire from out of the darkness, magnet of fire that is one with the all.
You hear
Lift
that?
up my soul, thou mighty and potent, child of the light, turn not away. Draw me in power to melt in thy furnace,
Mom's got one
one
too.
with all things and all things in one. Fire of the life strain and one with the brain. When ye have freed thy soul from its bondage, know that for ye the darkness is gone, even though space ye may seek wisdom, bound not by the fetters forged in the flesh. Onward and upward into the morning, free flash, O soul, to the realms of light. Move thou in order, move thou in harmony. Freely shalt move with the children of light. Seek ye and know ye my key of wisdom, thus, O man, ye shall surely be free. Powerful stuff there. Powerful stuff there. Tablet number 4. Man,
Josh don't even know
more
what
I
it
read
means.
this stuff, it's unbelievable.
He
I mean,
ain't got this shit.
you can really see where somebody who had access to this information could totally turn this into all the major world religions and into a total system of control. That's unbelievable.
It's a beautiful
Unbelievable
thing,
stuff.
bro. Is
Very
coming
interesting.
back, Rebel. Mama's pretty excited. Quite amazing. Oh, raw.
Know ye, O man, the harlot, the master, was never
Pretty close, buddy.
one with the children of men.
He's pretty close. How close, I don't know. He's
Out of the ether he called the
He's pretty
substance and
fucking
molded
close.
it by the power of Etolon into the forms he built with his mind.
you bet.
Mile upon
It's
mile
crazy.
it covered the island. Space upon space it grew in its might. Black yet not black, but dark like the space of time. Deep in its heart the essence of light. Swiftly the temple grew into being, molded and shaped by the world of the dweller. Hauled from the formless into a form. Builded he then within it great chambers. Filled them with forms called forth from the ether. This sounds like, it's funny that he's making this sound like this is, I mean, okay, I read some a news report from the Rockwall Success newspaper where 2 of these guys had went down into one of the subterranean chambers, I think underneath where the Rockwall, the old Rockwall courthouse is in downtown Rockwall. And there was this report where they found these 2 black marble pillars inside of this chamber that shone and shined like something from the Orient, like black granite sparkling. And it's funny they reference that here: black yet not black, but yet black by the dark of space time. You know, I mean, it seems interesting in these different rooms that he built. Well, that's what the rock wall has found to have been. They found within the perimeter of the wall itself, they found room after room of different chambers and temple rooms and all of this stuff, all been covered up. And one of the pictures I saw of Quetzalcoatl, supposedly what Aslan was when Quetzalcoatl created, which was Aslan means Atlantis, was that same exact type of structure. And of course, Quetzalcoatl and Thoth are supposed to be the same person, as well as Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice-born Thoth, Hermes Trismegistus, and Quetzalcoatl. Now, again, Quetzalcoatl was master of two things: crystal working and metallurgy, alchemy. Well, two things have been found that relate to that with the rock wall. Number one, crystals, geopolymer crystals, 3 different types of crystals that don't exist around this area, brought together and made into a polymer that seals and holds the rocks of the wall together. Number two, an alloy wheel, a small alloy wheel that was made of copper, aluminum, tin, 4 or 5 different metals. I held it in my hand, was embedded into the wall. And I just, with that report, I remember reading that report of him seeing these black pillars. It just, caught my attention there for a minute. I'll continue. But this is talking about, building this, and I don't know why. Flashes as he's talking about building this temple using, etherical energy in the ether to create. I don't know why. Just flashes of rock wall started coming in my head like this is connecting. This is connecting.
Yeah,
this is
that's
connecting
for sure.
to this. I always try to follow those,
That's
those little flashes when they come to you.
There's a much
believe me, man. I used to ignore them, but now 99% of the time they're right.
Between pushes now.
Swiftly the temple grew into being, molded and shaped by the word of the dweller. Called from the formless into a form, builded he then within it great chambers. Filled them with forms called forth from the ether, filled them with wisdom called forth from his mind. Formless was he within its temple, yet he was formed in the image of men. Dwelling among them, yet not of them, strange and far different was he of the children of men. Chose he then from among the people 3 who became his gateway. So he chose 3 people to incarnate into. Choose he the 3 from the highest to become his links with Atlantis. Messengers, they who carried his counsel to the kings of the children of men. Brought he forth others and taught them wisdom. Teachers, they to the children of men. Placed he them on the island of Undal to stand as teachers of light to men. Each of those who were thus chosen taught must he be for years 5 and 10. Only thus could he have understanding to bring light to the children of men. Thus there came into being the temple, a dwelling place for the master of men. I, Thoth, have ever sought wisdom, searching in darkness and searching in light. Long in my youth, I traveled the pathway, seeking ever new knowledge to gain. Until after much striving, one of the 3 to me brought the light. Brought he to me the commands of the dweller, called me from the darkness into the light. Brought he me before the dweller, deep in the temple before the great fire. There on the great throne beheld I the dweller, clothed with light and flashing with fire. Down I knelt before that great wisdom, feeling the light flowing through me in waves. Sounds like he met the light bringer, doesn't it? What else could it be? Heard I then the voice of the dweller, O darkness, come into the light. Long have ye sought the pathway to light. Each soul on earth that loosens its fetters shall soon be made free from the bondage of night. Forth from the darkness have ye risen. Closer approach the light of your goal. Here ye shall dwell as one of my children, keeper of records gathered by wisdom, instrument through of the light from beyond. Ready by thou made to do what is needed. Preserver of wisdom through the ages of darkness that shall come fast on the children of men. Live thee here and drink of all wisdom. Secrets and mysteries unto thee shall unveil. Then answered I, the master of cycles, saying, O light that descended to men, give thou to me of thy wisdom that I might be a teacher of men. Give thou of thy light that I may be free. Spoke again then to me the master. Age after age shall ye live through your wisdom. I win o'er Atlantis, the ocean's wave roll, holding the light through hidden in darkness, ready to come whenever thou shalt
Yeah,
call.
I know. All that induction heating and none in my kiln.
I love how it talks about the Atlantis as being something that
That's just sad.
it was not just exist one time. The way they talk about that and the reference that they prove that as there being multiple Atlantis. One of our listeners a couple weeks ago was referencing, that movie 2012 as being about the fall of Atlantis, a symbolic allegory for the fall of Atlantis, and tend to sort of agree with that, and that very well could be what they're talking about here because, well, I mean, John.
What do you mean, John?
John Dee, his whole Enochian magic system, Enochian language system, was based on these tablets. That's a fact. So,
feeling it right.
It does stand very well to reason. I mean, John Dee was telling Francis Bacon about America being the new Atlantis, all that whole deal.
Almost like
right
a
there,
chest
they reference,
compression.
because this is supposed to be this stuff that we're reading here is supposed to be after the fall of Atlantis anyway. So he's referencing Atlantis as being this thing where it's something that periodically
feels like a physical pressure
is built and then falls and then rebuilt again, and it starts all over again.
Very interesting.
When over Atlantis, the ocean waves roll, holding the light, though hidden in darkness, ready to come whenever thou shalt.
I mean, look, at some point we would have to kind of fucking notice it, right? Wouldn't we? If the compression gets to the point where, I mean, we're feeling it physically now, and where I am, I don't know about we. Occasionally, I will feel like my chest is being compressed, and look on this wall, and Mom's definitely feeling crunch. There's a lot of high energy coming in. It's almost like you're getting a chest compression and a fucking electric jolt at the same time. I don't know how to even explain it unless you're feeling it. It's not like anything I've ever felt before. Yeah, and you're feeling it. Well, I'm feeling it in my chest just recently, like this last week or so. Hey, what's up, Prince? How you doing? Just this last week or so, it started happening. Yeah, it feels like a compression. Yes, Glenn. Seems to be a new thing with me too, and I'm noticing it's not just me. Kind of like the Schumann frequency, dizzy, sick feeling stuff. That's not just you. I think we're actually physically feeling Mom's push. It's becoming to the point that it's it's so strong that we can actually physically feel it. Yeah, even the sheeple. I'm doing good, Prince. How you been? Hell yeah, you're still freaking here. Yeah, you can calm it down. Exactly. Yeah, Thomas. It's pretty overwhelming when it happens, though. You got and you got to realize real quick like what's going on and start calming that down. I've started feeling it too this week. And I did. I was like, holy fuck, am I stressed out? And I had to think about it. And I'm like, no, I'm not stressed out. This is a physical symptom I'm feeling. And it's not Not from fucking COVIDs. No. And I got to say, I kind of figured at some point we would actually physically feel it. I mean, we should, you know, if we're that connected to mom's man, we should definitely feel it, right? Um, even knowing that, though, it's so new, it's a little bit like unnerving almost. You know what I mean? I mean, it just every day, I think what could stack onto this to make it so much more evident, so much more real for people. And because I keep looking around, and I mean, like, look at Eric Briggs. I mean, everything's normal. It's fucking. He hasn't shown up for a few days since I gave him the proof that the goddamn moon's doing cartwheels. I mean, that's without question. The fucking moon's doing cartwheels, and it shouldn't. But we're so beyond that now. I think we're coming into the quickening, as they say. Had to take a break. Good. It's good to know when you have to take a break. That's like this summer. I was driving myself crazy. Couldn't find anything to do. Couldn't fucking make anything up to do. And I just fucking threw up my hands and went camping. And I'm really happy I did. We had a good time. Yep, 1748 hurts. Rebel got it. Rebel, were you around? I don't think you've been around since the new discovery about 1748 hertz and goosebumps. Have you? I don't know. Maybe you have. That only happened recently. But people who get goosebumps more produce stem cells more. And I thought that was real interesting because stem cells, of course, are the things that repair all your systems. Hi, Dana. Home on the range. Thomas, they're all starting to come to that realization, I think. They're going to make a push for it, though. They're going to fight for their bunkers, I think. If they don't just back down here real quick and change gears, we're in for a long haul on a short train. As I said, I think we have actually another full year before perihelion. But this year, we're going to see Ra. We're already seeing Ra, for fuck's sake. For fuck's sake, we're already seeing Ra. Go outside and look at a moonless night. Go outside and look at a fucking tonight. Late tonight, you'll be seeing the moon, and then dark, and then light over here. You're definitely seeing Ra and the planets behind us. I mean, their bunkers are in mother. Exactly. Their bunkers are done. Their bunkers are done. They're even if they were in them. She just wants them to know that they don't have an out this time. There is going to be a fight if they don't stand down. If they don't stand down, there's going to be a fight. And there will be no escaping absolute destruction. If they can't get back up and heal planet heaven and be men about it, fucking admit their fucking wrongdoings and fucking make amends, then they will be wiped out of creation this time. We've heard in their own writings time after time after time. I don't feel bad about it. I feel bad about their planet. I feel bad about the species on their planet. I feel bad about the innocents on their planet. But I don't feel bad about their hierarchy. Their hierarchy looks just like ours. Ours is modeled after theirs. And they run ours. I would much rather see them go put some shields up around planet heaven and make this work to their planet too, because that's mom's biggest problem. She's really upset about that. And so's creator. I don't care. You better not throw the Bible at me though, Prince, because that's Bible canon we're talking. Yeah, I've been feeling a little bit of chest pressure, Tom, but I mean, like this week has been way different. It's been way. It takes my breath. It's like, whew, and it's not pain at all. It's pressure. It's pressure. Yeah, when you tell somebody about the moon, it sticks because number one, they think you're nuts. And then number two, after a little bit of fucking noticing, they notice it is doing a cartwheel. It does. It will take them a little time to come around, but they will. They will exactly, Tom, because they can't shut it down. They can't close it like a book. They can't change the channel on their fucking TV. They can't fucking change the web page on their computer. They got to look at it, and every time they look at it, it's going to be in a different fucking. And they're going to be like, "Man, that motherfucker ain't quite so crazy after all, is he?" It took one guy 6 years to come back at me and be like, "You're right, man." Yeah, we can't save your sons and daughters. They can. It's in each of our hearts to save ourselves and all of nature. Someone that works for Verizon. Are you fighting with your spell check, Glenn? I'm sitting here wondering how I want to attack this. I'm thinking I'm going to fucking feed this back through, plug back in my main power, back into my kiln the way it was designed to be, the way I designed it anyway. Not the way it was, the way I designed it, and let it run itself. Because that's just so, man, if I can get it to hang out at a good temperature, I can bring it up and anneal it myself. But I need it to hold around 600 to 800 so I can keep this fucking glass hot while I'm working on it. And if it can do that, which it was last night, I'll work with it like that and then do the manual thing later once I'm done. I can bring them up to like 1200 myself. What did he do for Verizon? Was he a technician? Just one his I talked to the technician out here for my internet because the internet goes out every day. And at first, I wanted to make sure it wasn't my equipment, that it was exactly what I thought it was. Environmental magnetism, fucking with it, and, induction heating, highly charged ions flying through the fucking air. And so the technician come out, and he's talking to me. He's like, I don't know if it's your equipment either. I was like, yeah, you got it because it's like clockwork every day. I said, what are you seeing? I said, you're seeing ionospheric interference and you're fucking having problems with your signal, aren't you? And his eyes got all big. He's like, yeah. Yeah, it's not my equipment. And that's why it's like clockwork, because we come into that path every day and then we leave it and then we go back around to the back of it where it's pushing out. So we have that happen around 11 to 12 every night. I'm coming into a danger zone here in about 35 minutes. Well, that's happening, Prince. Yep. Well, at least you got that much. There's a problem, though. So you got 1/3 of it. You need 2 more pieces of it. And those 2 pieces are the most important part. So I strongly suggest you go to my older videos and work your way back here, friends. I didn't just prove in the feral cell that God exists. We've proven omnipresence of the Creator. It's not a God, it's a Creator. Gods are Anunnaki. They come from a different planet and they overthrew us. They told us how they did it, and it all makes sense and it lines up. So let me run you through a real short version of it, because we've heard this in the cuneiform, and it clearly states this planet got destroyed. It created the asteroid belt. And as planets go and solar systems go, I've shown the working model of how they orbit a sun. Well, the destruction of that planet caused a void, and Earth was trapped in that void when the planet was destroyed. This sun that we got trapped on is an opposing polarity sun from the blue one behind us. The blue one is our original sun. It's a lot higher energy, a lot higher frequency. Everything on the planet grew higher and bigger and more lush, including human beings. We were about 12 foot tall. The the spin was doing 24,000 miles an hour on Ra. Hello? Hello? Okay, so the spin was going 24,000 miles an hour on Ra, and the polarity flipped when she hit the void. She flipped and did a fucking reversal. In other words, she put it in reverse at full speed and threw everything sideways and off the planet. It killed almost everything. And that created what we call today the Cretaceous boundary. And it's a big boundary. And it looks like a mud slick. And that's why. Because everything went fucking sideways when we changed polarity. Here's the proof that we lost voltage at the same time. and how it happened, and it correlates everything with the cuneiform that we came off a higher sun onto a lower sun. And these are things Toth just told us in the same words. That which burned at a higher sun became low, produced back to a lower sun, and fucking against. Anyways, molecules like microbes, germs were big. Now they're teeny compared to what they were on one side of the Cretaceous boundary. Everything was huge. On this side, everything's tiny. That's what happened. That's how Earth got caught there. That's how all these big animals died. It's and all this shit. Now, what did they do? They came down here after all that, eons after all that happened, from what they say, and then they came in and they started taking gold out of the out of the planet, started strip mining, and then they came down and they found us. Now, we had writing that they didn't understand. We had no verbal language because we were speaking from the heart with scalar physics from nature. We didn't have speech. That was one thing that they highlight in these cuneiform texts, and how they classify us, as all warrior classes would do, as a barbarians, lower than them. Therefore, they can lord over us. Well, they changed us. They added some of their DNA to us, and they put us to work. And when we started building things, we had the capability in our chests to move these blocks that they can't. We scared the fuck out of them because we were prolificating quickly, and there were becoming a bunch of us. They got to find a way to control that, and they couldn't. They couldn't separate that which gives us power from that which gives us life, because that which gives us life is that which gives us power. It's our electron magnet. It's our spark of life. And this is all these things Toth is sitting here laying down in these speakings that he's given about our magnet and the light and everything that lives within you. You're the sun of stars and this and that and everything. It's true. I've proved it in the ferrol cell and in physics. Um, Now, here's the thing about your electron magnet, which is really tricky. Um, it has a governor switch on it. You have one, and you can do funky little things with it. If you knew that you had one from birth, I'm sure you'd be pretty good at talking and doing all that mystical shit that isn't really mystical. It's magic. It's not magic. It's magnet. It's magnetic properties. So instantaneous reaction at a distance. That's scalar physics. It's not. They try to name it that fucking theory thing, quantum theory. It's fucking scalar physics. We've known this forever. Anyway, to make your magnet stronger, though, you have a couple of methods. Number one method, being an electron magnet, you can add what? Electricity. And it will make your magnet stronger. Number two is to attain a resonant frequency with another electron magnet and line up your pole. Mom's frequency just happens to be meek. Meek is a tricky one. You actually have to know Mother Earth is a living being. And you actually have to know she was made by a wise creator. to be meek in the first place. Is you got a mom, you got a dad in nature, and you're the child. And you have to take on that attitude. That is meek. You have to be the child of nature that you are. And accept it, and you'll inherit the entire earth's strength. Simple as that. But you have to know this. You can't believe it. You can't think it. You can't have faith. And that's why I think I'm very pragmatic, man. I lived 50 years on this fucking rock, knowing it was a rock. It's not a rock. It's a very lovely, loving being. Very smart. Way smarter than me. She has corrected me over the last year and a half quite a few times. I've made videos every time she corrects me and show you how she corrected me. A lot of people will hide from their mistakes. I make videos about mine. They're back there in the older videos. I stopped making mistakes. I started listening to Mother Earth a little bit better because I know she's real. You can't be meek unless you have that knowledge. And I think that's why this knowledge has been given to us, because it was given to us in physics. And it's there. It's there. I'm not going to force it on you. I'm just saying, if you want to be meek and inherit the earth, buddy, I prove it. I prove it in old videos. And I can't bring them back out. I can't bring all that shit back out. It's just, there's too much. There's too much. It's there. It's there. All you got to do is look. I've put in the groundwork. I had the information. I went and took the information to the proof, and I brought the proof to you. And I didn't produce it until I could prove it. Even though I'd read it a year before, it took me a while to dig out some of these things. Fuck, man, omnipresence. How did that work out? It took months. It took months of looking at stuff that was already known to put together with 1748 hertz, with stuff that wasn't known widely. And it took Scientific Lee, a lot of his research that he was doing on a totally separate avenue of magnet. But every one of his magnets was showing that 1748 hertz, was it not? You know, and you can go back and look. It sure as hell was. So that started giving us, and then I got the biomagnet at 1748. I was like, okay, we've got rare earth magnets, we've got permanent magnets, we've got a fucking biomagnet, us, operating at 1748 hertz. So what the fuck does that mean? All magnets in creation, that's the resonant frequency of the electromagnetic field. So, okay, cool. So what the fuck does that mean? What do you do with that information? Went for another 6 months. We had all of that. We had all of it. But I don't even remember what it was that triggered it in my memory. But I remembered reading an article on atoms under electron microscopes showing the torrid field, and it showed a little picture of it, and it went across my head, and I was like, wait a minute. Every atom is a magnet. And I've been talking about how the scalar fit, and it added boom, 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 boom. I can prove that fucking quantum theory is a lie now. And I can show you how quantum works. It's not quantum, it's fucking magnet. And it's not a theory. It's scalar physics. Atomic level. Right from atomic to the fucking black hole. at 1748 hertz. That's omnipresence of a creator in every atom that exists. Design. Insane, intense design. When you start breaking it down, there's no question it's design. It just doesn't get any more clear. I used to make fun of people that used to say Gaia shit. I still would. I still would, because they have no fucking idea what the hell they're talking about. They may, but I don't like it. Because for fucking 50 years I was like, fuck your Gaia. And then I found it on a wall and I had to prove it. And I went through steps and I proved it. I was like, holy fuck, these fuckers were right. We were insanely intelligent back in the day. You need a pet cobra. What the fuck? Are you done looking, Glenn? That's what I'm saying. I'm done looking too. I found it. I found more answers than I thought there was questions to, man. Yeah, this isn't religious. This is like, okay, look, we've tried this one man, one woman over another system for fucking eons, and it's handed down in the bloodline and the fucking lies. It's time to get back to, we live on one fucking planet, and without all of us, we're weaker, and we need to get back to original design without the fucking greed and the fucking having to have more than our neighbor, because our neighbor is our friend and our loved one and our family, and we all require each other to live on this planet. Like it or not. It isn't religion. It's the way it needs to be. It's design. It's design. We've gotten out of the design of things. For one, I would rather follow the design. It's a lot less tough of an avenue if you're working with nature and the laws of physics. For God's sake, we can produce anything we got today without one drop of mama juice. Not one fucking drop of mama juice got to come out of her. We can take a fucking couple of magnets and park them right there and clamp them right there, where they're just barely not even touching each other, but they're pushing away from each other. You push them down, you clamp them together, and they perpetually make electricity forever. You just dip a fucking copper wire into the fucking right little fucking connection point inside that convergence, and boom, you're lighting up fucking shit. It no moving anything. And if you need anything that moves, we've got magnets that'll do that. To make the fucking pistons fucking go up and down, just like the fucking gasoline engines. Put a fucking torque converter on that bitch. I've made movies that's called This Should Very Well Change the World, that should have already changed the world, but it ain't. Literally. Showed you exactly how you could run your plane, train, automobile, your helicopters, your airplane engines, and your electric generating plants without one drop of goddamn oil. I put a lot of work into those little 15-minute videos. I've solved some of the fucking world's biggest problems in some of those fucking 15-minute fucking videos. If I can do it, why in the hell can't they at the top? And that's no shit. Why are we actually accepting a fucking system that works against us to the point that some fuckstick can sit in his fucking basement and put together a solution for all the problems on the fucking planet, and they can't do anything but make it worse? Because it's scripted. It's on purpose. That's why. It ain't no accident. I promise you that. That's for damn sure. I'm gonna Rebel. This damn world should have already changed, but ain't nobody looking at that movie, are they? You can't put a meter on it. Exactly. There's no way to charge for it. Honestly, if they generate they could charge you for it if they wanted to, I suppose, but they would generate it for free perpetually forever. You got to pay for the cost of the magnet. A big magnet to produce that kind of fucking power it'd cost some money. It would cost an initial investment, but you don't even need the big magnets. You could run them on fucking smaller magnet fucking piston engines that turn the turbines like they usually do off of magnets that self-perpetuate and self-power. As soon as they fucking start, they start electric generating, and you can actually refeed some of that electric back to the magnet to make it stronger from itself. We can do these things. It's just a very few people standing in our way of letting that happen. That's that ego and willful ignorance. That's some big stuff right there. Said I've pointed at my older videos a million times, but I can see that one sits. Nobody really goes to it. It'll climb a little bit every now and again, but I'm like, ain't nobody really going back in those fucking older videos. If that shit got to the right engineer, we'd already have fucking helicopters that run on a goddamn magnet, and they wouldn't have to worry about the elevation and fuel mixes and freezing and all that shit. Mm-hmm. Positive feedback. You're creating your own fuel as you fucking rotate. It's just it's magnet. That's the beauty of it. And it doesn't take a genius to figure. I am not a genius. I can figure out how to fucking just looking at one schematic. I went and found three working models off of that, and then I could take and improve on those by self-generating your electric, putting it out and fucking adding to your power of your own fucking mechanism. You're self-perpetuating and making the fucking power for everybody else all at the same time without oil. The only lubricant you would need would be like a little bit of hemp oil for lubricant on your moving parts, and mainly a spindle, because you're not in a combustion. All you got to do is make those fucking magnets fucking oscillate against each other, and that is merely doing that with a magnet opposing another magnet. Floop, 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 floop. We've seen it in working. It's that easy. It's that easy. It's fucking amazing. You just set them up on two hard bars. Pop, 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 pop. You got fucking perpetual fucking motion. You need a lot of hemp oil. No shit. We'll be oiling up my machinery. But I mean, what's stopping us from being like that? Not much. When you break it down, not much is stopping us from actually being a productive society. Look, there's a troublemaker right there. Fucking Inky. Can you build? Well, me, myself, I suppose I could, Inky. Probably cost me a little bit more than $1,000. What am I going to do with it? I can't even get the information out there, let alone fucking, I'm going to build a, sit here and make myself electric and nobody make anything off of it. Just me. If I could get this information to somebody that could do something with it, that would be better. I could break my bank making one. But in the big picture, it's only $1,000. But I don't take out loans. I only got the cash I got on hand. I'd be breaking my bank to make one. I don't want to do that. I've got no debt, but I've only got a couple thousand in savings. So, yeah, I need gas money for when shit hits fan so I can do what mama needs me to do. But I don't see making one of them for myself. I gotta run and get myself a pack of cigars. I forgot some. Be right back. Oh, we take this up for patches. I'll return. Let's
call. Go thee now and learn greater wisdom. Go thou through light to infinity's all. Long then dwelt I in the temple of the dweller, until at last I was one with the light. Followed I then the path to the star plains. Followed I then the pathway to light. Deep into earth's heart I followed the pathway, learning the secrets below as above, learning the pathway to the halls of Amenti, learning the law that balances the world. To earth's hidden chambers pierced I by my wisdom, deep through the earth's crust into the pathway hidden for ages from the children of men. Unveiled before me ever more wisdom until I reached a new knowledge, found that all is part of an all, great and yet greater than all that we know. We had that in the news tonight, didn't we? Searched I infinity's heart through all the ages. Deeper and yet deeper more mysteries I found. Now, as I look back through the ages, know I that wisdom is boundless, ever grown greater throughout the ages, one with infinities greater than all. Light there was in ancient Atlantis, yet darkness too was hidden in all. Fell from the light into the darkness some who had risen to heights among men. Proud they became because of their knowledge. Proud were they of their place among men. Deep delved they into the forbidden and opened the gateway that led to below. Sought they to gain ever more knowledge, but seeking to bring it up from below. He who descends below must have balance, else he is bound by lack of our light. Opened they then by their knowledge pathways forbidden to man. Built in his temple, all-seeing the dweller lay in his aguante, while through Atlantis his soul roamed free. Saw he the Atlanteans by their magic, opening the gateway that would bring to earth a great woe. Here we are talking about opening this gateway, opening up a portal. Fast fled his soul then back to his body. Up he arose from his aguante.
I paid rent last week.
Called he the three mighty messengers. Gave the commands.
So I'm actually doing pretty good in this COVID mess.
Deep beneath Earth's crust to the halls of Amenti swiftly descended.
Now that COVID's going good, all those Chinese imports are getting rare. I'm real popular. Because none of these head shops can get their fucking Chinese pipes on. And a lot of the glass blowers I know already left Colorado, because when Colorado went legal, a lot of the corporations moved in here and they started price buying Chinese. And it drove a lot of the glass blowers out of Colorado. Because, of course, they're not Chinese. And they're a lot more expensive than I am. Yeah, the Schumann doesn't seem to be working for that desert. That's a different thing. I've noticed this week. It's not playing by the same rules as the Schumann. It's actually the magnet push. The Schumann is the frequency trapped between the magnet and the lines. What you're feeling is it's an actual physical compression of your magnet. Every magnet on the magnetic chain will be affected by whatever happens to one magnet on that chain. Well, mom's being crunched. We're going to be affected by that. Faster than the speed of light. As she feels it, we will. Have a good night, Tom. It started hitting us all about the same time, Desert. We've been talking about it. That's why I mentioned it about an hour ago. I'd say, I was like, whew, whew. Envision you got a fart. You're feeling bloated. Push that energy on out. Just relax it out. Just shut it down and drain it. Drain it off to her. Just physically make a connection with your magnet, and like you've been seeing her do in Goes Iswa, when she puts out those ropey tendrils and throws all that energy back towards those other planets and then builds their charge. Do that for her. Physically push that shit to her. It gets easier to do. That's all I got for you. I don't know how else to even say that. You're reacting like Iswa. That's why you're feeling that pressure and the energy. The energy is intense, right? It's like, whoo, and you're feeling the pressure all at the same time. What up, Hermetic? Whatever works for you, exactly. Whatever works for you mentally to make that connection happen. And it's all about breathing in plant farts, man. Just feel gassy and let it go. it makes you want to just jump up and down and be like, what the fuck is going on? I know when it hit me the first time, I went into that whole semi-panic mode. I'm like, am I having a heart attack? Number one. Am I having a stroke? What is going on? Oh my God, dude, I feel the energy, Oh my God, it's aggravation now. All of a sudden, I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. This is big. this is, this is different than what because I've been feeling every now and again, you'll feel it a little bit, but I mean, it has been really fucking noticeable this week. Sometimes to the point that it's like it catches your breath. It's like, and then you're like really uptight. It's like, what do I do now? What's up, Pollyanna? How you doing, honey? Have I had a what? Kundrelin? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Uh-oh. Bunhead shit? Nope, I ain't never had no bunhead shit. Stay away from them. I hear the new bunhead thing is we live in a crater on the moon, and the moon's actually a reflection of the planet we live on the dome. Something like that. That was going around this morning. Some people in chat were telling me that's the new thing. Good, Desert. Good, man. See, you get that physical. If it takes a physical fucking drain, do that. Do that. It's an even better idea than the one I had. I turned on my piano accidentally once. I really did. Accidentally, it freaked me out, and I turned it back off. I know I sound crazy. I'm not bringing that one to my feral cell meeting. I was just laying in the bathtub, actually thinking about it, and had my eyes closed, and I was just trying a little bit of a fucking push of my electrons through my magnet, and fucking I started realizing that I'm looking at my surroundings, but it doesn't look like my eyes are open, but I can see things. And I'm like, holy shit, what? And then I realized I was looking through that eye, and it's an infrared eye. It'll be useful when we're around Ra again. And it makes total sense that we have one in there because we were created, designed when Mother Earth was on the blue sun. I'm like, holy shit, that's what your pineal gland is. It's literally a third eye, but it sees UV. Ta-da! We can turn on and off different organs, and you can see those spells, formulas on the walls. I'm just afraid to try it. Yeah, and exactly dude, exactly. The science of it is fucking amazing. What we can do with our bodies, but we got to learn how to fucking manipulate that fucking magnet energy in our bodies and create all these fucking effects. And I can read them on the walls, but my God, it's scary. What if I shot somebody's liver out of the side of their fucking shit trying to heal it? You know what I mean? I don't have I don't even want to be the first one to try some shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't. Kind of freaks me out. Yeah, it's your inner eye. It fucking works. What's that? Shoot your liver out the side? That's what I'm talking about. That ain't what I saw in the drawing. I was like, holy shit, this is. We can really heal stuff in real time. We don't need medicine. We can heal bone. We can grow bone with the electromagnetic energy that can flow through us, especially if we're in meat. That multiplies everything we can do. Because again, that's how you make your magnet stronger. And with the stronger magnet, of course, you can force have a lot more force with that. And I could imagine if I was in meat, I fucking slipped and blew your liver out. Shit, fucking pate. Yeah, I don't want my spinal fluid in my brain cap. Yeah, you gotta know it. Exactly, Chad. You gotta know it to be able to do it. It comes with the intent from your heart and your electromagnetic energy and all that. It's something you can't fake because it's your nature. It's human nature for us to do that, and it wouldn't be a fake thing coming from us. It's just that we don't know. We've lost our knowledge. We've lost our language. The animals around us can speak it. We're the only ones that can't. But once we get it back and we give it to our kids at birth and fucking teach them what they are, like we were on those fucking in some of those temples, like I said, we were teaching our kids how to be little baby gods and giving them their magnet at birth. That's going to make a big difference in the next generations. Maybe not us, but I mean, I don't care. I don't care. I want to see our next generations be where we should, and that'd be fine with me. I'm cool. I've lived life. I've really had a good time at this life. I've had some really good experiences, um, and learning experiences and shit. So I have no regrets on my end of this. I just hope that the human race can get back on track. That would be really cool. Um, I really don't have any other motivation other than that, really. Like I said, I really don't give a fuck myself. I'm sure half of you feel the same way. I mean, we're over the halfway point statistically. We've had a good run at it, so I'm not really worried about my future. Is what I'm saying, Exactly. And I think that's why most of us are here because we're already of that mentality. That we're ready to do whatever it takes, right? Yeah, I have a couple of regrets, Pollyanna. Like I wasn't at home when my dog Storm died. She died alone on the back porch. I regret that terribly. I regret some of the things that I've done in my life, but Not really a regret. In a lot of ways, I wish I had never served. In a lot of ways, I'm glad I did. You know what I mean? I can't really say I regret any of that, any of the, any of these tough things that I've gone through and done and accomplished. I can't, uh, have come with good and bad consequences. Um, for the most part, good. Like I said, I mean, hemp is legal. Uh, got medical legal all over the place, helping little kids get healed. Um, the things I did to get them done, like, for example, the way I did it in Texas, I did it a little bit underhanded. I pulled a bluff. I bluffed. I bluffed. I bluffed, and I won with a bluff. I got lucky. Um, but it was underhanded, and I kind of, uh, I don't regret it because good came out of it. Kids are got their medical on. Texas even expanded it to where adults can get better and stuff, you know. But the way I did it was pretty dishonest. Yeah, Rebel, you can't really regret it, but you can't really, once you accept what happened, you have to accept that it was actually a learning experience that you had to go through to fucking learn what you know. I would have never known what I do if I hadn't done these things that I've done. Yeah, Deborah, that's what drove me. But like you know, like they say, good intention has led to the path of fucking great destruction. Um, I'm just glad my good intention came out okay. But the method I did it was very underhandedly and dishonest. Um, in a lot of ways, I had no grounds. Well, I had grounds, but I had no means to do what I said I was going to do because the letterhead I was using was legitimate. I was actually a faction of normal, but there was no way those defense lawyers were going to start prosecuting fucking anybody. I didn't have any backing to my words. I just had a letterhead and my words on it, and it worked. Um, but I lied. I told them, I said, you know, be prepared to be prosecuted in a human court, human rights court, if you can't provide a legitimate reason to keep this life saving medication away from these children. And I fought strong on it because they did. They came back at me like, you're not even in my jurisdiction. Some of them came back with, you're not even in my jurisdiction. So I made a second letter. It just as a side note, it's been brought to my attention that I am not in your jurisdiction, but I also wanted to remind you that human rights courts don't give a fuck what jurisdiction I'm in if you're violating human rights. And that was as short as it was. And it got fucking passed. Like I said, it was the easiest thing I've ever done in my life. After all that fucking hard work and shit, I sat down and wrote two fucking letters, and little kids were able to fucking medicate in fucking Texas. period. Well, they were more than two. It was two form letters. I sent them out to everybody involved. I just, it was less than honest. Just put it that way. And I don't like to operate like that. But I knew I could at that point, and that was my best chance to do it because there wasn't a single voter going to vote on this matter. It was totally up to the legislature, which put all the responsibility in each one of their laps. And I was like, oh, dear God. Oh. And I went for it. I made a fucking actual chapter of normal. I made an actual chapter. It was an actual registered chapter of normal in Galveston. So I mean, I was on the books, but yeah, I didn't have any. I didn't have any damn backing from them. There's no way if they would have balked on that, I would have walked away beaten and defeated. I couldn't have done anything about it. But that doesn't mean you guys can't get a fucking group together and fucking do the same thing to your politicians and back it up. I was just myself out there. I didn't know anybody, just Matt and Amber, and they didn't even know what I was doing at first. Then I told them, I told them, I told Zach, I told everybody what I was doing then after I did it. And then, I mean, like mailed off my first letters. I was like, I just fucking did A to Z and I showed them all my lists and shit. I was all happy. Like these motherfuckers. Then I got results back and shit. Yeah, Revo, I know. But here I am today talking about how you got to be honest and straight and true heart and all that shit. And they're, you know, these are things that we got to look back on in our lives sometimes, even though good came of it. You might want to rethink the way you did it. I just don't see as how it would have gotten done any other way in Texas. I don't know. It'd have been, I don't know. I wasn't about to play games. I pulled out all the stops and did what I could do. Yeah, it's not a big thing. It's like I said, it's not really a regret. It's just as I'm looking back, I could have done things different, maybe. Yeah, Dana, I know. That's the one that I keep coming up with. It's like, it did good. It did good. It helped those kids' lives. And it blossomed into other good things. I mean, there's other people now getting help in Texas. Other states went crazy that next year. They went legal. A lot of states went legal that next year. They're like, oh fuck, man, Texas made it legal for little kids. But yeah, I did it kind of dishonestly, but with a lot of passion. I'll tell you that. And like I said, I don't really regret it. I'm kind of forced to look at it though a little bit. Not with regret, but I need to look at that and what I did, trying to avoid doing that again. Well, exactly, Polly. I do need to look at it though. That way I can do it differently. Keep mindful of what did work and see if that can't be turned around to use it in a different manner, like getting a group together that actually could back that threat. Throw it out honestly, because at some point someone's going to balk. And I got away with it once. Yep, inside of every organ. Damn straight. And if there's a THC receptor, it's there as a created thing for our bodies to have. And that makes it not a coincidence and not a miracle drug. That's something we should have. I'm glad you get to see a result of that, Dana. I get to see it sometimes in videos when people are talking about their children that were helped because of it. It'll make me cry. I'll sit there and watch it and see the kid in the beginning, and then they boom after the first fucking dose, they instantaneously start getting better. And the more they dose, the better they get, the less they have these seizures and stuff. And it's like, holy shit, this is just. And they're up, they're off the couch. Next thing you know, they're interacting with their families, they're playing ball, they're having a life, and happy, laughing and running around. It's fucking amazing, and that's why I did it. That's why I did it. And I'm glad you get to experience that in person. It's fucking beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. It's fucking awesome. And I'm happy it happened. Why won't Tennessee? Because you guys ain't made Tennessee yet. Yeah, well, there was a lot of different reasons that they held it illegal for so long. The main reason being they needed an actual excuse to go to war, and because we were running all of our equipment, cars, and everything off of hemp fuel. We were pouring gasoline away because it was a waste product. Live resin in Colorado runs about $30 a gram, 20 to 30, 25 to 30, depending on where you buy it, how much you buy. You can find some deals. You buy an ounce, you get it for $12 a gram. Well, yeah, Pollyanna. The lack of THC in your receptors is detrimental to your health. Absolutely. Spin it of live sugar. See, look at that. That's what I said. I bought this. I bought 3 grams of this, the sugar hash, for $35. That's less than $12 a gram. But I bought it as a 3 gram package. I was like, fuck yeah, I'll take it. Well, we could find a way to tax it. The big deal was if we ran our cars and planes and trains and automobiles on it, we wouldn't have a reason to spread freedom. Dependency on oil. That's why it was illegalized in the first place. Yeah. And no war if everyone's high. And if you got plenty of food, because what's your byproduct? You got food, you got paper, you got clothing, you got fucking all kinds of shit coming out of your fucking byproduct from this shit. All of a sudden, everybody's healthy, wealthy, wise, and food and fed and clothed. Why are we going to war again? Who who needs what? Oil. Hmm. No, Pollyanna. That's what they said about Texas. They said I'd never get it legal. Jack Hare told me Texas would be the last one to go legal. You just got to hit them right. Hit them right. Hit them with truth. Hit them hard. Hit them strong, and don't let go. It just takes a little bit of perseverance and truth. Hit hard. Poor Regal. Yeah. You're in the minority now. You know what I mean? You're in the minority now. Most of the states are legal medically. It was illegal to own 10 acres. And, well, if you owned 10 acres, you had to plant 1 acre of hemp on that 10 acres by law for years. And then they brought out the prohibition. And then they had to re-legalize it through World War One and two, because of the viscosity of the oil in World War Two. There wasn't a synthetic oil that would oil the parts of a jet engine, and they literally had to re-legalize the production of hemp for the jet engine fuel. They pronounced that it was coming out for the fiber. I'm telling you right now, it was not the fiber that they had to regenerate hemp production in this country again for. It was for the oil, for the viscosity of the oil and the lubrication abilities to run their jet engines. It's the only reason they re-legalized it. They made it look like we did it for the sales and for the fucking parachute cords and all that shit. They used all that for that, but they produced fuel, fucking oil with fucking the hemp. That is what they needed. But you're not going to see that pronounced a lot. But you can go in and find the information. It's there. It's actually in Jack Hare's book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes. He went and did it for you. All you gotta do is read the book and you'll find that shit out. Pollyanna. It was a Republican senator I was working for that passed the hemp bill. What do we know about politicians from one of their ex top aides. There is no Republican Democrat. You're the only Republican Democrat in the nation. There is none at top. They all work for the same corporation. They make it look like it's the Democrats' fault. They make it look like it's the Republicans' fault. So you don't want to take off their heads as individuals. It's the royal party learning how to keep their heads on their shoulders because we used to cut them the fuck off. And we haven't done that for a couple of 100 years now. Exactly, Paul. Yes, Deborah, yes, exactly. The system is Anunnaki. It's an Anunnaki system. Absolutely. It has every signature and fucking earmark of Anunnaki, especially when you look at the bloodlines. That ties it in. It fucking secures it. Yeah, I like that, Paul. They only lie when their lips move. If we could only stop them from moving their lips so much. Making a Republican realize that their leaders are not working for them is just like doing the same thing for a fucking Democrat. Trust me. When Obama was in office, I was screaming at everybody about the $100 billion he'd just give the Saudis to bring us vets home in a box from the bullet that mom actually paid for. Worded another way, every mother that received a dead soldier paid for the bullet that made him dead. At 100 billion bullets, I was pretty upset that they were waving flags still for the blue guy. And then along comes Trump, and he gave the same motherfucking Saudis $400 billion. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. Here's the swamp thing in the swamp tromping around. And I see all these maggots doing the same thing. And then I'll tell them, I'm like, you're waving your flag at somebody that sent a boy home in a box from the bullet mama paid for. Just Hamites. They'll give you shit about it. And then you go over there on their page and look, and they're like, support the troops, support the troops, support the troops. So what do? I sit there on their page. You just told this fucking veteran that you love the guys giving $400 billion and sending us home in our fucking boxes with the bullet mama paid for. Oh, they don't like it. But I do that kind of thing a lot. When is the truth coming out officially? Fuck, Myrna. You've got the truth, man. Guess what? You know those officials in your government that you're waiting to tell you about what's coming and what's real? Guess what? I'm it. I'm it. How you doing? Glad you could make it. Sorry you don't like my messages. Sorry you don't like the truths. But this is about as official as you're getting. That's why I quit, because they refused to tell you. And I wasn't going to stay in that system and have my fucking hands with that kind of fucking blood on them for any kind of fucking price. I value soul bucks. I always have. Well, Mara, I made a couple hundred videos with that truth on it. I can't help it. The truth is so vast that we've been lied to about every aspect of everything, but here we are. I did my best. Yeah, truth is out. Thank you, Chad. Again, thank you, Chad. I agree with Regal. But in bulk, it's not getting out very fast yet. I have high hopes. Shepard's on the cutting room floor right now on that movie. You know? How many views has his last movie got? It's all over the place. Yeah, let them laugh at you. What are you going to do? Look, NASA came out and they said, what? We got a glowing wall of hydrogen at the edge of the solar system. Well, what's a glowing wall of hydrogen according to NASA if it's not a sun? Okay. We got Earth's spin is slowing down. It might be the moon. We don't know. We've got Lazarus comets waking up from millions of years of sleeping in the asteroid belt being revised by the gravity of Jupiter. Maybe, we think. Are you kidding me? Jupiter's been out there for millions of years too, right? All right, anyways. We've got Earth is being bombarded by neutrinos, galactic particles, the result of a nova sun exploding in a distant galaxy right to your eye. But we don't know why we're being bombarded. And we're not talking about a little trickle bombardment. We are talking about inundation bombardment. And they go on about how we are being bombarded. Every planet in the solar system has laid on its side. That's a NASA thing, too. What did we just say there? Every planet, not Earth. They didn't mention Earth. Just every planet in the solar system has laid on its side, like Neptune now. Who's the one telling you we laid down on our fucking side? Me. That's why the moon's flipping. These are all NASA reports. I'm saying you can go Google any of this shit. It's not just stuff I'm saying. It's stuff NASA is actually coming out and verifying. They're stumped and baffled. But what's funny, Dana, is if you look at my videos, you can see where I'm talking about it 6 months before they do. Because they have to come up with a cover story for what we're seeing at some point. They have to. They have to do it like that. But they're fucking coming out with every word I've said, but they ain't coming out and making the whole puzzle together. Like we got it. They told you we got a sun, but it's a glowing wall of hydrogen, and we really don't know what it is. But if you know what a fucking glowing wall of hydrogen at the fucking edge of the goddamn solar system is, it's not a fucking wonder why all the goddamn planets laid on their side anymore, is it? So, I mean, if you're looking for full disclosure, I think they've pretty much covered it. Because they've covered everything this insane man has said for years now. They just keep coming out with it. More and more and more and more. More verification that what I'm saying is not insane. And it's all tied to one event. We live in a three-sun system. That's the one thing they're not telling you. Unless, of course, you want to look at the glowing wall of hydrogen on the edge of the solar system and ask yourself, what the fuck is that? Yes. Well, Chad, I warn everybody too. You know that. I've told you. I don't blame you if you're a lurker. I see there's only 25 people in here and maybe six talking. I don't blame y'all for being quiet. Unless you're Eric Briggs, then you're a fucking pussy. Or fucking jackass. Fucking can't man up. But that's neither here nor there. Everybody else, I don't blame them. Because you're gonna be fucking followed. I'm the real deal. I'm the fucking whistleblower that they can't let go fucking viral. I have too much fucking. I outrank a motherfucker sitting in a cubicle talking about fucking shit that we knew 20 years ago, named Snowden, in the government hierarchy. I'm a really high fucking ranking whistleblowing motherfucker. Like I said, who tells the senator how to talk to a general? I do. That's who. Did. I used to. Well, like I said, we've got the truth now. It's just a matter of educating the public, which I think I've educated the public on harder things, benefits of marijuana. It can be done. And I don't know if you guys got to see it or not, but Shepard and Bellis sat here for 2 days and interviewed me. And then 2 days ago, he's like, give me your other material. And I shot him out raw, mapped, very specifically, raw mapped, and home brewed and scientific lead. Millions saw his last movie. This movie's about COVID and the real cause of it. He's not only talked to me, he talked to fucking Marshall Masters. I know that much. He's connecting it in with the space things. He predicted martial law because of a close asteroid passage the same fucking time that we're running out of food. And I was telling you we're going into lockdown since Christmas because of the food. Might it have been a joint fucking reason because of the fucking convergence of all them asteroids at once? Maybe. But regardless of them asteroids, we were going into lockdown and they had to take control of the food supply to make it look like anything other than we're out of food. Which they did very well, because I've still got friends that I've been telling since Christmas we're out of food, and they'll still fucking sit there and argue with me until they're purple in the face telling me it's the butcher that's sick. Is why I can't get beef. And it's like, fucking Christ, are you kidding me? And they never gave anybody the moon. Well, Deborah, take a break. Step back. Well, just keep giving them the moon. Like I said, it may take them a while, but once they have the moon, you stick to the moon, nothing but the moon. The moon's fucking doing cartwheels every time I talk to him. The moon's doing fucking cartwheels. She's fucking watching the moon. You know how the moon's doing cartwheels? Because we lay down on her fucking side. Look, here's NASA saying that all the other planets are laid down on their side. Why is it so hard to believe we lay down on our side? If all the 8 other planets lay down on their fucking side, why the hell can't we be on our side? And why can't that be why the fucking moon's doing cartwheels like Catfish fucking made shit fucking 8 years ago to fucking telling you about? We're the only planet in the solar system that didn't lay on its side? Is that what you're telling me? That's harder to believe than anything that you've told me all day. I'll sit in your living room, make you fucking think you're a fool. I don't care. Then I'll get up and leave. Damn it. I feel like you're doing good doing that too, Deborah. You're doing a lot better than most people. Maybe motherfucking wanna rebels. Mary motherfucking Warner. And coffee. I love my coffee too. But see, like I keep saying, look, the problem is there's a couple problems here. For quite some time, you've been awake and you've been trying to wake up your friends and family, and you've been using these other people to do it. And some of them just, I think you know what happened with that. Your family got it in their heads that you're crazy. Where they got that from, I don't know. Albers, maybe? Palladian messages, clouds, I don't know whatever it's been. Give them the moon and stick to it. It's real. They can't close down the web page. They can't not look at it. They can't close the book. The moon is in their sky, and every time they see it, it's going to be on a different angle. And they're going to realize, well, maybe this motherfucker actually nailed something here. So let's go see what you're talking about with the moon's doing cartwheels, because I'm watching it do a cartwheel. It may take them a while, but yeah, don't use the clouds. Use that moon. Be like, look at that fucking moon. That thing's doing fucking a roll like a clock. Man in the moon doing cartwheels. And man in the moon shouldn't be doing cartwheels. Isn't that confounded, confused? Isaiah 24:23. See, I could talk all day about the moon and never say the same thing twice. Yeah, the day you don't learn something, Heather, is a day wasted, in my opinion. In my opinion, everybody got. Very rarely do I show an opinion. Everyone's allowed their opinion. What I love about opinions, though, is opinions never change the fact yet. I don't know, Heather. They play funny like that, don't they? Well, good, Lala. What the hell kind of ceremony they got going on? I want one. I want one. I can say for sure I've had contact with one. They didn't tell me anything. Not a fucking thing. Ah, yes, Nova. Well, Paul, that happens. That's what some people refer to as the flash. Some people um, don't refer to it. The Bible does, basically, the very end, big fucking balls of fire and hitting the ground and all that shit. Um, it's our reality. That's where we're at. And we've got a few different ways we can handle it, and it's going to be a stronger Nova than it has been. Basically, what's going to happen is or not Ra, I'm sorry, the other guy, Horus. Horus comes up behind Set, the little yellow sun, and sucks it black like sackcloth and blows off. Well, Horus was born of all the gods a baby, and he's destined to grow brilliant and bright like his father. Guess what that requires? A nova sun explosion, which is a little bit different than a micronova. It's over. Good. Well, Heather, or I'm sorry, that was Kathleen. Now you need to learn how to relax your magnet and do that for yourself. Because that's why I wanted you to go see if that was affecting you. Because if you push that thing and you start feeling better, you need to turn it off and start learning how to do that with your own magnet. Because that's what's going on. Once you learn how to relax that magnet and shut this brain down, you're going to have that easement come from yourself. You won't need an outside stimulus of the Schumann to bring you back to a normalcy. Yeah. The yes, exactly, Paul. Look, you've been doing your homework, haven't you? That's why you mentioned it. Look at you. I love this shit. I can tell you because you're finding the same things I found. The Adam and Eve story. Hmm. The yeah, that's a funny thing. The Adam and Eve story that fits this scenario perfectly, doesn't it? It talks about how it tilts and then holds for a few years and then tilts. That's exactly where we're at right now. We've tilted and we held a few years. Our rocks will show this to future archaeologists. We have already gone down in history in stone and you didn't even know it. Isn't that cool? We made that mark that they're talking about in these movies about how the fucking polarity changes in your fucking rocks, and you can tell that that's what happened. Guess what? We have been making that mark in our rocks for 10 years now. Welcome to history, made in stone. Archaeologists will talk about this day and wonder what we were doing. Dragging knuckles or talking to each other on the internet, drinking coffee, smoking marijuanas, talking about our magnet. Oh my God. It yes, it's just when. Well, soon. I'm betting soon, Paul. That's what I'm betting. Well, that's when you know you got the bug. All you want to do is be meek. What other choice do you have? Let's roll with this. Let's do it. Let's fucking do this. I've been little tiny fucking minuscule by myself all my life. All right, we tried that model. It don't work. Let's get together and let's be some fucking awesome motherfucking creatures that we were created to be, and let's shine. See, that is where I'm at. I'm sure that's where you're at, and that's all you can think about. Good. Good. That's the mindset you need to be in to be useful to mother and father in this time. And that's what it means by waiting for the call. Because now you're open, you're ready. You're ready to be meek. You just don't have a direction yet. And we got to wait for the call. I don't have a direction yet. I'm still sitting over here tinkering with my little magnet, trying to figure out how I can talk to you guys with it occasionally. Trying to figure out different ways to calm it. Especially when new things start happening and you start feeling pressure in your chest and you can't breathe. And it's like, fucking, what the fuck is this? All of a sudden, I thought I had a handle on this. Wait a minute. Things got exciting this week, didn't they? The sixth density, uh-oh. That feeling took you to a cardiologist, and the cardiologist looked at you and said, "You're fine. Just chill." Well, we know how to get rid of it. Get out there, get her feet on the ground. Make her chill. Relax this thing. Tell her, shut this motherfucker down. If you want to feel better, get your feet on the ground, sit your ass over here and go like this. And just push all that down. Because that's where it needs to go. It needs to go down to Mother Earth so she can push it out the back. And then when you breathe in, you're going to breathe in plant farts. And that's going to be good for you. He told you were fine. Yeah, I'm sure you were too. I'm sure you were. We were all feeling it at the same time, Deborah. And we will be from now on, obviously. It's a little unnerving, but it's okay. We're made for this, and we just got to learn as they come. Like I said, every new day is going to be something new to learn. You've got a magnet in your chest, and it's being brought to the front of the table every day because it is what we need to survive this. And all the bunnies. The bunnies wouldn't be okay without us. It helps, Chad, to know what we are, know what's going on. She gonna go see the doctor. Play this human frequency for her, Paul. She'll start to feel better, and you'll be like, "Told you." She'll be like, "God dang it! Quit playing that human frequency. I keep feeling better. I'm gonna go to the doctor if I'm gonna feel better." Like, come on now. I just healed you. Wasn't it just a minute ago you were chirping out? You're feeling better now, right? Because I'm playing this fucking frequency. Turn it off. Torture her. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, I'm just gonna turn off the fucking human then. There you go. There you go. How do you like that? Feeling better? I'm sorry. Oh dear. You've been sleeping with the human. See, that'll probably help you sleep better too, Deborah. Paul's over here pushing the frequency play button and off button. It's not doing anything, right? Yeah, and there is that too. What up, CH? You don't want to get addicted to your Schumann frequency on your electronics. You want to learn how to maintain that. Chad is exactly right. Yeah, I know, Deborah. That's why I tell people all the time. You hear me. I'm sure you tell people too. Go turn on your Schumann. It actually physically will fucking alter your physical being, and it does. What better proof do you need? I was like, all right, cool. This is how we're going to do this because I went and checked it myself. I was like, oh, after Mom gave me the information, I made a video. And I went and I checked it out. And I was like, well, this shit actually fucking works for these symptoms. And that's when I figured out the bunheads were absolutely fucking batshit nuts. I had always suspected. But that human frequency spike is not going to elevate us to no fucking fifth dimension. Yep, you need to work it with your biology. You need to find a way to work it with your biology because that's what we're here for. And any old electrical system, if you're not letting that electric flow, you're a capacitor and you're building up charge and you're going to crack and explode and have a heart attack and die. So don't do that. Well, Lala, how can you have the human frequency, an outside source, actually graduate you from college when you haven't even gotten out of grade school yet? You know, that whole bunhead shit can just suck a dick. Don't worry about the sixth density just yet. You're still in the fucking third dimension. Let's work on this one. Then we can worry about the other dimensions later. You know, we got to master this one first. And that requires us to have that symbiotic relationship, not only with the plants, but with the planet. Hi, Trace. Yeah, that's all I got for you. That's just as straight as nice as it gets. Regal, I've found that that is really valid to vibrate yourself at a fucking low tone. It helps. Oming. It's funny in these traditions where you find value once you start understanding. That's the whole reason the traditions are held, because once they come, we'll recognize what they're held for. No, I'm not talking about them contacting you. I'm saying it's weird that people on Earth, on the third, in our dimension here, believe that the human spikes are going to take them and place them into the sixth density, like instantaneously graduate us. Somebody that doesn't bother me. That's not what the bunheads are saying. They ain't say, well, you know, some of them do, you know, say they're contacting me and this and that and everything. First off, I don't even know what the fucking sixth density is. It sounds kind of esoteric to me, so I stay away from it. But what I'm saying is, the human frequency ain't going to graduate you. A sixth density being coming down and talking to you, I would believe that much more than the fucking human frequency is going to make me graduate to any density if I don't know how to fucking master that myself. That's what I'm saying. That's all. That's where I was saying that bunheads were absolutely wrong and batshit nuts. That's to clarify that. That's what I'm saying. I made a video explaining it very clearly, probably clearer than that. But no, I'm not picking on you for having aliens talk to you or fucking other density creatures talk to you. Christ, I'm talking to a planet, okay, that I thought was a rock last year, for God's sake. But I'm not going to ascend to a planet next week just because the human frequency is spiking for me. I'm not going. That's what I'm saying. It's two totally different things, actually. So that's all. No, I know, Lala, but that's what I'm saying. You were asking me, but that little bit of excerpt that we were talking about, I wasn't even talking to you about. So, but you heard it and thought I was talking about your sixth density, and that's actually not what I was talking about. But I think I clarified it for you. Yeah, yeah, I know, you know, you're not. But at first, see, the reason I mentioned that, Lala, is because I stumbled into the human frequency and realized that it is a connection to us and Earth, and I had rejected it. So I started listening to the bunheads, and they were telling me that human spikes are gonna fucking, they're causing all these symptoms of sickness and shit. And then I found out through looking at Professor Schumann's research that they were exactly wrong. And that's where I was bringing in the bunhead thing, because I had actually listened to them at one point and I made that mistake of listening to them. And then I found out the human frequency actual research, and I was like, oh, they're batshit nuts. That's where the batshit nuts came in, not you, not your talking to sixth density people. That it was the actual bunheads I was listening to were batshit fucking nuts. So I should have known better. And I made a video explaining what I had done and that I should have known better. I actually made a video just saying those words that I just said to you. It's how open I am about when I fuck up. I make a video. That's why I brought it back up, actually, because I mean, it's just backed up every day that that's not the situation. I understand that you understand that. So, like I said, the statement I was making was on the video I had made, not the fact that you're talking to six dimensional beings. I can't tell you you're not. I'm talking to a planet that I thought was a rock last year. So, but that doesn't mean I'm going to ascend to the fifth dimension either. You know, that's a totally, yeah. Yeah. Now, see, yeah, we're taught rules of vibration. Now, if we raise our own vibration and figure all that out, then fucking you can ascend to fucking light. You're limited by your own fucking ability of fucking learning and discerning all this. That I get that too. And if you can figure out, if we can figure out collectively how to raise our fucking, Toth tells us we came from light. It's physics. Physics demands that if you raise your vibration at a certain point, at so many hertz, you will become red light and then white light. It's a progressive higher frequency kind of thing. It's fucking amazing. And we're magnets. And we can do that. So, hey, woo! Yeah, you can ascend, but yeah, the human frequency is not the thing that's going to make us do it. Yeah, meditation and being a human, being what you were made to be, and accepting it and pushing the limit. Uh, being the child of creation. I mean, you got to learn how to create, right? You're a child of creation. You got to start learning how to be a little god instead of being this little peon that we are. Uh, that's a natural development of something like that, I would imagine. But it requires us, our participation, because no one's going to hand anything to you like the school systems today. To pass this school, you actually have to read. It's not the No Child Left Behind program. Yeah, it's not coincidence, Dana. And a lot of people say I'm waking up late to this and that. No, you're not. You're waking up exactly on the time that you wanted. or that you were needed to wake up, because this is what it looks like when the creator's putting his design back to fucking his creation. He ain't gonna desert Mama. She's first creation over here. She's been usurped. And the creator has given it to them, haunted them in their dreams to the point that they wrote them in the cuneiform several different times about how the creator of all has haunted them in the dreams for what they're doing to us. How many times is he gonna fucking warn them? I think that time's over. That's why we're here. That's why we have this knowledge now. None of this is coincidence. This is not accident, and it wasn't my intent to find any of this. It just happened, and in a fucking unquestionably intervened way. There's no coincidence that you're here. There's no coincidence that you're waking up now or woke up years ago. I always thought, I saw this too early. I started talking about it too early. You know what? If I hadn't started doing this early, we wouldn't be here today. Everything I've gone through has been for a purpose. And at the time I was going through it, I sure as fuck didn't know what purpose. I sure as hell didn't know it was leading to us having our old language back. And beyond that, proving our creator actually exists in every atom in creation, proving we are creatures with fucking incredible potential in our own chests. Just all this stuff that we found out. I was not looking for it. It found me on a Stella. Then it was so unbelievable, I had to actually look at it just to prove I wasn't fucking nuts. And here we are today. I still sound crazy. But I've proven everything I've said. Get some sleep, Deborah. Thank you for hanging out, my little wrench lady. Yeah, Chad. It's changed. It's yeah. Yep. Yeah. I lived in California. I could walk to my friend Robert's shop from my house where I was working in my little shed. Um, Raising Seamus in my hometown with friends. We go up to the mountains every weekend and fucking out to the hot springs and the fucking natural slides. And we had a lot of fucking fun. We had a really good life. Um, yep, that changed. Every bit of it changed. Yeah, Paul. Well, I did that as a social experiment on a couple of different levels. And I came out with an awful lot of data from it on a couple of different levels. I may grow it back again after all this shit goes down and I'm not blowing glass anymore. I could see being comfortable with a beard. But it just became way too hot, way too cumbersome, way too uncomfortable when I would be blowing glass and the sweat would be in there and fucking making me itch. It itches bad enough at this stage. It's you can see it's got little prickly hairs. These motherfuckers, ladies, don't grow a beard. It's fucking itchy. The biggie. I loved. I loved being able to fiddle with my beard. Yeah, I know. Well, the funny thing is, in my older videos, I had hair much like this. And throughout the period of the year and a half or so that I made these videos, or the year, it only took me like a year to grow that beard that long. You can watch it in my videos. You see my face. I kept it clean and everything for the longest time. And then I was like, fuck it, I'm going to grow this beard. The natives say that when you grow your hair long, it adds to your intuition. And I had other devious plans going on. I wanted people to think I was stupid for a while because I needed them to. Because I knew I was dealing with some fucking people that were unscrupulous. And I wanted to get to the bottom of who was doing this shit to me. And I did. And I made a video and I cut my hair. I hope you're interested in this knowledge of Earth because that's the planet we live on. And it has everything to do with you and me and what we're here to do. So, like I said, go back, get on my page over there on Angry Catfish, not this one, and hit all my videos and go oldest and work your way back to the fucking newest. I wouldn't even watch them as I'm putting them down unless I'd be like, holy shit, unprecedented update. Fucking, you might want to look at this. I'd ignore everything I do until I work my way back up to it. Personally, just honestly, God, that's the best advice I got for you. That is exactly what I would do. That's what I did on Scientific Lee's channel when I went there and I found, and that's what I do on fucking all these channels that I find anything interesting in. I will go to their first video and push play all, and I will watch them right up until I'm done. That's how I've done with the Vipers. That's how I did with the Fall of Empires and all that shit, and fucking all the tablets and toss and all that shit, man. That's how I do it all. I'll go to like Josh's. I'll be like Josh reading the Emeralds, and I'll find all of that shit and all the Inkies and all that shit, and I'll watch them all. I'll watch them all from fucking go to down, and I take it in. I don't understand why people don't do that. If they find a very strong interest or in something and getting something out of something, you should probably go back to the beginning and look. Don't expect it all to be in the last video they put in. You know, and I'm finding that a lot of people do that. And they expect me to bring everything to them in that next 15 minutes. And it's like, you just don't understand the volume of what we've discovered. It's huge. Don't cut. See, I cut it. I got a good connection with the creator here. I just got hot. I couldn't deal with the heat. I couldn't deal with this itch and all that shit because of what I do for a living. I need to keep this kind of clean because I'm that close to the flame. I catch my fucking face on fire. You didn't like the hair too much either, Paul. Well, hey, it was what it was. It was like I said, about 9, 10 months of a learning experience. As far as the intuition thing, it worked. Like I said, it used to be like I'd walk away from having a conversation with somebody and I'd be like, I wonder if they're thinking about it. Well, now, like when I had my long hair, when I would walk away from somebody, I knew for a fact they thought I was the nuttiest motherfucker they'd ever talked to in their life. I didn't have any thoughts about it. I was like, I wonder if no. I knew for a fact they thought I was the craziest motherfucker they'd ever run into in their life. See, that's how they helped my intuition. that's that's all I got out of it. So I figured it wasn't really worth it. Yes. And in the old ancient language, Lala, it stands for plasma too. Um, and it's an antenna. Yes. So, yep. I can read your language, even if you can't. I can, because you guys still write in the old language. You just didn't know it. I've had a lot of older tribes, wisdom holders, giving me their name, saying, "Can you read this?" And I can. Absolutely fucking across the board so far. Haven't been stumped yet. it's, it's pretty wild because I've never looked at ancient anything, let alone Native American writings or anything. You guys are pretty tight-lipped about it. Really, I mean, your real secrets. You're really tight-lipped about it. You're worse than the Masons. Yeah, I think you know that's true. If you don't, you need to talk to your medicine man. Hmm. What tribe, Lala? What tribe are you in? Out of curiosity. Well, get me to a gatekeeper, Lala. Everybody's closed their fucking borders right now. I can't even get a hold of anybody. And I got all these other people telling me they can't get a hold of their own tribesmen because of COVID. I've been invited to an awful lot of tribe lands. And I sat out here in the West waiting, and I couldn't get a hold of anybody that had invited me to their lands. And I took it personal. Like, fuck you. I'm going to the Masons then. Okay. You're in Canada, aren't you? Your tribe. Because that name sounds familiar to me, and I believe it's a fucking Canadian name, and I couldn't get a hold of them. because my phone service doesn't reach Canada. Chad, your antennas fell out, man. Okay, Wisconsin, close to Canada. All right. Well, maybe I did call you guys. I'd have to look at. Do you know if you're on the powwow list? Because, dude, that sounds really familiar. And I think there's only like 3 tribes in Wisconsin. So I'm pretty sure if you're on that powwow list, I called you guys. And spoke to somebody up there in your tribe. Because I called everybody on the powwow list. I'm pretty sure if you're native, you know what that is. And I understand it's only got about half the tribes on it, as I understand. And I didn't even know that many tribes existed. But I don't know any other more comprehensive lists. Yeah, they ain't there. They ain't very many. There's a lot more in Arizona and fucking Nevada than anywhere. And Colorado's got a bunch of them too. And yeah, if you're federally recognized, you're on that powwow list. They don't recognize half the tribes. I understand. I don't know how it works. I don't even. Like I said, I've never looked into it. First week in July. Okay. Okay. Cool. Then yeah, you're on the list. I've spoken to somebody in your tribe at some point, 8 9 months ago. Let them know what was going on. I was reading your ancient languages, and the moon's doing cartwheels. All the tribes I spoke with had noticed about the same time that I noticed that the moon was doing cartwheels, which told me you guys are still watching. So that's good news. At least you guys are watching, waiting. What confuses me though, Lala, this whole prophecy thing with the Hopi, because I've been dealing with them, of course, and then um, I went and called everybody on the powwow list. I run into a few tribes that were having mass visions of drowning, and they had actually made the community decision to move the entire tribes off of the coast where they were at. And I went to the Hopi with that, and the Hopi refused them and literally sent me to the Navajo. Told me the Navajo stole their land, and if we want to reunite any family, we're going to have to go to them because they got their land. And literally, there's 73-year-old fucking wisdom holder of the tribal council tells me this shit. So what did I do? I loaded up my son over Christmas. And we went down to fucking Window Rock and negotiated that with the Navajo folks. And he was really excited and wanted to have his family reunited and everything. And when I went back, like I said, this fall to check it out, or this summer to check it out and see what was going on with that, their borders were closed. And I sat and galloped for almost 2 weeks trying to get a hold of somebody down there. But I couldn't. Well, good, la la, because we're going to have the world as we know it end, and Earth is going to thrive again. um, I think it's more, how are we going to handle the government? We are the government. We got to be the change. We can't let the government do what they want. What Mama keeps showing me needs to happen. She's got some emissaries. Like I said, they can't get in their bunkers. She's got emissaries that need to meet with these corn givers so she can have a peace meeting with the ones that have done this to us so they can start making reparations here and fixing their planet there. And I'm having not too much luck of it because of this COVID lockdown. Yeah, I know. I hate typing myself, Lala. Fucking hate typing. That's why I like Messenger, because you can actually push that little microphone down and talk for a minute. In Mexico or New Mexico? And uh, we should all be uniting. And I'm glad to hear that tribes are uniting as one. We should all be uniting as one tribe. Absolutely. And that's the message I called and was telling everybody, all the tribes in America here. I couldn't call Mexico and Canada with my phone service, but everybody in North America I got to talk to. Well, on that powwow list, anyways. Um, exactly. We should all unite, and that was basically my message to everybody on the powwow list. And I walked through, the red and blue kachina, what I found and stuff. Um, Come to find out, a lot of people already knew. It, it blew my mind. Anyway, um, but it disheartened me when I started getting those kind of reactions from the ones that this prophecy, so-called prophecies, engineered around. When they started sending me to other people to take their family to, and I was like, well, fuck, okay. Like I said, I didn't let that stop me, but started letting me in on this meeting mom wants to have ain't going to be the easiest thing to make happen. It is because of egos standing in the way. Well, here's my problem, Lala. Like I said, I went to the culture center of the Hopi, and I've been told by people that the culture center of the Hopi isn't the real wisdom holders that I need to get a hold of. I don't know who the fuck I need to get a hold of, so I stopped trying and I put out the word because mom says, this isn't your avenue. Put it out. There ain't nothing I can do. Put it out. Tell your family this needs to happen. If anybody has knowledge on who I need to talk to, get me in touch with them, please. Because I don't have any way to do that. What I do know, which is funny enough, is the other side of the family, the Jesuits, the fucking Masons. I'm familiar with that power structure a lot more so than a Native American power structure. Um, so that's where I'm at now. I'm knocking on these doors and I'm asking my family to help me get in touch with the people I need to on that side of the family. Because we need to reunite this shit. The whole shit. Well, La, have you seen it? Have you seen my mark? I had that swastika put on me as a 9-pointed star. It's a throwing star. It's my chi. It's blue. And it's the mark of the assistant. It's a 9-pointed star. And it's the male purity sign. And funny enough, it's plasmatic with blue all over the star. And I woke up one day and started reading the ancient languages like they were my own. Um, I shook the world before I began that. You've heard some of that testimony tonight. Um, I'm ready to shake the world again, but I need to get in front of the people that that requires. And there's a lot of doors closed. I need those doors open. Mama needs those doors open, and the egos need to drop that are holding them closed. Now, if it's a matter of this information hasn't gotten to the right people, can you help that information get to the right people, please? Because I am doing everything I possibly can in my fucking power to get it there. And I don't know how. I know how to walk right to their den, but mom tells me I can't. I have, I can't. It would cause political unrest throughout everywhere. I have to do this right. So I'm asking you, if you know anybody that I don't, please get them the information. I know it's a wild thing, and I can't believe how I'm being treated by the Hopi people themselves, as if I want something from them, and I don't. I can tell you one thing I know, and it's I don't really care who knows at this point, neither does mom. It's not the Hopi that I actually need to talk to. The Hopi are gate holders for the Havasu Pi. The Havasu Pi are the gate holders for the Anunnaki. I need to talk to the Havasu Pi, but I need to go through the fucking Hopi to do it. We do have to talk because I know where they're at. I know I could walk right to them. I just can't. I'm not allowed. You can get a hold of me on the fucking that chat thing on Facebook, the Messenger, anytime, or on either one of my channels. I'm easy to get a hold of. I just I want to see this fixed. Well, you get a hold of me on Messenger and we can do a face to face. Just let me know who you are on Messenger. I'd really appreciate it. Mother would really appreciate it. The big end picture of this whole meeting that she wants to have. See, keep it in mind, Mom's first creation. So is Planet Heaven, and Mom's actually related to Planet Heaven. It's either the aunt or the niece. I'm not good enough understanding yet to discern which one, but I get the picture. She's worried about her relative over there with a gun to her head right now because she's only got one shield up and only one potential shield. These Anunnaki are not healing their planet, and it's not gold that will heal it, it's their hearts. They lost that knowledge eons before they came here and took it from us. And they need to have that again. That's the only thing going to fix this original design. And they have to know it. They're not stupid. They rule over a whole fucking planet. They've got physics down real good, but they had no clue what we were drawing on these walls, and these walls are telling me what they need to do to fix their planet. Yeah, I know you guys have. I've never looked at your traditions. I've never looked at your religions. I've never looked at your cultures. When Mom asked me to start calling people, I looked up the list and I almost fell down because I had the impression there might have been 6 to 8 Native American tribes in the United States. Okay. That should give you a little bit of a clue what I knew going into this. It shouldn't be me doing this. I keep saying this. I have the least knowledge of anybody I know of. With the, you know, my whole reaction to the fucking Hopi culture. Get those fucking dolls out of my face. I'm a boy. I don't need them. Okay. I was typical white boy going into this, and I was afraid that I'm calling these people and telling them they can't no longer be their individual tribes. They got to gather as one tribe and one family and one planet, one family and all love, drop their egos and shit. I was sure of one thing, Lala. These tribes are going to unite, all right, to scalp my ass. And I ended up having a good 2 or 3 months of some of the best, most awesome fucking conversations I've had in my life. It was the most non-scary thing I've ever done. It was beautiful, actually. I'm gonna be underground when this thing goes. They're hiding underground, Chad. They're afraid to come to the surface because of what Mom might do to them. And they're afraid they can't go deeper because they know the minions are right there now. She has. I keep calling them minions. They're emissaries. They're either emissaries of peace or death. It's their choice at this point. This is the last peace offering on the table. And it needs to fucking go down. Mama wants it to go down really, really smooth, like. So I'm minding my manners. And she says if it waits too long, she'll fucking clear the mesa and I can walk right in. We don't want that. That means by that point, millions of people have already died. So we're trying to avoid that. Mama wants to bring us all with her. That's her goal. I'm with it. Let's do this. So get her the peace meeting. You know what my position is? The assistant, basically. long story short, or long story short, I get to stand in between the factions as a fucking security blanket for these cats over here that they actually have to go through me to get to them so they can escape the fuck out of here. These fucking minions want to eat them because they're terrified of Mother and her emissaries because they've been trying to fucking overcome them for fucking. And every time they get near them, they just eat the fucking Anunnaki alive. They're gods, warriors. They're guardians of her life force. There's no overpowering that kind of shit. You're the keepers of the water. Do you have the water crystal that Mama seeks? Do you have a bucket that has a crystal in the bottom of it that perpetually fucking produces water? That would be a better statement. More specific to the cause. Because if so, you are definitely the person I need to talk to. And how did I know about it? Because Mama showed me. And I think I know who has it. And it's the Hopi. Mama said I got to take it back. Maybe that's what they don't want me to fucking come around for. Maybe they know. Because I don't. I don't know what it's even about. But she keeps showing me this fucking crystal in a bucket that produces water. You know, I'm like, all right, she wants it back. That's hers. She's revoking it. And I'm like, all right, whatever that means, I've got to find that too in my fucking quest. It's an object. It gets strange. La la. This whole thing just gets stranger and stranger. And like I said, I don't talk about a lot of it. I made a video, one video, explaining a little bit about it because I don't understand it all. I can't explain it to a kindergartner. So I don't talk about the original prophecy that came from Giza, from the Hopi people when they spelled their name differently, when they were actually one of the not lost tribes. They got writing basically from Enki himself that talks about a wall of Walaka and how one day the Lord's guardian angel of mysticism, logic, and knowledge is going to wake up and read the ancient languages as his own. And it goes on and on and on about the fucking, like the Mayan prophecy. And then all of a sudden it emerges out on this side as the fucking Mayan prophecy, and it's handed down over and over and over and became the Hopi prophecy. That's why I'm in every one of these fucking prophecies that I've read. They all read the same. From the same author, and the author traced back to the original fucking Hopi tribe, straight out of Enki. Nice. so you can magnet out some good water. You know, we can clean sources too with our magnets. They've done experiments like that. I'd like to read them. I'd like to read them. I'd like to have the opportunity to. It turns out I can read old shit. I didn't mean to, but it makes sense to me. If you're writing in the look, I went out here 10 miles from the house and I'm sitting there looking at these things that they were scrawling on the walls, glyphs. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking at it and I'm looking at the fucking picture of it all conglomerated into one picture. And I'm like, oh my God. You know, you guys are writing the same fucking language they were in Giza. All over the globe. And then I started talking to the Wani Oogie Yug tribe. Wani Oogie Yug tribe. Wani Oogie Yug. Wani Yug. They're in Louisiana ish, Missouri. Their wisdom holder. And then I was talking to the Laquita Sioux in the Sioux tribe. And they have a lot in common. They came here in a mist from a different planet, basically, in a love created a community circle, and they walked through with straight hearts to here and arrived in a mist. And they have a language, of course, that was based on their original planet, so their tradition holds. And I can read them too. They're the same language. It's the same language. It's a universal language of universal physics throughout the universe. It's not just a global language, it's a universal language. You're from, so I could probably read your fucking language. That's what I'm talking about. And like I said, I should be the last one doing it because I didn't know a goddamn thing about any of this before I found out that I could do this. And that's why I've been trying to teach everybody else to do it. Because it's actually not that hard to do once you get the concept of what the fuck we were talking about. It's very cool, Lola. It's very fucking cool. It makes so much sense out of everything. It's fucking amazing. And like I keep saying, it's not coincidence we're finding this out right now because we need to know this right now. Imagine that. Okay. So you add that. Okay, cool. Yeah, well, there you go. That's the long and the short of this whole fucking where I've what this is it. Hi. I'm trying to assist things and I'm having problems. Could you help me out? That's my message for today. But this week again, like I said, even though everybody's got their borders closed, I am finding some doors open in other avenues like the Masons. And I'm finding out it might not actually be the Masons I need to talk to, which is just okay. I'm just weeding my way through trying to find just the best I can. And I found the hospitalers actually still exist without time broken. They are fucking the original hospitalers. And that's da-da-da-da, with the fucking Knights Templars. But the Knights Templars were disbanded and murdered and all this and that and other thing. But the Hospitallers never went through that. Kind of like the Havasu Pie. They never went through the fucking Americanification of the Indians. They were only found 80 years after all of that shit happened. Because they were so deep in the fucking Grand Canyon, nobody even knew they were there. They hold their original fucking languages and their original fucking traditions that the Hopi lost because of the Americanification of the fucking American Indians. Yes, I know, Lala. And I am to try to assist to help them overcome that. And it's just not happening. They're afraid. There's fear and egos everywhere. I understand what's going on. I really do. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen them acquiring this shit, even just recently. You have all of yours too. That's good. I know some tribes do, especially you guys that came from another planet. You've held it. And I know exactly how you guys did it. I can show you the pattern you sit around in your families before you came here on your planet and tell you exactly how you got here. And I can tell you, and you'd be like, "Damn, this fucking white boy knows our secrets." That was the reaction of the Hopi people, anyways. Well, it attained you being actually you had to be meek on your planet. You were undivided on your planet, and you were all one family with nature, and you decided to come here because you were needed here. And you guys lined up in a fucking human hallback array, opened up a Lazarus seat big enough to walk through, and that's exactly how you fucking got here. You walked right through with a straight heart of intent to come here. Poof, here you are. Hi, Polycentric. How you doing? Well, Chad, like I said, they don't have to talk in this chat because people will be following them around anyways. Yes, you know what, La? That seems to be the feeling of all of the tribes that I've talked to that came here from somewhere else. They want to go back. It's a soup sandwich here. It's fixing to go back all right. We're going to be okay. We just might need, this might be your apex of why you're here to help us through this, help Mother through it. And thank you for being here because we do need help. That's for damn sure. I used to hope that we get this accomplished. And hope and hope and hope. Now, I'll tell you what, I already know it's going to happen. We already won. So I'm not worried about the timeline anymore. Or I can't concentrate my energies on every downstep on this when I run into a wall somewhere and shit. I just got to find new avenues and understand that there's seeds planted. And at some point, these fucking wisdom holders are going to come out. They already know how to get a hold of me. Something's going to break. You are here to help, Lala. It's the only reason I can imagine you guys came here. Look at us. Have you looked around? We are definitely off of creation's fucking design. And we need a little bit of steering to get back on it. Not much, I imagine. Just enough. A little bit of assistance. My coffee's almost done. Once I get started working, I'm going to be working. Working. I'm going to unplug this kiln over here, plug it in over there, and plug this one into my box again, and run off of my fucking broken equipment. As long as it'll let me. Lala wants to go back. I don't blame you. The entire Wani Oogie Wood tribe is thinking about going back too. And they have already formally thanked me for helping them piece together how to do it. Because they had actually forgotten the method that they got here. Now they remember how they got here. Australian red wine. Red wine. I'm smoking sweet hash. It's called sugar hash. And it's that good. I would like to hang out and talk to some of them. I have a strong feeling. I've already talked to your wisdom holder, and you do know a lot. Like I said, your tribe sounds familiar. Very French. Oh. That is some good stuff. All right. Going upstairs for a second, making sure my kid's getting in bed. It's bedtime.
Call these in on the powers of the seven.
And he's got to walk his dogs and shit.
And change the earth's balance. Sounds like a pole shift.
It does.
Down sank Atlantis beneath the dark waves, shattered the gateway that had been opened, shattered the doorway that led down below. All of the islands were shattered except Unal, and part of the island of the sons of the dweller. Preserved he them to be the lights on the path for those to come after, lights for the lesser children of men. Called he then I Toth before him, gave me commands for all I should do, saying, take thou, O Toth, all of your wisdom. Take all of your records, take all of your magic. Go thou forth as a teacher of men. Go thou forth reserving the records until in time light grows among men. Light shall thou be all through the ages, hidden yet found by enlightened men. Over all earth give we ye power. Free thou to give it or to take it away. Gather thou now the sons of Atlantis. Take them and flee to the people of the rock caves. Fly to the land of the children of Kiln. Then gathered I the sons of Atlantis. Into the spaceship I brought all my records. I brought the records of sunken Atlantis. Gathered I all of my powers and instruments, many of mighty magic. Up then we rose on wings of the morning. High we arose above the temple, leaving behind the three and dweller deep in the halls neath the temple, closing the pathway to the lords of the cycles. Yet ever to him who has knowing open shall be the path to Amenti. Fast fled we then on the wings of the morning, fled to the land of the children of Cam. There by my power I conquered and ruled them. Raised I to light the children of Cam. Deep neath their rocks I buried my spaceship, waiting the time when man might be free. Over the spaceship erected a marker in the form of a lion, yet unto a man. There neath the image rests yet my spaceship, for to be brought when the need shall arise. So his spaceship is underneath the Sphinx. Well, that's great. I'm glad we know that now. Know ye, O man, that far in the future invaders shall come from out of the deep. Oh, really?
Yeah, out of the deep.
Far in the future invaders shall come from out of the deep. Then awake, ye who have wisdom. Bring forth my ship and conquer with ease. Deep neath the image lies my secret. Search and find in the pyramid I built. We will do that, sir. Each to the other is the keystone, each the gateway that leads into light. Follow the key I leave behind me. Seek, and the doorway to life shall be thine. Seek thou in my pyramid, deep in the passage that ends in a wall. Seek thou in my pyramid, deep in a passage that ends in a wall. That's that video I was telling you about. Seek it, and the doorway of life shall be thine. That was that video I told you guys about last week. Let me find that again. Yeah, Great Pyramid, a strange sacred door at the top half in the Queen's chamber. I saw that referenced last week in some of the tablets that we were reading from. And I'm going to drop it in the chat room again for you there. It's that green video. You have to watch it again. See, that's exactly what he's talking about there. Let me read that for you again. For in the future, invaders shall come from out of the deep. Then awake ye who have wisdom. Bring forth my ship and conquer with ease. Deep beneath the image lies my secret. Search and find in the pyramid I built. Each to the other is the keystone, each the gateway that leads into life. Follow the key I leave behind me. Seek, and the doorway to life shall be thine. Seek thou in my pyramid, deep in the passage that ends in a wall. That in that video, you will see that that's the passageway that ends in a wall. They set a robot in there with a camera. And you can see it. It's a star chart. That's what he's talking about here. It's there. And we're just ignoring it?
Continual. Still.
I want to figure this out.
No, you don't.
I want to make all this happen.
You don't want to.
How do we do that? You got any ideas?
Welcome back.
Use thou the key of the seven, and open to thee the pathway will fall. Now unto thee I have given my wisdom. Now unto thee I have given my way.
I need to go look.
Follow the pathway. Solve thou my secrets. Unto thee I have shown.
I just saw it. When we looked at it earlier, it was at
end of tablet number 5
o'clock. Here. It was just a couple hours ago.
The key of magic. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, tablet number 6. Hark ye, O man, to the wisdom of magic. Hark the knowledge of powers forgotten. Long ago, in the days of the first man, warfare began between darkness and light. Men then as now were filled with both darkness and light, the duality. And while in some darkness held sway, in other light filled the soul. I, age-old in this warfare, the eternal struggle between darkness and light, fiercely is it fought all through the ages using strange powers hidden to men. Again, wow, I read this stuff, man. I'm going, George Lucas was all over this stuff before he wrote Star Wars. There's just no way he wasn't. Adepts has there been, filled with the blackness, struggling always against the light. But others there are who, filled with brightness, have ever conquered the darkness of night. Wherever ye may be in all ages and plain, surely know that ye shall know of the battle with night. Long ages ago, the sons, S-U-N-F.
I used to do a lot of mushrooms. I've done acid. Never done peyote. I recently, I may be wrong, but recently I've determined that that's actually not needed. Now I've been off of the mushrooms and all that shit for fucking decades, but I have friends that use the DMT and shit like that, and I've looked at the ceremonies, how they use like ayahuasca and fucking peyotes and all this stuff. Ceremony. We can accomplish all of that right here without the hallucinogens and keep it in a clear mind. Now, on another note, I'm not bad mouthing hallucinogens at all, because something has come to light to me recently about mushrooms. It's all controlled. Yes, absolutely. I understand this. I do. I understand it. I'm just coming to a point here that I want you to run away with. And you probably already got this down. All right, but this is just an epiphany that has come to me. It's probably not where you think I'm going with it. Yeah, I understand it is. I very much agree with you on all of that. But as I'm learning to use my magnet, I'm learning that we can actually make that happen without it. We can talk to spirit. We can do all kinds of shit without it. But that's not what I'm actually trying to get at. All throughout my younger years, when I was eating mushrooms like fucking they were going out of style, because I was up in the Northwest and able to pick them myself. You know, I wasn't paying shit for them. I was out there picking them and eating them and loving it. Woo! Um, but see, we were fucking up the whole time because we keep bringing them home and make like tea out of them, and it was fucking nasty tasting shit. Oh my god, man! I'd rather eat like them out in the fucking, and they tasted nasty when you ate them fucking raw. They were all slimy and shit, because they're fucking mushrooms growing on shit. But you had a choice. You either eat them out in the field while you're picking them, or you fucking go home, make yourself fucking mix, and sometimes you do both. But what I'm getting at is, as an adult, see, somebody shipped me an ounce of these freeze dried mushrooms, which I hadn't had in fucking decades, and I'm looking at them and I'm all like, I like mushrooms, but I'm still a daddy. Yeah, my kid's 15. But what I decided is I've heard of this thing called a microdose, which I had never tried. Fucking microdose? What are you talking about? Give me the fucking quarter and let's go. All right. That was my attitude. But so I'm like, okay, so let's think about this for a minute. Well, what did I do? Instead of making myself tea with my little fucking half a cap that I took, because I actually broke a cap in half, and I was like, that's probably more than enough to get me off a little bit, to at least feel the fucking hit of the psilocybin, which it was. I didn't see colors or anything. I didn't get high. I just felt like, oh wow, okay, yeah, I'm feeling pretty groovy. Didn't get any of the, I did a microdose, of course, and I felt it. But the method was something I kicked myself in the ass for because it was fucking delicious. I brewed it in my coffee. I brewed it in my fucking coffee, in my little coffee pot, and it tasted delicious. I was like, why weren't we doing this when we were kids? Because we were stupid. that's why. So that was my whole point. We were torturing ourselves when we were kids, making that fucking and trying to make it taste good any way you can. But you know what? I found out that it's really good, and it actually makes the coffee taste almost nutty. You know what I mean? It actually accentuated the coffee. So I was like, holy shit, that is the best way to fucking do it. There you go. Rewatch the debate. Oh shit. What debate? Oh, there was a presidential debate going on tonight. Was there? Is that what everyone's talking about? The debate? I finally got that. I finally got it. They were actually having a debate tonight. I'm sorry. I totally missed all of that. It went over my head and I just now captured it. Thank you, Prince. I am not going to watch it. I'm going to do everything in my power to avoid seeing any footage of it. See, there you go. Why would I want to waste my fucking time with it? Yeah, I already know it's a show. So yeah, and it's a terrible show. I tried not to watch Welcome Back, Cotter either when it was on TV. It was just a terrible show. Actually, it wasn't that bad. I admit it wasn't that bad. There were worse, like fucking As the Stomach Turns and shit, those soap operas and shit. I remember my aunts and my mom was watching that shit. Nope, I'm not watching it. Yeah, see, I didn't even get it. I didn't realize you were talking about the presidential debate on my channel. I should punch each and every one of you right in the eye. Oh God. Not one of them talked about the 1871 contract or the contractual agreements thereafter, and or the moon flipping, or the fact that the office of the president is actually a moot point at this point because we're in a state of emergency under FEMA law. None of that. No, nobody mentioned any of that, did they? I'm not gonna watch it. I would get highly pissed off and yell and probably throw my $1,200 computer up against the wall. How's that? Because as I'm watching it, I know there's millions and millions of people just sucking it up like a fucking straw. The fucking yummy, yummy Kool-Aid. It's like, oh God, this shit's blue, isn't it? I just can't leave it alone, can I? I was gotta take a jab when I can, don't I? Oh shit. Nobody mentions much, but they talk an awful lot, don't they, Paul? They talk an awful lot, but they never really mention anything. Well, folks, I talk an awful lot. I've been told I talk an awful lot out here. I got a lot to say. Ain't nobody else gonna tell you, and I may say the same thing a million times. If you're trying to wake up your fucking people, what are you gonna wake them up with? Watch the moon. It's rising wax, rolling 180 degrees, setting wane. The man in the fucking moon is doing a cartwheel. That's real. That's something they can't unsee. That's something they can't close the book on or turn the fucking computer off on. When they're driving in a car, when they're out at night, when they're out in the day, when they're out and out and out, they're looking at the moon and it's doing this all of a sudden because you mentioned it and they can't stop looking at it. Prince, do you see the two suns in the sky? And you can tell they're two suns because it's got two reflections. See, that's two lens flares and two sources. If they're not willing to do the finger test, it's not real. One, the finger will go behind the one, and it'll make both disappear either way. So if they can't run your finger test, it's a hoax. Understand it, because they're using a lens for a second pane of glass. As you know, standing in two panes of glass, you can see two suns side by side. Well, that's the same thing you're looking at on your screen. And tell them, if you know what, next time you're photographing that, give us the finger test. Or you get the finger, because this is fucking ridiculous. I have seen that phenomenon myself with my own eyes in the sky. I'm sure half of you probably have too. I'm not saying it's not happening, but it's not happening every fucking day like they're making it out to be. Well, yeah, exactly. Um, and Chad, look, man, I don't go around with pictures of the moon myself. I require you guys to look at it yourself. I'm not a big picture guy. even in my educational fucking videos, I will take you to a Google search. Most of the time, I don't even open up the Google searches, right? Because I'm showing you, or them, or everybody, whoever's watching the fucking videos, how to do your fucking research. I'm not going to tell you what to look at. I'm going to tell you how to, you're asking me all these questions. You're asking and then there's 18 million web pages that'll give you a lot more information than I can. Oh, the satellite photos. I have no idea if they're faking those or what's going on with them. Some may not. Um, I've seen some pretty legit photos coming out of Soho, though, Prince, that are showing planets bigger than our sun coming around. So I don't watch the Scott Sion. We've discussed that. He's been here on my channel talking about his wife's bullshit with stellar cores and shit. Are you talking shit? I'm like, no, I'm not talking shit. A planet doesn't have a stellar core. How can fucking one planet have 6 of them spewing out 6 different liquid and or smoke vapor fucking objects onto one planet, ours, causing all of this and all of that, and fucking from your stellar core, when the stellar core, definition of a stellar core is the hottest part inside, the deepest part under the most pressure of a sun. It doesn't even say a sun has more than one stellar core, because it doesn't. And anybody running around talking about Planet X and its fucking stellar cores sounds like an absolute fucktard. I don't care what context they use it in, because Planet X don't have no motherfucking stellar core, even if there was just a fucking Planet X, period. Is what I'm saying. Physics demands that you're a fucktard. And you're getting this straight from a physicist? And I went down through that whole fucking line of, what I can prove that she had? She had an 8th grade education. I can prove that. That college she says she went to openly says she's never been here before in South African college here ever. And I looked. Suns have stellar cores. Thank you. And that's the only thing that has a stellar core. And their definition of stellar core is bullshit anyways. To you, Miss Albers. The stellar core is a fucking induction furnace going off of the fucking electron or electromagnetic frequency, 1748 hertz on the eternal burning sun of fucking God's spark of life. And it creates that magnet around that fucking, just like a fucking planet. And mom's got the same little fucking stellar core inside of her little eternal burning sun. But it doesn't have anything to do with planets spewing fucking oils and petroleum. You're watching. I watched this video of her. She's sitting there talking about these California fires last year, and she's showing a clear. It was a vortex going up. It was a fire tornado, and she's saying this is coming. She's viewing it from down here with a cut in on her thing for this little bit of action, talking about how it's something shooting flames, and the fucking dropping oil on us, and all kinds of shit. Oh, Jesus Christ. People actually watch this fucking woman. Oh my God. John Keane. Oh, yeah. I've been there. Go back later, Prince. You'll see me on his show. And then you'll see me stop being on his show. I won't be here yet. John's all right. John's all right. I'm not going to be on his show though. BDP. I can't think. The name sounds familiar, but I can't place it, Chad.
I did. Chair down.
I did. I had to look.
She's an entire setup.
Well, that way I can plug the kiln directly into here, and I've got the thermometer reading the kiln.
Yeah.
Going to bed.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, in 31 minutes,
I'm gonna be 16.
even if you're sleeping, you're going to be 16 with hairy lips. I love you, kid. Brush your teeth. Lock that door. Please do. Love you. My little baby's growing up. Yeah, John Keane, BDP. Like I said, he's a good guy. I'm just not going to be on his show because, I mean, the day after I go talking truth, he's over there spewing insanity with somebody else. And this kind of information cannot be mixed up with bullshit. What does he talk about, this Ken guy, though? CH. Well, that's the whole point with him. Hang on. I got to infiltrate it. What? What? What do you want? Huh? Oh, geez. Yeah, I wanted to come down and make sure you're okay, but you know, I'm still here. Want to hang out with you. All right, upstairs. Go. Go. I'm still here. I still love you. But you know, you can't be down here in my glass filled room. So now I've said goodnight to all the babies. Yes. Who? John? John Keane? He'd better. Yeah, like I said, he's a decent guy. He's just the wrong format for this kind of information. That's all. Well, yeah, like I said, you go to his older videos and you'll see me there. I did 3 or 4 with him. And then one night he picked a fight with Bobby. Now he came back and apologized to Bobby and me eventually, but I mean, at that point he'd already pretty much burned his bridge with me because he got shitty. Um, for no reason except that it was a complete misunderstanding in his whole fucking chat thing or some shit. I don't even understand his what happened. Uh, and it doesn't matter. It happened and it's over. Yep, he does. He does. I am not saying anything bad about John Keane. And but I mean, put him in the same boat with the world news guy. I'm not saying anything bad about the world news guy, but I'm not on his channel anymore because I feel like he undid everything that we did every time we do something on his channel. And I feel that same way with John. It was aggravating. Um, when you go in and you give somebody knowledge that we've lost for thousands and thousands of years, knowing that you've got enough, I've got enough material, we could keep a channel busy for fucking years and never repeat anything. But I don't have that luxury over here because I'm meeting new people that come to the first fucking video over here and they want to know everything. It's like, oh God. But you start touching on a subject on somewhere else, and then they want to go off on lady and messages, whatever else is coming down the line, because it means they're going to get revenue and hits, et cetera, et cetera. This channel doesn't do that. Neither one of my channels do that. I'm not going to have a donate button on anything I own. Yes, I do have a PayPal. Do you see a link to it? Never will. That's the kind of channel this needs to go on. This needs to be, I mean, it just needs to be uncommercialized. It needs to be pure. It needs to be, that's why I keep telling people, I don't give a fuck if you're here or not. See, I've given you the information. It's there. You can take it and use it publicly. Just don't twist it. It's been twisted long enough. We finally got it untwisted. Well, that's the whole thing too, Chad. If you want to talk, and you can go to John's channel and talk about the moon flipping. I would invite you to, because John knows the fucking moon's flipping. He's done videos with me about the moon flipping. But here's a good spot to do it at. Yeah, he'll go out in all directions, and that is the only reason I'm not going to go back on his channel. Now, if John decided that he wanted to go and just work this and expose it to the point that fucking everybody understands it, then I would be all over anybody's channel that wanted to do that. Yeah, well, it's all about the hits and the fucking how many looks can I get. I tell people straight up, don't bring your family to me, take them to John. Homebrewed. I'm not after your viewership. I'm not, I don't care. I would rather you go to John's or fucking scientific leave, learn, and then come back if you want. Talk about what you learned, because then I learned. If you guys go out and learn, you usually learn something I didn't know. How did you burn a bridge with me? Prince? No. No, very few people have. I'm just saying the bridge was burned with John because he went on all kinds of tangents. And at the point he was fighting with Bobby Maverick, I was still friends with Bobby. And if you go back and look at that interview, you'll see why I was pissed. Without question. Even his mods were trying to correct John because he had misunderstood something. I am not even sure what he misunderstood, but he went, slapped the fuck off the handle, and just the whole fucking interview. I just wanted to reach out and strangle someone, but I maintained my cool and finished it with them, and that was the last time I went on for a while. There was a big fight right there. Um, he had a couple of videos actually addressing me specifically after that meet. Actually, I don't know if they're still on his channel. I haven't looked at his channel in a fucking year. Um, I don't know. No, Prince. Actually, Kendra got me pissed off. She hasn't burnt a bridge with me. I just got her blocked everywhere except for this channel. She's allowed over here. She can't bring her friends. You, I drug here. Remember? She didn't bring you. I did. I found you on an ABC fucking news network, fucking one of my crazy ass fucking red flag posts. And you were smart enough to fucking click on it. No, you pissed me off because you come at me asking all kinds of fucking questions that I answered in previous videos and you hadn't gone and looked at anything. That's all. I get it ain't really pissed off. It's just like, I've had enough of your questions. Go learn, man. Go look. Go look. I covered it. I covered that. I even answered why the sky's blue, bro. Did a video. Then he did an error video. Nice. That's cool when people can correct their own errors with a smile and accept that they were wrong. That's a big step in growing the fuck up, I think. I've had to do it several times. It's not such a bad thing, actually. He's drama. Yeah, see, that's what I can't get into. I can deal without that drama. I don't need no drama. No dramas. For me. There you go, act, baby. There you go, act. Motherfuckers. How you gonna act? Yeah. Sweet. Well, we've got heat being applied. That's official. We'll see what happens here. Turn back on my explosive gas. I'm going to get ready for when it actually hits working temperature within the next half an hour or so. Start jumping on and seeing what I can make. I changed the settings on my fucking setting to even shorter, tighter parameters. So at the very least, it'll work better. I'm not looking for that at all. I need a new fucking switch. Apparently mine gets too hot. Decides it don't want to work. We're already up to 160. Well, if you were actually over there looking at my fucking Facebook page, Prince, you learned an awful lot more than you would over here. Just keep going. Because all my research is over there. I ain't even brought half of it over here yet. That's a lot of discovery over there. You'll see my confusion too, just like you will on the progression of what happened this last year and a half when I've been making the videos. You know, and all this other information's been coming out. But you can see the groundwork, what I laid out for years and years over there on that Facebook page with all the footage and all the crazy discoveries over there that were made that culminated into like raw forest. You can see the actual planets when I was photographing them and naming them, classifying them, all that shit. That I don't even talk about over here. Because we've gone so far beyond that in my head. I'm all like, fuck, that's old news over there. And I've never even brought it over here. John goes browsing through my page and he finds the little gifts and little things that have been little tiny little progressive tools that I've used and shit throughout the years. And he'll bring it to his little videos and I'll laugh. He'll bring me down memory lane. Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that little drawing of the moon, what it should look like and what it's doing. That's all I really had, man. I'd just send out a link to that. Be like, look. I have I have really, really, really worked so hard to get people just to look at the fucking movie for a long time, man. Yeah, I have not accepted any friend requests, but my page is wide open to the public. Oh. Shit. Man, don't make me go through the goddamn. Okay. I know what happened now. I know what happened now that you're saying that. Did I burn a bridge with you? Well, boy, you just fucked yourself, didn't you? You know what happened? Someone tried to call me. I don't know everybody. You know what I do when somebody tries to call me? Out of the blue. They usually end up on my block list on Facebook. I don't fucking know you. We can talk on Messenger all you want, but don't be fucking trying to face me unless I tell you to. That freaks me out. Now here's the key to that. Here's the key to that. The way I judge this. You didn't call me? That wasn't you then. Well, I'm crazy. That's what that means. I am. Well, okay. What did you do then? You asked me for 10 minutes of my time or something. I think it was more than that. Let me look. God dang it. Where's my hoopty? I don't even know where my phone is. Now you got me looking for my phone. You're going to make me dig through my shit. All right. What'd you do to me, Prince? And what was your name on Messenger? See, Tom sent me a picture of the Sohos. Now, is that faked? I don't know. See, that I can't tell you because it's not in the magnet spectrum. Um, it doesn't look faked. It looks like it should. But it might be. I'm not a fucking expert on these things. I guess that's the Soho picture you guys are talking about that's going around lately. I'm assuming that because I usually get those. You're calling me now? Well, I've told you to call me, Lala. But I would strongly suggest, Lala. I also told you let me know who you are on Messenger before you go calling me, didn't I? Follow directions or you might find yourself accidentally blocked. Now, just let me know. Say, this is Lala. Anytime. Oh, you were trying. Okay. Okay. Got it. Yeah, that's a no-no. Got it. Yeah, I'm not there for friends. I keep telling people, don't bring your friends to me. That's a good way to get yourself in trouble. Because I'm probably going to cuss them out and then cuss you out. Now, I think you were around when I was doing that to Kendra and jumped up and down on her neck. You'd have think you'd have understood that. Applied to you too. So you're on the list with Kendra then. Because I remember what happened now. Yeah, you pissed me off. I remember. I was like, you know what? Fuck you too. Remember? Remember? I remember. I remember now. It was your friend. It was your friend that got you blocked. Just like Kendra. Dude, you followed right in his footsteps. I mean, like, what, 2 days later? You're going to let me pee. Oh, boy. This is good. I love it. Okay, so now, look at here. I got a suggestion for you. Because here's the problem, friends. Here's the problem. Um, have you ever looked at your block list on Facebook? Probably about 6 people long and shit. All right. Imagine that about 4,000 people long. I've been on Facebook a while. Dutch is included on that list somewhere. It took me an hour and a half to go find Dutch's name and unblock him when his whole GPS thing was going on. And I went and I said, "Oh, Dutch, don't fucking disband your shit. Don't quit. Don't be a pussy, man, just because them motherfuckers are fucking giving you shit. Say, at least you're giving somebody a fucking service, even though you're not telling them how you're doing it." You know what that motherfucker did? The very next sentence coming out of him was, "It was you, wasn't it, motherfucker? It was you. It was fucking you. You did this." Blaming me for his USGS fucking bullshit that he was going through. So he went right back on the list, and I'm never looking for him for an hour. What I would suggest to you is making an alternate Facebook account. And fucking don't bring any friends with you on this one. All right? Oh, it's my best advice for you. Because I'm not going to be on there an hour and a half looking for your name to unblock you. I'm going to tell you again, though, it's not my friend page. It's my research page. I don't want links there. If you can thumbs up anything and you can ask a question, but I'd rather you not bring a brand new person there because that puts me in a spot where I'm fucking taking up time I might not have. And let me tell you something, if I'm dealing with life and having to deal with your friend over here, I'm gonna decide which one to end real quick. Because I put in tens and tens and tens, thousands of hours on this work. I don't deserve to be treated like that. All right. Catfish Glass Eye is a good place to send friends. Thank you, Chad. Yes, to the rescue you come. Let me tell you something. You've done that 3 times tonight with great information. There's rules, Chad. If a troll comes in here, 600-second timeout if you get disgusted with it. If they're in here acting like 12 and just fucking repeatedly going on and on and on about fucking ignorant fucking bullshit, block them. If they come in disputing, that's fine. I mean, that's fine. The moon's not rolling. What do you mean it's not rolling? Let's discuss this. Maybe they need to go to the scientific league or look at a previous video. So don't hit them too hard with your wrench. I like trolls. They're people too. And I do have open offers for a lot of money. And I don't just say it. You know, I let everybody have their voice as to why I'm a nut job. I'll give them a chance. That's why you have another YouTube account in case you get slammed by somebody. Yeah, we like to slap around trolls. Exactly. Hit them with some truth. Good, Prince. I'm glad it made you laugh. Yeah, well, yeah, I am being petty. I totally told you exactly why I did it. Very selfish reasons. I don't have time for your bullshit. I just, I've I've answered all those questions and I put them in video form. I did you can see the extent of the research. If you haven't looked at each and every one of the videos I've made, and you're over there asking me questions, too many questions, I'm gonna put an end to it because I answered your questions in a previous video, and I'm not gonna fucking discuss it all day when I have to type on Facebook. I put 70,000 fucking hours in it for free. That's petty. I know. I owe you more. I owe you so much more than I've given. I don't view it as petty. I view it as you need to know this. You can't ask me questions and believe me. You need to go research this because if you don't know it, you're not doing anybody any good. Period. I put out the information. You can go look at it. Don't come to me with your questions. go to your search bar with your questions. Those questions will be answered a lot more thoroughly than I could. And any question that you have on a logical term should be answerable right there. Or on my page, Scientific Lead or Homebrew, because we've covered, I told you, do you know why the sky is blue? Because I made a video and proved why the sky is blue, which is a actually known thing. It's actually known, but some people go throughout life thinking, oh, it's a reflection off of the fucking ocean that makes the sky blue, but absolutely fucking not. Well, the Black Knight satellite. I mean, look at that whole thing there too, Chad. Tesla found that before we ever had satellites, before fucking Sputnik was even up there, right? And it's like, well, what the fuck is that? Well, that is a satellite in space. It might be the satellite in space that saw the fucking magnet signature of Ra coming in the first time. I don't know. But it ain't ours. You know what I mean? What the fuck is that Black Knight? I've seen pictures of that shit. It exists. You know, I've seen it. It exists. It ain't one that you can see from fucking down here because it's fucking it blends in. It's not like one of our satellites that's shiny and metal. It's weird looking. It's like, wow, that's really a thing. And I've seen footage of it year after year after year after year around, you know, since they've gotten the first footages of it. It seems to be an elusive object. It'll fly away from you and shit. It's fucking crazy. Um, Wild shit. I haven't done any research on it. I just, you know, noticed that it's there. I think everybody knows it's there, right? I don't know. Maybe it's bullshit, Chad. He might be right, but I'll tell you this much: I've seen an awful lot of footage of the same thing on different angles from different fucking cameras in the fucking space. They look pretty much the same, but I mean, like, just you can tell it's the same object. It's just on different angles and shit. You know, I mean, they've worked really hard on it over the years. If it is bullshit, and Tesla started it with his bullshit. He found the signal. And supposedly, I mean, there's I don't know what satellite it's coming from, but I mean, there's a satellite that you can tune into and listen to. It's a black light satellite. Um, what do you do with that? I don't know. What he debunked it. What did he say it was? I mean, did he say we live on a flat Earth? I don't. I don't know. I didn't watch it because it's not. I mean, you know, like I keep saying, look, we got three suns converging. Anything else is pretty much a grassy knoll at this point, anyways. But out of curiosity, how did he debunk the satellite? Just curious. Or would I have to watch it? If it's a long, drawn out fucking bunch of bullshit, then I'll check it out, maybe. You don't have to type it all. I hate typing. I got a booger on my finger. Bzzz. I hear you over there grunting and groaning. Look at you. You piece of shit. My kiln's giving me a hard time, Prince. It's been giving me a hard time for a couple days now. I just bought a new component for it. My new component went to shit. No, that's what I said. It sounds familiar. I don't think I've watched Ken. What's his channel all about? Does he have cool hieroglyphs for me to look at? I've been looking at a lot of documentaries and shit and trying to see stuff that I haven't looked at. Just to maintain decent working temperature, anyways, I think. Happy motherfucking birthday to my baby. He's 16 now. Your phone died again. Oh shit. Welcome back, Ted. Yeah. Is he like a Tibetan guru talking about this shit? I'll have to look it up now. There's a couple of them. Oh, dear God. I think somebody else sent me here. No, this is a different guy. on Eve of the Kingdom. So, okay, this is 8 minutes long. This the guy you're talking about? Hang on. Fuck, where are you at now? Oh, well. Yeah, that's. Which one you want me to put on audio? Because we're going to listen to it right now. Well, maybe I'm up his alley because I'm sure from what I'm already hearing, he probably doesn't have what we got. And what I'm seeing, he doesn't seem to have what we got either. I'm going to check out his signpost to creation, story of Phoenix, Maya the gods. Which one? Which one you want me to check out? I don't want to waste our time. Give me a good one. He's only putting together religions. Where's the? But is he talking about two sons coming in? Or, I mean, what? Just wondering. In what video? Right? All of them? Kind of like I do. I'm just wondering what one would you suggest that I turn on first? When's God's light? That's a good one. Okay. I have Horus, I have Ra. Wait a minute. I, you know, I, I, I'm gonna find the one. Hang on. He did that one. Let's see, 4 weeks ago. All right. On the eve of the kingdom, gates of heaven opening, when God's light flares, ours dims. Okay. So that one's next. We are doing this one first.
Welcome back to the end times and creation. We've been kind of all over the map, and I apologize.
All right.
When you're obsessed by
I'm
one
gonna
thing, it
laugh.
sort of colors everything else you see.
And you know I'm gonna.
But led me to this Egyptian subject as another one of those signs of the
I hope I
ancients
don't.
you can find all over the world.
I hear this
The
shit.
weeping mask. I got mine from
While we're
Indonesia.
listening to it.
But let's start in North America with the Mississippians. People here 1,000 years before Englishmen waged an unsuccessful revolution against Bank of London and called it their land.
This is 13
Mississippians
minutes.
had a thing for showing our years of the raven and lion as weeping. So our journey passes through the Vale of Tears in more than one pole shift, which sort of begs the question as to the cause, but by now you know exactly what that's about.
The Berkeley current.
With
That's
the
what those
Oqueros
curves are about.
sun disk, you can see this time of the conjunction spinning around the sun.
And it's all about
Back when they made it, Mom was the Pisces sun, and the eye came in Aquarius, soon to be named Tiamat, the mother at the Tav. Now the sun will be in Aquarius, but the action is taking place in Capricorn and Sagittarius. The pharaoh on the stela wears the southern crown of his father. Note his side of the Ankh is the side of death, and what awaits humanity on the other side of the big event is life. I hope some of you will choose or be chosen to make it to the other side. I wish I could tell you exactly on what day it all begins, but I'm pretty sure God just wants you to be ready to go. Make a go bag, even if you don't have a place to bug out. And even if you have lived like a terrible sinner, you do your best to finish our journey now like a saint, ready to follow the law. Maybe the government or the angels or ET will have a berth for you too. Sometime in the next 6 months, the ancients thought this thing was going to begin in earnest. Another reason distractions on the news look so abysmal. I'm pretty sure God looks at this place like so much stinking laundry in need of a good wash. I'm pretty sure that's where he got the idea for baptism. We've spoken in the past of ages, SARS, hows, and rams, for lack of a better word, wondering which cycle come the end of this year was all important to the ancients, and whether the knowledge had escaped the Americas 50,000 years ago. Here you can see at least Constans II had a clue. So did the Greeks, Sasanians, Sumerians, Siberians, and North Americans. 2020 was not scheduled to end well. Neither is democracy. To your left and below, the emperor on the coin, you have 3 symbols of the raven, the resh, the cross, and look at that huge bird hiding in the boots and cords. And then you have the great triple crown of Aquarius atop his head, 3 scratches of the lion on its sleeve. On the back, you have the sign of this October, the Aquarian cross with Jupiter-Saturn conjunction coming with the Venus-Mars event just below it, sitting atop the 4th judgment of Orion, the 4th ram. And the largest letter is the Veit, the sign of the house of the Son of God, and the Bereshit, meaning in the beginning. Even his hair is a raven, rising on the left, and falling to the right. I'm not just tripping. They were really trying to tell us. On another solidus, he pictured the pillar tipped on its side. So stand by for bullshit.
Somebody needs to give him rock.
The Sumerians really messed up religion, trying to own it in every possible way.
I'm not gonna. You guys listen to him. You talk to him. You're subscribed to him. Give him rock.
Their paradise was in the north, with the blue star seen as an invisible pole.
Give him raw maps.
Solar system.
Raw map specifically. Go on my page, look for raw map and give it to him.
Was all important to the south. With his wife.
Tell him we got this language down. Give him a scientific lead and hook him up.
Adam was the blue star, Eve the red star, blue star King, with red sun Ab El to take his place. And then humanity got to farming on its scorched and salty earth.
I talk too much.
The blue star seen as an invisible puff of the Son of God, and the Bereshit, meaning in the beginning. Even his hair is a raven, rising on the left and falling to the right. I'm not just tripping. They were really trying to tell us. On another solidus, he pictured the pillar tipped on its side. So stand by for bullshit. I think I told you the Sumerians really messed up religion, trying to own it in every possible way. Well, the Jews did the exact same thing, so don't take the Bible too literally. Their paradise was in the north, with the blue star seen as an invisible pole star for this solar system. And then the black donkey god of Egypt, Seth, was all important to the south, along with his wine-making good times child, who comes riding in to save this on the left, rising on the left and falling to the right. I'm not just tripping. They were really trying to tell us. On another solidus, he pictured the pillar tipped on its side. So stand by for bullshit. I think I told you the Sumerians really messed up religion, trying to own it in every possible way. Well, the Jews did the exact same thing, so don't take the Bible too literally. Their paradise was in the north, with the blue star seen as an invisible pole star for this solar system. And then the black donkey god of Egypt, Seth, was all important to the south, along with his wine-making good times child, who comes riding in to save the day. Adam was the blue star, Eve the red star. Blue star King slayed red sun Ab-El to take his place. And then humanity got off to farming on a scorched and salty earth. And it was all kind of true, and it was all a little bit deceptive, especially when you get to the parts where racism and genocide make perfect sense, and God only cares about Jews in Israel. I mean, come on. Anyway, note that God in the Americas was also something of a hothead. He has a barbecued headdress adorned with eyes, crosses, and pillars. And if anyone ever said, "Thou shalt have no gods before me," I'm thinking Orion would be voted most likely, though Aquarius got a lot of votes. Indeed, the three suns can be seen pretty well equally along all angles of the Aquarius-Orion axis in this terrible time, especially in our transition of the next 6 months, as the sun's in the triple crown jockey for position above the pillar. It was in thinking of this time, history's culmination, that our last sun god, Constantine the Great, who gave us
Okay, let's stop it right here. And let's talk about what we've heard so far. I wasn't looking at you. All right. Let's analyze on its side. Okay. The pillar's on its side. Get ready for pole flip. First off, he missed something. We already started flipping. We've been on our side for a while. Okay. All of the planets are on their side, according to NASA. So let's go back and listen to what he's talking about. The invisible pole star for this solar system.
Red sun Ab-El to take his place. And then humanity got off to farming on a scorched and salty earth. And it was all kind of true, and it was all a little bit deceptive, especially when you get to the part where racism and genocide make perfect sense, and God only cares about Jews in Israel. I mean, come on. Anyway, note that God in the Americas was also something of a hothead. He has a barbecued headdress adorned with eyes, crosses, and pillars. And if anyone ever said, "Thou shalt have no gods before me," I'm thinking Orion would be voted most likely, though Aquarius got a lot of votes. Indeed, the three suns can be seen pretty well equally along all angles of the Aquarius-Orion axis in this terrible time, especially in our transition of the next 6 months, as the sun's in the triple crown jockey for position above the pillar. It was in thinking of this time, history's culmination, that our last sun god, Constantine the Great, who gave us the latest edition of Earth's perennial religion, had a huge tablet decorated with him slaying a dragon at his feet. And don't you suppose he kind of identified with Orion casting the first stone to get this show rolling? Eusebius in the Vita Constantini said, by divine inspiration, he expressed these very things in paint, which the words of the prophets had declared before concerning that same beast, saying that God will unsheath a great and terrible sword against the dragon, the serpent that flees, and would slay the dragon that is in the sea. My problem with the concept of rapture, apart from Paul the Pharisee recommending it, is that I'm not sure how you get there from here. Kanicha House super flare from hell has already happened, and there go the lights along with all modern commerce. And flood has already begun, and now it gets worse with 3 years and 3 months of incoming. This is the time we lose track of the witnesses of God, be they Saturn and Jupiter, be they blue star and red. Meteorites will mix with toxic air and water. Get caught out in it as a big animal and it's all over. So unless the Pentagon sent you a golden ticket for Raven Rock, Cheyenne Mountain, Mount Weather, or the Denver Underground, I'm genuinely without a clue as to what we're supposed to do.
Somebody needs
to wait
to
for my
but
kid house in Spain, right?
damn
Red
it.
Star is the sickle, and this is the harvest.
Yeah.
The Taino apparently thought two things about this day. One, it is
Somebody
the
needs to do
birth of
this shit.
Kamazot,
Give this guy my shit.
Asaruhi, that god of darkness,
We
the
got those
stillborn
answers.
son of the new Ahau.
What we're
And
supposed to
two, it is the brighter of the 2 days of the eye of God, though this may be a matter for debate. We just saw why Saturn lights up, but if you want to understand the electric universe, read David Talbot's book. It's pretty good.
do. It's all right.
You might recall the Ojuelos dragon or rattlesnake that told us we'd be in trouble after the 10th year and the 5th month, which is any time after July 2020. And then there was that altar in Malta that told
After the 10th year, 5th month. What in the fuck? That 10 year keeps coming up, folks. I keep telling you, it's 10 years of tribulation. We've been in tribulation for 10 years. All right, we're going to work our way back to here again. I want to listen to this again. Sue me. It's my fucking
3 scratches of the lion on his
It's your fault.
sleeve. On the back, you have the sign of this October. And the largest letter is the Beit, the sign of the house of the Son of God, and the Bereshit, meaning in the beginning. Even his hair is a raven, rising on the left and falling to the right. I'm not just tripping. They were really trying to tell us. On another Solidus, he pictured the
You need to
pillar
give him
to
raw
the
math.
side. So
Raw
stand by
math.
for bullshit.
And scientifically.
I think I told you the Sumerians really messed up religion, trying to own it in every possible way. Well, the Jews did the exact same thing, so don't take your Bible too literally. Not just tripping, they were really trying to tell us. On another Solidus, he pictured the pillar tipped on its side, so stand by for pole shift. I think I told you the Sumerians really messed up religion, trying to own it in every possible way. Well, the Jews did the exact same thing, so don't take your Bible too literally. Their paradise was in the north, with the blue star seen as an invisible pole star for this solar system. And then the black donkey god of Egypt, Seth, was all important to the south, along with his winemaking good times child who comes riding in to save the day. Adam was the blue star, Eve the red star, blue star Cain slayed red son Ab-El to take his place. And then humanity got off to farming on a scorched and salty earth. And it was all kind of true, and it was all a little bit deceptive, especially when you get to the part where racism and genocide make perfect sense, and God only cares about Jews in Israel. I mean, come on. Anyway, note that God in the Americas was also something of a hothead. He has a barbecue headdress adorned with eyes, crosses, and pillars. And if anyone ever said, "Thou shalt have no gods before me," I'm thinking Orion would be voted most likely, though Aquarius got a lot of votes. Indeed, the 3 suns can be seen pretty well equally along all angles of the Aquarius-Orion axis in this terrible time, especially in our transition of the next 6 months, as the suns in the triple crown jockey for position above the pillar.
Okay. Here's another point. He's talking about Orion. And we've been talking about Orion all summer. Looking at Orion all summer. Right? Right here. Right on the other channel. I've been pointing out since before summer actually officially began, Orion in the sky with the BBC guy. Remember him? He mentioned Orion This is back in May. And we had June, July, August. And we were all monitoring Orion. And I kept talking about Orion rising. He's rising on his side. And John's watching Orion. Everybody's watching Orion do the cartwheel. About a half a cartwheel every night, anyway. Before the sun comes up. I'm gonna guess that all of you haven't been here when we discussed about a couple days ago why that was very important. See that lamp behind me? That's Orion. See my head? That's the sun. See my fist? That's us in the summer orbit. You getting the picture? Every night we're looking that way. We're looking completely away from Orion for 12 hours. How were we watching Orion all summer? It's impossible if we were actually on the summer side of the sun. We never left the winter side of the sun this year because we watched Orion through the entire year. The pillars are on their sides, etc., etc. Somebody needs to give this guy a raw map. Get him over here. Yeah, Lulu, see? Now, yeah, it is crazy, isn't it? But we've all been looking at it, haven't we? Haven't we? Yes. But if you don't think about it, because honest to God, even if, all right, every day we're turning around, we're actually looking at Orion in the day, but we couldn't see it. But at night, how in the hell were we seeing it if it's behind us, behind the sun, on the other side of the fucking sun? It wasn't. That, honestly, to me, is a little bit even bigger than the fact that the moon's doing a fucking cartwheel every night. We actually, that's the first time I've ever seen Orion in the summer. All right. Somebody needs to get this guy the whole picture. That's all I got to say. He's got some good information.
It was in thinking of this time, history's culmination, that our last sun god, Constantine the Great, who gave us the latest edition of Earth's perennial religion, had a huge tablet decorated with him slaying a dragon at his feet. And don't you suppose he kind of identified with Orion casting the first stone to get this show rolling? Eusebius in the Vita Constantini said, by divine inspiration, he expressed these very things in paint, which the words of the prophets had declared before concerning that same beast, saying that God will unsheath a great and terrible sword against the dragon, the serpent that flees, and would slay the dragon that is in the sea. My problem with the concept of rapture, apart from Paul the Pharisee recommending it, is that I'm not sure how you get there from here. Kanicha House Super Flare from Hell has already happened. I don't watch channels like that. There goes the lights along with all modern commerce. And flood has already begun, and now it gets worse with 3 years and 3 months of incoming. This is the time we lose track of the witnesses of God, be they Saturn and...
Okay, so what did he just say? Let's rewind this. 10 years and 5 months. That's time of tribulation, and then we got 3 years and what? Where is he getting his information? Because I'm going to have to go back and I need to talk to this guy.
The serpent that flees and would slay the dragon that is in the sea. My problem with the concept of rapture, apart from Paul the Pharisee recommending it, is that I'm not sure how you get there from here. Kenicha House super flare from hell has already happened, and there go the lights along with all modern commerce. And flood has already begun, and now it gets worse with 3 years and 3 months of incoming. This is the time we lose track of the witnesses of God, be they Saturn and Jupiter, be they blue star and red. Meteorites will mix with toxic air and water. Get caught out in it as a big animal and it's all over. So unless the Pentagon sent you a golden ticket for Raven Rock, Cheyenne Mountain, Mount Weather, or the Denver Underground, I'm genuinely without a clue as to what we're supposed to do.
Well, we got a clues to what you're supposed to do, buddy. He needs to look at Ra, and he needs to look at the, you got big things to accomplish. Hi, Rebel. You fell asleep? Good man.
I mean,
We're
from
listening
like
to
Kate
some
House
shit
at
here.
Spain, right? Red star is the sickle, and this is the harvest. The Taino apparently thought two things about this day. One, it is the birth of Kamazotz, Asarluki, that god of darkness, the stillborn son of the new Ao. And two, it is the brighter of the 2 days of the eye of God, though this may be a matter for debate. We just saw why Saturn lights up, but if you want to understand the electric universe, read David Talbot's book. It's pretty good. You might recall the Ojuelos dragon or rattlesnake that told us we'd be in trouble after the 10th year and the 5th month, which is any time after July 2020. And then there was that altar in Malta that told us year 11 would be bad. So we know we're in kind of a window or danger zone for the start of this thing.
Yeah.
Well, another sign of alarm is the trumpet of Michael the peacock angel. The Yazidis still remember him as Melik Taos, but I've seen a peacock on Mayan monuments an entire world away. The peacock as constellation Pavo is a sign of our first colorful reversal. So this foot from Ojuelos de Jalisco warns us of this September and October, and another flash 2 years from now. I expect a pole shift that puts the world aright at the second eye. And did you notice red star is Earth's pivot for the shift? Same stone of the foundation hurled at mom's head. Read Genesis 3:15 or John 8:7. There's that war of the two species of humanity again. Maybe 2 roads out of here. Messiah heads back to the underworld in 2022. I can't tell you whom he takes with him, or maybe he captures the whole planet. Depending on the story you read, Enki was the raven this time. Some said the lion, but I believe that's Marduk, his human son. Others had him at Aquarius, others at Orion. At some point, I just gave up on all the contradictions and mysteries. It's hard enough just being me. Maybe we did a pretty good job figuring out what the ancients thought. Maybe I made a hash of the whole thing. But I can tell you the Trinity will guide you in the days to come.
I like this.
The challenge is taking the opportunity to listen. I don't despair for this world. Come what may, the earth returns to life. I worry for children.
I do want to say one thing right now, though. He's reading this from a script. You can tell. I'm pretty sure he wrote it himself. I don't know. I don't know the guy. He's only got 150 some subs. But I can tell you this. He's reading it from the script. You can tell by his flow. He's reading from piece of paper. I picked that out already. Just something I forgot. They'll do that, la la. Now, this guy's got some good information, but you cats really do need to take him what we've got because he has no idea what we're supposed to do in this time, and we're actually made for this time. Yeah, because he's timing his. I know he's reading off for his pictures and all that stuff. I know, friends. I'm not saying anything about it. I'm just making a note. He doesn't have the information in his heart yet. That's all. Okay. I'll tell you what, buddy. I don't need a script to remember and to be precise. I throw it out. It is coming out. Yeah, they do that to you, Lala. I- you have to go through every fucking one of them, reset your fucking public view. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Anyway, I want to finish listening to this cat.
Children who don't get to enjoy it
I don't
and
think
get
we
to
have
see
too
everyone
long
else
to go.
at their absolute worst.
And I want to hear the other one.
Ultimately, it's all up to our judges having
This
to
is
sort
definitely
out
worth
the
it.
goats from the sheep.
He's got some nice
In the
pictures.
Mississippian piece, I see the raven or pet and get to see everyone else at their absolute worst. Ultimately, it's all up to our judges having to sort out the goats from the sheep.
Mm-hmm.
In the Mississippian piece, I see the raven or white eagle, the giant lion face of his watcher, grabbed to play executioner this time.
That's Bartek.
I see a little white bear and its big mother, apparently their version of the new sun and the old. My mother's tribe used goats for the sons, as did the Sumerians and Persians. I like the piece because its shape shows a ram's head at the quarter, hinting at our coming god of war in the heartbeat of the universe. As he unleashes hell upon earth, try not to show your fear to all around you.
Yeah, don't.
We're about to be caught up in mom's wake. I'm not sure it's all meant as a boo-hooey tragedy.
It's not.
He's to see everyone else at their absolute worst. Ultimately, it's all up to our judges having to sort out the goats from the sheep. In the Mississippian piece, I see the raven or white eagle, the giant lion face of his watcher, grabbed to play executioner this time. I see a little white bear and its big mother, apparently their version of the new sun and the old. My mother's tribe used goats for the sons, as did the Sumerians and Persians. I like the piece because its shape shows a ram's head at the quarter, hinting at our coming god of war in the heartbeat of the universe.
Okay. Now I'm going to stop it and read this text that's here that he's not reading. And it's something that I've been saying for a long time, but not quite as graphic as they go with it. This is Rumi. Dance when you're broken open. Dance if you've torn the bandage off. Dance in the middle of the fighting. Dance in your blood. Dance when you're perfectly free. And I've told you, if the shit starts breaking out, a meek person is going to hand over their magnet to their mom. You're going to want to have some goosebumps and dance. Because our job's not the ones to fight. I like this Rumi shit.
As he unleashes hell upon earth, try not to show your fear to all around you. We're about to be caught up in mom's wake, and I'm not sure it's all meant as a boo-hooey tragedy.
It's not.
She's to be reborn, as are we. To the Gnostics, this time was a call to fasting, to prayer, to holiness. But to the Bacchans and some of my ancestors, the Celts and Saxons, well, there would be something to drink about, to be sure. There's a wonderful song by Nickelback, If Today Was Your Last Day, and I encourage you to give it a listen. This was my 120th morning, one for each year God gave us to get ready. I'm sorry I ramble and my production skills are non-existent. My hope is that the atheist, the Jew, the Christian, the Muslim, the Buddhist, anyone else out there would realize truth is one. Each hangs onto a tiny piece of the puzzle, and now it's time to lay them down and see how far we got. I wish you happiness now, and as you overcome the challenges ahead, please learn to ignore what passes as the calamity of the day, because from 40,000 feet, what they're hollering about now will pass in a moment. All our questions are about to be answered, all our problems solved. Keep the faith that has seen you through life so far.
Give this
And if
motherfucker
you
my
don't
shit.
have it, you get one.
Would y'all give him my
Take
shit?
care.
I ain't never talked to him. All right, give him my shit. He's got some good shit, and he needs the rest of it. All right, so let's go to this one that you suggested.
Welcome back to End Times and Creation. I unfortunately keep finding those signs of next month everywhere. The line art is Lithuanian amber, then there's an Egyptian stone and a symbol from the Aztecs.
I already told you you're
So
gonna
I'm
have to go
wondering,
make another
concerned that we will see more than one wrong dot
Facebook
at the top
account.
of the sky before
Get
Lucifer
a hold
is
of me
thrown
on
back
here.
to the underworld in February, which really means Earth may be about to experience a pole shift. And if that positions North America looking at Orion, North America will be burnt toast. And Trump says America will open with no mask.
1 second. Okay, Lala. You ready? You done put your foot in it. You know how you put your foot in it? I want to see if Lala knows what just brought my attention and caused goosebumps. I think. Are you still there, Lala? Oh, God. Ah! Tell me about your Eagle commanders. Would you please? I need to talk to them. Could you get me in touch with them? And no, it's a continued bloodline of. They're still here. They're all over. I know Marduk's dead. Or what do they call him? What do they call him? What do they call him? Shh. Oh God, I'm so new to this. There's so many names. He's the jokester. He's the one that gave him corn. Masao. They call him Masao. He's got descendants. Masao. His Eagle commanders, those guys. Well, do you know him? Do you, ooh, that sounds fucking familiar. Oh, is he still alive, Lala? Yeah, it's not my fault, Regal. Mama does that to me. Okay, got you. It's your teachers that are dead, not the Eagle commanders. I'm all like, no, they're not dead. Your Eagle commanders are still alive, promise. Who would hold their tradition? You? uh, yeah, I understand. Lala, Mama needs to talk to the Eagle commanders. And it needs to be through her emissaries that they're fucking terrified of. Um, fuck. Who would, is there anybody carrying knowledge around? It's spirits. Um, they're real people too. They're real. They're physical. Sad thing is, I know physically where they're at. um, there is an actual physical entrance to their little den. Um, pretty deep in the Grand Canyon there with the Havasu pot. And it's a direct, like, they're there. They're there. They're right there. I know where they're at. I could walk, and it's kind of a hidden little entrance. She's shown me, just to assure me, let me know, look, man, I know where these cats are at. Fucking quit worrying about it. This is going to happen. And I'm like, all right. told me to come home and tell people I will find somebody. And then I went with, while I'm doing that, I'm going to go over here and knock on this door. And she kind of giggled and said, go ahead. I know this side better than that. Like I said, I can't tell you guys you ain't talking to somebody. I'm talking to a fucking planet over here. Last year, I'd have punched myself right in the face. I'd put some elbow into it too. Boy. I just fucking gone and dug in for some black eye. Motherfucker, what are you doing? 1748 hertz. An awful lot of things can happen if you got a magnet in your chest and you're living on a living being that can just completely change your fucking focus of everything. If you just let it. We've been programmed from generations since they've handed us our grains, since they handed us our corns and our plows, since they trapped our Mother Earth in this void and have pitted us against ourselves to keep us divided so we can never be who we are. We've been lost and we have been found. It's up to us to pull us through this. Mother and Father are going to go through a fucking cleansing event. And we're going to be a big part of it. There's going to be some craziness. The craziness doesn't have to be too crazy. This is a happy event. Creation's going back to design. We're going to be the children of creation, or we're going to be smoke. Which do you choose to be? Unimaginably incredible beings or smoke? I know where I'm going to fucking try and be. Hmm. We used to be about 12 foot tall, Lala. And there were two races of giants on this planet that you can tell that we were both about the same height, the Anunnaki giants. And there are other giants. There are titans around here. Mama's got stuff inside of her that's just hanging out. Big. She don't want to call in all these warriors for nothing. She's trying to have a peace meeting. Peace. They knocked her the fuck out. She hasn't even had a chance to talk to the people that did this to us and her. Yeah, but you're all human. You're all child of creation. It doesn't matter your color or your bloodline. It's what's in your heart. Period. You're giving it a little spark. Are you going to grow it to a beacon? You going to grow it to a little flame? Whatever, grow it. Yeah, even if you just grow it a little bit, you didn't waste it time. You didn't ungrow it. You didn't dampen your flame. You didn't dampen the spark. You grow it. If you grew it to a fucking great big old fucking spotlight, it's even better because that's how creation keeps growing infinitely. We recycle and we do things and we can graduate to solar fucking, we can get our light going and gotta be like, here, you did so well with your little light. I'm going to give you a little bigger light here. What that looks like, I don't know. I've never been a sun. I know we can, though. Listen, Toth is telling us the same shit. It's physics. It's the laws of creation by a fucking infinitely wise creator because these laws don't change. Frequency, magnet, and all that stuff, it's all infinitely fucking intricate and it's all connected to us. You in your little chest right there. And we didn't know it. We didn't know it. All this has been held from us for a long, long time. And I'm wholly convinced that they didn't have a lot of this knowledge. They being they who the fucking who you think they are. People pulling the goddamn strings, they. Whatever fucking name you want to call them. They, them, those people. People get all into semantics with me, and I'm just not having it. Yeah, embrace who you are. Embrace who your neighbor is. Yes, Lauren, you got it. Nailed on the head. And your bravery and steadfastness will come through your knowledge and your armor and of knowledge, man. And the sword of truth, it's a double-edged sword. It fucking cuts them in half, even on the backswing. that's your weapons right there. You got your knowledge, which is your shield. You can bounce any kind of fucking lie off of that shit. You can cut it in fucking half with your fucking truth. Bam. When people hear and see truth, they know truth because they've seen lies. They know those. I don't even know what the fuck that means, Lauren, but go on. Whatever it takes. Kick that ass. I call myself a monk all the time. Yes, we should see this as a hugely glorious event, Chad. Absolutely. We were actually designed for this. I mean, like, we if we exist for anything, it's for this. I'm all like, well, you know, I was not exactly looking for the purpose of human beings, but here we are. We are actually required to help protect life on Earth. You know, that steward that we've heard of all the time. I've always wondered, how the hell am I steward? I'm eating the bunny. We have all of those answers. And I didn't even think I'd ever find that answer. I mean, fuck, I'd given up on that shit. Straight up. Had I mean, like that's a non-topic. What do you mean I'm a steward? I'm gonna protect all life. You fucked up. Did you just see what I ate for dinner? I didn't protect that cow very well, did it? Or whatever I just ate. You know what I mean? I'm like, how in the hell am I going to protect anything? Um, huh. Well, I know now. I fucking fully understand. And I also know that we shouldn't be eating these things like that, like we do. There's a whole process. If we need meat, it's there. Mom will provide. And we've got proteins, but Mama can't provide like she is supposed to unless she's on her original design too, which would be these bigger sons over here. She's totally out of her polarity. She's totally out of her energy flow. And that, like I said, if you missed it, is evident at the Cretaceous boundary, where everything fucking slid sideways, and below it, everything is big, and above it, everything's small. It's because we lost energy. You can go to Scientific Lee and hear about that. But he's going to tell you the universe lost energy because Scientific Lee himself is convinced we only have one sun. And the Ra and Horus are actually indicating Birkeland current, which I'm not sure. That's where me and Lee part ways. He's convinced we're all going to die, and I'm convinced that this is actually what we were made to do. And we will all die if we have Lee's attitude about it. Right? Norse mythology. Um, it's very Anunnaki. Some of it began pre-Anunnaki, and that's why you can't find it. It's a lot like uh, La in the cuneiform in Bible canon and all that shit. They're telling us that we had a writing system, and they didn't understand it, but they took on the caricatures of our writing, the personas, such as Ra. Like I said, I don't even know if Ra, that person there, the sun, is actually, we actually called it Ra. We may have actually called it the Blue Kachina. But they named it and took on that personification. And Marduk did that, particularly with Ra and Quetzalcoatl and all around the world. We heard them go through the regions that he did this and that they destroyed because of our sin of following the wrong God that had gone around the world claiming to be the God. So it was our fault that Marduk had fooled us, made us sinners. You know, that's ego as fuck. And that's the kind of thing that mom's trying to overcome here with this peace meeting with these people. It's fucking, it's crazy when you actually start looking at some of the things they've done and then justified as our problem, our issue. You know, it's like it kind of gives you a little bit of an insight on this. But as far as finding information post or pre-flood, it's really hard to do. And there were Norse gods, but you can cross-reference most of their stuff that you can find straight with everybody else post-flood. It's all Anunnaki in one way or another. Eventually, Chad, I intend for it to be myself. We should teach nothing but this for creation's sake, man. You're a troublemaker. I know you are, Prince. I blocked your ass, remember? You brought your little friend with you. I wasn't in the mood for it, was I? I think I blocked him too. I'm pretty damn sure I did. Hey man, didn't you see that? Didn't you see that video where that girl was like, "Look at this motherfucker, he's fucking you out. Can't you tell he's having a good time doing it?" Well, I am. I'm a dickhead. I ain't about to change who I am. Just don't be a dumbass. Bring your friends along. And give them the moon before you come over to my channel, man. I'm not going to deal with your bullshit. And I'll probably block you too. That's why I have multiple accounts. Go la la. Yeah, you block me here, I'll come back with this one. I got you. It's beautiful. What's up, Ajax? Aw. Sorry, Ajax. Well, join the club. You be forgiven. Sometimes it's the better thing to do. It's the merciful thing to do. I've often said, personally, I believe that it's the humane thing to do. If you're in suffering, why not fucking lay somebody down like you do your pet? You're doing it to your pet to fucking put your pet out of its misery, right? I mean, if the human being is going through some amazing fucking painful fucking suffering and fucking uselessness of life and there's no hope for it, well, it's their choice, right? You know, I mean, I don't know what to even say about that. But sometimes it's a more merciful fucking way to go if there's perpetual suffering going on here. So don't, I mean, that's just, you were that device, Look at it this way. Would you get 8 healthies? Just put your energy into helping them and pray for that little soul that didn't make it. It'll forget the suffering that it had to go through while it was here for the short time it was. And you made his suffering shorter, or her. It's not something to hurt yourself over. That's for sure. I know, Prince, but you know what? Just keep me under your hat. Just keep me under your hat, man. Don't be bringing friends over to my page. I said it, you know, it was his fault. You just got in the way. No, but I just tell you, I'm an asshole, Prince. Fucking deal with it. If you see me over here raging, just go like this and watch. Eat the popcorn. Oh my God. Yeah, birds are pretty clever. Ravens, raven. Edgar Allan Poe wrote about that. A raven. He's sitting on the windowsill. You know, in Ireland, in the fossil record, shows clearly snakes were never on that little island. How can one rid of an island of snakes that never had snakes on it? Well, you got to take that fucking little legend and put it into reality. It was talking about the genocide of the Druids at the Catholic sword, St. Patrick. Yes, I agree, Chad. I miss Storm a lot.
By Easter?
My dog.
Okay, that might be one way of looking at it.
Are you out?
As I said before, none of the stars are God. They're signs to teach us.
Good night,
In our case, they may have been telling us that we're living in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I gotta blow some
The
glass.
question I have going into this period that
We're living in
ancients
the right
saw
place.
portending danger is whether Red Star and Blue Star could balance out what they're doing to Earth tidally.
At the right time.
One or the other by itself caused terrible floods and destruction, but as they seem to rotate about the sun on different sides,
And
do they still toss us about
They
the
do.
same way they did in the past?
They will.
As long as my ship's compass is not working, I'm concerned.
Listen to this guy.
Whether or not the UN allows us to see behind the chemtrails, I believe there is enough empirical evidence for our scientists to at least look for nemesis immediately.
Look right up our
The
ass,
lesson of
buddy.
the sign of John the Baptist back in 2013 was to start paying attention to Jupiter Venus conjunction because it portends bad things toward the end of the earthquake sun. If you don't believe me, wait until February.
Give this man raw math.
My birthday. This is two eagles meet at the heart of Capricorn, if you remember the myth. Today's based on Red Star gets his driver's license and celebrates by careening hard wild in Dad's Maserati. Honest, Dad, I'll take it easy on the curve. And the bumper takes out a few trees. And this big star on the right, Sun and Venus are racing to that spot for the vernal equinox. What arrives will be the phoenix promised by the Dresden Codex, the new sun. The ancients were not at all sure we would make it to February or March. Were they here, they would tell us to get tickets to Europe or South America or Australia or Africa quick, or buy property a mile up. They would have advised me anyway to start building an ark 120 years ago because this place is going to be well below sea level. There's a recent geological age for thousands of years is well marked between my house and my daughter's 2 miles up the road. Floods come through Temescal Canyon, and some of the older maps show my neighborhood as Temescal Wash, hardly promising. So when the dam breaks somewhere north of here due to an earthquake, my hope is to be joining my late wife in a far, far better place. I know us normal people aren't supposed to touch the old stones left by the ancestors. I suppose that would be the province of rabbis, priests, and magi, of which I am none of the above. But I can't help it if they just scream at me. I believe this one is Cookie Penny. The big thing for me was recognizing that above the red star and the blue star and the sun, what is important to remember is the Aquarian Orion axis. And some of the ancients called one mom and one dad.
Would you get him raw math?
It's more like a singular mom.
Right he is.
In other words, where I have a source, these are the lessons I would teach you about your planetary neighborhood, because they just make you important to your survival as a species.
Give over here looking.
Now, there are the obvious messages, and I've listed them here, but then there are an overall implication. Mom's hairdo and her arms akimbo are telling us that she is or was out of here. That she would have to be born like the rest of us. So if Mom was a double entendre for Mother Earth and the Sun, well then the hairdo means she was slain by the lion or the scorpion or Orion, basically the sky god. And what that also means is that Aquarius the sputum, or Sagittarius, right below it, is the celestial hinge for the sky. So what happens when the ruckus starts and Jupiter gets thrown by sky gods at the mother? Remember when all hell breaks loose on Earth, nothing much dramatic happens in the heavens? The blue star and red star are basically making a round of our sun in a really quick fashion. And the impact here on us is Earth does a roll until about May 2022. And there are some reports that red star is going to take a chunk out of the moon on its way here, which would be one more concern in a very long list. When I was in the Air Force Weapons Lab, and we were growing up and becoming missiles, you know what we discovered? You can smash the big rock into little rocks, but you're still going to be healthy. So stand by for tidal waves and meteorites next spring. The piece on the lower left was tough to find. Something, the once a procession relationship of the How Raven with the 4 Ram, giving us a new sun. And the little bone from Lucky Boss shows that the lion red star flies in the opposite direction from the 4th sun. And the second meaning is that you're about to see Leo upside down and Pegasus right side up because their orientations vertically are opposite. Little gold shield remembering Raven's cross at the Rams is a once in a 26,000 years event.
God,
It's the sending gem. It's
give him link. Say, look, everything you just talked about.
Ashura Temple shows evil winds over lions. and believe it or not, there was
I need to talk
a
to you.
winner take all contest going on. Iran wins versus Tamuzi. Yahweh wins versus his son Marduk. African mass shows next February. Raven gets the serpent. The Pomos idol from Cyprus shows there was always a Christianity long before 4 of the first 5 bishops of Rome were Jewish. The Pope is counting on lots of converts as the world goes crazy. And personally, I think people are going to give up on God and go after the good. Or realize that there was a message in Hosea, and that is, we are Ephraim, and we never ever got it right. And many of us are going to follow the Pied Piper, and he is not going to the promised land. 2020 is the year of the rat. There's lots of opportunity for wealth among those willing to scurry about during the anarchy. If your history was loaded with truth instead of perfume, the snow knife, the hero's tale, you would find out that the battles of Troy and Jericho were pitchblocks in a time of earthquake and fire, just as we are about to face on a gargantuan scale. February 12th, days before my birthday, we go into Year of the Ox. And I'd say Bullet Heaven is going to remake this place. And then the Ram will dry it out 5 weeks later, barring divine intervention. Meanwhile, look for dirty tricks by the destroyers in charge. Truthfully, they're a heartless bunch, prone to taking the golden ring, as they always have. The Book of Gad warns the UK about their current administration, but America's no better off. Watch for more plagues, more deaths, more disasters. The big threat from the new king of Ur was that Shepherd Orion was handing the crook and the nose rope to the new slave. El told Anzu the lion man to eat the living. Nana said she would allow her shapeshifters to do the job. Basically, humanity is mostly ushered out through the same gates of heaven where they came in 6,000 years ago. So El wasn't lying when he said, eat from this tree and you're going to die. Said, amen. Next time you're here, it's not going to be good. And God gets some peace and quiet. If you make it to the darkness, don't open the door. Listen to Padre Pio or Isaiah 26:20. Rather than believe me about ancient artifacts of prehistoric art, I would suggest you don't give up and figure out how one of the folks, you could actually make it when everyone else drifts quickly into hell in a handbasket. The Masons and cryptos promised anarchy after market crash 120 years ago, and that is precisely what we're going to get. Still, some folks are going to manage to survive, and the chances are the way they do it is by getting ahead of the coming food and clean water shortages. Of course, having some means of defending your neighborhood or your stash might come in handy.
Somebody y'all brought me.
And try to find some like-minded folks beforehand so you can team up resources and responsibilities. There's no way you can stay awake 24 hours a day for weeks. And see if you can help out rather than just bug out for the mess.
See, I can't give him links. I'm busy giving his
Well, we
link.
still have a few days to get with the original program. I'm pretty
You guys
sure
give him my
absolutely
links.
none of the religions is doing what God instructed.
Tell him how
because the
right he
message
is.
has gotten more and more
I got
garbled
those
over the
pieces
years.
he's missing.
We weren't just playing
And he
telephone
should try
tag
to
with some
talk to
important words.
After he looks at
Folks
the
with the
moon.
racial and political and economic axis to grind kept drawing the
I like
circle
this
of
guy.
protection smaller and smaller, encouraging or insulting folks to get out of their increasingly intolerant group. What I'm trying to say is that God was and is the God of all, not something for the benefit of one tribe or nation, but an entire planet. And you and I have patched together enough of the old signs to know they were common around the world. They were shared by the wise of every nation, which is probably why at Göbekli Tepe you can find a goanna that only grows in Australia, and you can find an old world peacock on a Mayan tomb.
Yep.
Take care.
This guy's got it, man. Pretty fucking smart. Well, good. Start taking him my channel to his shit. Look, I'm busy over here.
Welcome back to End Times and Creep.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. Going over here, I'm gonna do this. Sort by oldest first. That's funny. He's only been making videos about 7 months. Not much shorter time than I have. Watch this. Watch. This is what I tell people to do to my channel. Play all.
Welcome back to
See
End
how it
Times
goes?
and Creation.
Look how that goes.
Jews designated their God as El, spelled as both the bull and the shepherd.
You hearing
Where
it?
the northern tribes, like the
He's
Celts,
got
saw
a
these as
pretty
two
good grip
separate
on this.
entities. There was wisdom in identifying one Lord, identified as both Sky God and Avatar. In the next few years, you will see why pinning down Eloah to one event, object, constellation, or mind would be a mistake. For example, in Deuteronomy 14, we learn of John the Baptist and Jesus, yet their teachings might have been from Elijah, Moses, or King David. The holy books teach of events on our horizon, the Son of Man, the Lion and Eagle, great events initiating a new age. Despite much of it seeming like an unfolding revelation with lots of new names along the way, I suspect the main events have occurred in the past and will happen again. Egypt may not have been the first or last Exodus, for example. Other YouTubers have pointed out the maps of North America and the Holy Land are very similar. Egyptian petroglyphs have again been found in this country, and some of their erratic texts parallel markings of the Maya. If you get the chance, take a look at the Adam and Eve story by Chan Thomas. I'm not sure I agree with the idea that it all goes down in one fell swoop. Some, like the Etruscans, believed that we will see the disastrous 3 years that restart civilization in phases. The red dot on the globe indicates the pillars of the earth at Mali and Hunga Tonga. Mississippians believed we do one precession with America in the north and another with it in the south. I guess we'll know if that's true in just a few years. Some 19th century scientists were of a mind that it was a twice per precession occurrence, and I'm sure Zoroaster would have agreed. Here's the first of the pillar events, followed by the Parthians. The Sasanians and the Romans agreed that the end of 2020 is going to be a huge, big deal. Others seem to have thought the super flare part of the prophecy could come at any time in the next few months.
It's good.
I wonder how the rabbinate looks at the event. The last time they observed God and the Baalim concept in the same sentence was in Hosea 2. Daniel clearly preferred the vernal equinox event, the one of March 2021. Christianity would share whenever the Orion event occurs as related to Easter and the King. The Eye event might prove even more catastrophic than last time. In November, minus 3105 Julian, this Jupiter-Venus conjunction brought the flood. According to the Sasanians, this event could also bring conflagration, or that solar superflare we've been expecting. The raven bent over to signify both the constellation Capricorn and full shift is Taino from the Caribbean. As you can see from the mast on top, raven was seen to fly over the head of the god toward Aries. The blue star then, yet another meaning of the raven, will arrive at the first point of Aries in April 2022. My view of the Kohanim hands is that they envision David as the avatar, god of war, with Aquarius as the proper residence of its lord. But then I'm no expert. What I can tell you is that the ancients saw Orion light up at the vernal equinox, which explains their Nissan calendar. Daniel appears to have felt that Sun-Venus conjunction of 2021 would be the big event that begins the apocalypse, or at least that's the 3.5 years from the Revelation 12:1 sign, which is also Isaiah 7:14. Whereas some in the Americas would have favored the big Orion event in 2022 at the same location with the second eye, rather than Daniel's Venus Sun event. I hope not to be here by then in either case. Other big vernal equinox conflagrations happened at the opening of Leo and Taurus, so I expect this one to officially mark the beginning of Aquarius. The axis of Aquarius-Leo has been seen as the center of things since at least the time of Göbekli Tepe. However, just as the lion has followed the raven and vice versa, the same can be said about reversals between Aquarius and Leo, or the pole shifts between Aquarius and Aries. What gets confusing is Orion dragon imagery like that of St. George, but I think we'll see that as something pretty obvious in the near future. Meanwhile, consider Aquarius as the center point of the zodiac for good reason. After 26,000 years, it has again united the Ram, Yahoo, and the Sar schedules, which have been repeating less frequently as the year grows longer. Remember when Jesus talked about the smart virgins who had enough oil and the ones who weren't ready for the end of days?
I do.
I'm thinking that has a double meaning for Americans. Either we should have had enough sense to get out in time, or we should have stocked up before it was too late. Basically, the ancients thought you might have less than a month now to get things in order and prepare for the worst this universe has to offer in 26,000 years.
Yep.
I found this supporting evidence. Obviously, the Jews think they belong in the homeland before all goes down.
Yep.
I suspect it's because Israel, like Egypt, was considered the Earth's center of gravity. As such, it is already located at high tide and dealing with the equatorial bulge of the ocean. Whereas when America passes below that miles-high stand of water, we just won't stand a chance. The Bible says this afternoon through tomorrow is the time to get things right with God through repentance, burnt offerings, and fasting. The requirements are set forth in Leviticus 23 as strictly a time for atonement. And if the Christians are right, it's the whole point and summation of the Bible. If you're looking for pointers on repentance, I would suggest Psalm 51 is a good start. Please ask him to withhold judgment while we attempt to put things right first.
You gotta make it in your heart, not your head.
Like it or not, we're pretty much in endgame now. Big and terrible surprises are coming, and you should definitely dig into your holy books for the right perspective. I'm a bit amazed we still have YouTube as a platform to warn people. I hope it can stay up a bit longer. Please use the next few weeks to get ready as best you can. I know I paint a pretty bleak picture, but as the president observed, we have reached the Sabbath of Sabbaths. And while he may have said this in the sense of Yom Kippur, the phrase has a much greater meaning. We have reached God's end of the week, and it's time to bring in the harvest and get a bit of rest. Please get prayed up and ready to go. Take care. Welcome back to End Times and Creation. I can't tell you how many people I've heard lately saying they know the gates of heaven are about to open. And indeed, that's what we've been talking about, at least in the sense that options for making a go of it down here are getting bleaker by the minute. The other day, the governor of California signed a bill saying it's okay for 24-year-olds to date 14-year-olds. Morality is just not our strong suit out here. Well, the other day I
Get
picked
out
up
of
Pastor Rick Warren's book on a purpose-filled life, it talks about a 40-day program of getting your life better lined up with God's plan. So on a lark, I counted up the days, and you know what? It took me to 1 November, the day the Etruscans said the first pole shift comes. The same day El Shaddai, the Moshiach sun, sets his foot in Libra, the sign of judgment, not his red star little brother back in Leo. Then I watched a video where they were talking about how the Golden Gate of Jerusalem is supposed to open when Messiah opens it between the Mount of Olives and the Temple Mount. And I saw all the symbolism we've been dealing with, the great conjunction of December, the three suns of the Triple Crown, the Eye of God in February, the Heart of Heaven in March. And the Byzantines designed this thing like thousands of years ago. Those portals for launching arrows, those are the two pillar events in Capricorn and Sagittarius, in the very path for the fall of Raven and Lion when Earth starts its roll.
We've already
Very
been
irritating, I know, but I keep finding ancient evidence that the only people who didn't get the memo about what's coming is us moderns.
Yeah.
The ancients all told us reversal is coming. And the more I look at the old scriptures, the more it looks like what's coming was always built in as a basic component of the plan. I mean, maybe the old prophets were fatalists, like Bruce Hornsby singing, that's just the way it is.
They were realists.
But I'd like to think God has a few surprises before we all just get plowed into the ground like so many dead fish before we're planting the crops.
He does.
As always, I would tell you that your ancestors did everything they could to pass along the ancient wisdom about what happened on this third rock from the sun. Like it or not, there will be war, flood, and reversal long before you can buy that cabin up in Big Bear. I don't mean to say or imply religion is just edited paganism. What I would say is that all religion and science and history are a faded, eroded image of a past that eventually repeats. Honestly, I don't know what I'll do if Maria comes knocking at the door. One part of me is a wild optimist. Another part is the realistic pessimist, and I have no idea how I will react. Angels came to guide Abraham's nephew Lot to safety, but they didn't come to get Cain, the one who studied the old Kuduro stones. He was slain by an earthquake. Beginning next month, the ancients thought you might begin to see unusual plasma discharges in the sky at night. Jupiter and Saturn getting into it upon the return of the blue star to the ecliptic after 3 years. Blue star Cain slays his brother son Abiel. Red star hands blue star his head, taking charge. Aquarius decapitated by Orion. What did Jesus say? Wheresoever the body is, thither will the eagles be gathered together. Ever wonder what he meant? Well, now you know. Obviously, he had attended one of the mystery schools. In the end, they thought we would walk away from the experience better than we entered it once we arrive the other side. Bible readers can think two ways about what just happened in Washington. They can think tribulation doesn't get interesting for 3.5 years and then someone breaks the truth for Armageddon. Or we can remember the destroyer is here, the scorcher is here, and there is a verse that tells us when they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them, as travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape. We entered the 9 months back in May, so Earth will be grumbling soon enough. Now the trap is set. Folks are thinking the boss won't be back for 3 more years. Yet we have only about somewhere between 3 and 33 days to get our spirits right. It all comes so fast now. You just need to trust and be ready to go. While most of you probably hope, perhaps even assume that everything I've ever said about pole shift and conflagration are flat out wrong,
Where he shifted?
just delusions or wishful thinking
Yeah,
from a
this is fucking
broken-hearted old
links.
man, Think about how sustainable can America be now that it owes more money than it makes. Now that its economy has been shut down for half a year. Now that people are talking violence over a stupid election.
Not off of
Now
this
that
page,
people
off
can
of
be
my
pushed up
original.
in 5 minutes,
I'm a little
like
angry.
deepfake videos interfering international
Go
enemies
get him
and
over.
troublemaking politicians.
There you go.
Now that millions of people are about to be left homeless by
Actually,
bankers
sounds like
because they can't pay
he's
for
the kind
the
of guy
roof
that
over
was
their head.
like homebrew butter.
Luke says, watch therefore and pray always, that you may be accounted worthy to escape all these things that shall come to pass, and to stand before the Son of Man. Well, I know it's crazy hard to think about leaving, but isn't planning to stay getting just as hard? Whatever you choose, I hope you get your dream, and then I might see you there one day. Take care.
Hi,
Welcome
welcome to my
back to End Times and Creation. And unfortunately, keep finding those signs of next month everywhere. The line art is Lithuanian amber.
You hear it? You're like John
Stone and a symbol from the Aztecs.
Take him
I'm
home.
more than a bit concerned that we will see more than one wrong god at the top of the sky before Lucifer is thrown back to the underworld.
I like this guy. I like
Truly,
this
the Earth may be about to
guy. Thank you for
experience a
everybody for bringing
in
it to
that position. North America looking at Orion. North America will be burnt toast. And then Trump says America will open with no masks by Easter.
Time out.
Okay.
What do you say about North America looking at Orion? What? Because we did all summer. Remember, we just talked about that.
I unfortunately keep finding those signs of next month everywhere. The line art is Lithuanian amber. Then there's an Egyptian stone and a symbol from the Aztecs. So I'm more than a bit concerned that we will see more than one wrong god at the top of the sky before Lucifer is thrown back to the underworld in February. Which really means Earth may be about to experience a pole shift. And if that positions North America looking at Orion, North America will be burnt toast. And then Trump says America will open with no masks by Easter. Okay, that might be one way of looking at it. As I've said before, none of the stars are God. They're signs to teach us. In our case, they may have been telling us that we're living in the wrong place at the wrong time. The question I have going into this period that the ancients saw portending danger is whether Red Star and Blue Star could balance out what they're doing to Earth tidally. One or the other by itself caused terrible floods and destruction, but as they seem to rotate about the sun on different sides, do they still toss us about the same way they did in the past?
Yes.
As long as my ship's compass is not working, I'm concerned.
A little different.
Whether or not the
You
UN
don't even know we're on
allows
their
us to
side.
see
Listen to this guy.
behind the chemtrails, I believe there is enough empirical evidence for our scientists to at least look for Nemesis and Nibiru. Our lesson of the sign of John the Baptist back in 2013 was to start paying attention to Jupiter-Venus conjunctions because they portend bad things toward the end of the earthquake sun. If you don't believe me, wait until February. I expect California a big one around the time of my birthday. It's the day Zeus's two eagles meet at the heart of Capricorn, if you remember the myth. The day Phaeton Red Star gets his driver's license and celebrates by careening hard wild in Dad's Maserati. Honest, Dad, I'll take it easy on the curves. And the bumper takes out a few trees. When that big star on the right, Sun and Venus are racing to that spot for the vernal equinox. What arrives will be the phoenix promised by the Dresden Codex, the new sun. The ancients were not at all sure we would make it to February or March. Were they here, they would tell us to get tickets to Europe or South America or Australia or Africa quick, or buy property a mile up. They would have advised me anyway to start building an ark 120 years ago because this place is going to be well below sea level.
Yeah,
There's a reason each geological age for thousands of years is well marked between my house and my daughter's 2 miles up the road. floods come through Temescal Canyon, and some of the older maps show my neighborhood as Temescal Wash, hardly promising. So when the dam breaks somewhere north of here due to an earthquake, my hope is to be joining my late wife in a far, far better place. I know us normal people aren't supposed to touch the old stones left by the ancestors. I suppose that would be the province of rabbis, priests, and magi, of which I am none of the above. But I can't help it if they just scream at me. I believe this one is Kuputeni. The big thing for me was recognizing that above the red star and the blue star and the sun, what is important to remember is the Aquarian Orion axis. And some of the ancients called one mom and one dad. I can't help but think it's more like a singular mom-dad thing. In other words, were I the source, these are the lessons I would teach you about your planetary neighborhood, because they just might be important to your survival as a species. Now, there are the obvious messages, and I've listed them here, but then there's an overall implication. Mom's hairdo and her arms akimbo are telling us that she is or was out of here, that she would have to be reborn like the rest of us. So if Mom was a double entendre for Mother Earth and the Sun, well then the hairdo means she was slain by the lion or the scorpion or Orion, basically the sky god. And what that also means is that Aquarius to Scutum, or Sagittarius, right below it, is the celestial hinge for the sky. So what happens when the ruckus starts and Jupiter gets thrown by sky god at the mother? Remember when all hell breaks loose on Earth, nothing much dramatic happens in the heavens? Well, blue star and red star are basically making a round of our sun in a really quick fashion. And the impact here on us is Earth does a roll until about May 2022. And there are some reports that red star is going to take a chunk out of the moon on its way here, which would be one more concern in a very long list. When I was in the Air Force weapons lab and we were blowing up incoming missiles, you know what we discovered? You can smash the big rock into little rocks, but you're still going to be pelted. So stand by for tidal waves and meteorites next spring. The piece on the lower left was tough to find, the once a precession relationship of the Ahau Raven with the 4 rams, giving us a new sun. And the little bone from La Chéribas shows that the Lion Red Star flies in the opposite direction from the horse sun. And the second meaning is that you're about to see Leo upside down and Pegasus right side up, because their orientations vertically are opposite. Little gold shield remembering Raven's cross with the rams is a once in 26,000 years
He's
event.
missing half of it.
The
We already are
is the end of this
in
year,
those
underneath
positions.
the Triple Crown. Ashura Temple shows eagle wins over lion. And believe it or not, there was a winner-take-all contest going on. Inan wins versus Dumuzi. Yahweh wins versus his son Marduk. African mask shows next February, Raven gets the serpent. The Pomos idol from Cyprus shows there was always a Christianity long before 4 of the first 5 bishops of Rome were Jewish. The Pope is counting on lots of converts as the world goes crazy. And personally, I think people are going to give up on God and go after the good, or realize that there was a message in Hosea, and that is, we are Ephraim, and we never ever got it right. And many of us are going to follow the Pied Piper, and he is not going to the promised land. 2020 is the year of the rat. Lots of opportunity for wealth among those willing to scurry about during the anarchy. If your history was loaded with truth instead of perfumed to smell nice with heroes' tales, you would find out that the battles of Troy and Jericho were cakewalks in the time of earthquake and fire, just as we are about to face on a gargantuan scale. February 12th, days before my birthday, we go into Year of the Ox. And I'd say Bullet Heaven is going to remake this place. and then the ram will dry it out 5 weeks later, barring divine intervention. Meanwhile, look for dirty tricks by the destroyers in charge. Truthfully, they're a heartless bunch, prone to taking the gold and running, as they always have. The Book of Gad warns the UK about their current administration, but America's no better off. Watch for more plagues, more deaths, more disasters. The big threat from the new king of Ur was that shepherd Orion would hand him the crook and the nose rope for the new slaves. El told Anzu, the lion man, to eat the living. Inanna said she would allow her shapeshifters to do the job. Basically, humanity is mostly ushered out through the same gates of heaven where they came in 6,000 years ago. So El wasn't lying when he said, eat from this tree and you're going to die. Because next time you're here, it's not going to be good. And God gets some peace and quiet. If you make it to the darkness, don't open the door. Listen to Padre Pio or Isaiah 26:20. Rather than believing about ancient artifacts of prehistoric art, I would suggest you don't give up and figure out how one of the folks, you could actually make it when everyone else drifts quickly into hell in a handbasket. The Masons and cryptos promised anarchy after market crash 120 years ago, and that is precisely what we're going to get. Still, some folks are going to manage to survive, and the chances are the way they do it is by getting ahead of the coming food and clean water shortages. Of course, having some means of defending your neighborhood or your stash might come in handy. And try to find some like-minded folks beforehand so you can clean up resources and responsibilities. There's no way you can stay awake 24 hours a day until and see if you can help out rather than just plug out from the mat. Well, we still have a few days to get with the original program. I'm pretty sure absolutely none of the religions is doing what God instructed because the message has gotten more and more garbled over the years. And we're just playing telephone tag with some important words. Folks with racial and political and economic axes to grind kept drawing the circle of protection smaller and smaller, encouraging or insulting folks to get out of their increasingly intolerant group. What I'm trying to say is that God was and is the God of all, not something for the benefit of one tribe or nation, but an entire planet. You and I have patched together enough of the old signs to know they were common around the world. They were shared by the wise of every nation, which is probably why at Göbekli Tepe you can find a goanna that only grows in Australia, and you can find an old-world peacock on a Mayan tomb. Welcome back to End Times and Creation. So I found a couple more times with fall, and let's capitalize the word fall because it has everything to do with what's about to happen. But what I found is that sometimes God is maybe just a little bit of a show-off, or my luck is just extraordinary because coincidences keep happening. So you know the sign of the lion or lioness with 3 scratches, and you know the sign of the raven with that C, which eventually grew into an A, or arrest, or full of heaven. And then I counted the time between raven goes over the sun and the time of the eye throwing the Baphomet goat or the boar on the barbecue over at the Tree of Life. And it came out to 111 days, 3 scratches on that stone from India. Then there was the Omphalos stone, the navel of the universe of the Vinca culture, and you can see raven over the sun, which comes around the time of the eye goddess and child, indicating we are about to see part of heaven over the womb of the universe.
Taurus.
Again,
And the eye god Ra. It's fucking amazing. This guy's got this shit on.
Backing up from that little Mississippian wedge in the sphere, so it's about its midpoint.
He just hasn't put it together yet.
That,
he's missing the key.
The Siberian serpent stretched out on a bear skin is your hand of the creator. And perhaps an indication that the red dragon of the Bible takes this round. as opposed to Serpent Gets the Frog at Serpent Mound, Ohio, that you see now. In its original configuration, rising between Jupiter and Saturn. The Hercules Orion statue shows that this hunter fisher is going to team up with the lion serpent to sacrifice our sun.
Yes.
The egg from which we will, in 2022, see the birth of a new sun,
Yes.
a new moon, and a new earth.
Yes.
Provided we get to survive the coming mass,
Yes.
or one day return to this place, then
Nova star explosion with the red sun. Horus.
Our problems of the next 3 years will begin
Yes.
with the sun and people going nuts.
Listen to this guy.
Your scientists can live in denial until
He sounds like me talking, but he doesn't know why.
Nothing before Galileo. But I've seen art going back hundreds of thousands of years that humanity has long been
He
concerned
just doesn't have the
period.
whole picture. That's all.
Eagle,
I
the
mean,
Tamna,
this
the
is
mammoth, the
awesome.
boar, the dragon that rises over the sun
fucking awesome.
in the next month. You know, Orion lights it up by December, and then we're off to the races. In the role of the three stars of creation, first up is Blue Star. Second on top is the sun, as the formation grows tighter. And finally, the Lion Man, or you can call him Son of Man, rises as the brightest of the three. And where one descent is characterized by flood, in others is known as ekpyrosis, the summer of precession. The ancients disagreed as to which one is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit Mother. I mean, seriously disagreed. In mid-December, there is to be yet another eclipse marking the passage of the sun through our local danger zone that we began back in 2010. And though this one is pretty special. I mean, look at the zodiac. It's designed to tell the story. Sagittarius is about to fire.
Stop. He's got the 10 years, 5 months tribulation. This guy's done his fucking homework. He's got the 3.5 years after the fucking great sign, which is actually perihelia. It's not our flip. It's not going to be the flip. It's going to be, that's perihelia. Our second flip comes sooner than that. I'm sure of it. Hi, one. Thank you. Yeah, I'm working over here, making money. We've been sitting around talking for about 8 hours. Oh my God. This guy's an awesome find. Thank you. Wow. Okay. So somebody get him my fucking information, please. Tell him how right he is. Give him raw map. Give him like, you got a fuck, man. I should just fucking go do it. God, I'm pulling my hair out. I got so much stuff to do. So how you doing, one? I'm not scrolling back. What do you mean send us a link? I'm telling you, man, go give him links. I've been sending his link. That's what I do. You know what to give him. Give him raw maps and tell him how right he is. But here's the missing piece of the picture, and here's the eye that you're looking for, the eye sun. His name's Ra. Here's his magnetosphere. Give them the moon because we're already flipped. We're already on our pole. NASA says all the planets in the solar system are on their side right now. I mean, that's the news. Except they excluded Earth. They didn't say anything about Earth, but all the other planets are laying down on the side. It ain't us. And they didn't say it wasn't us. I'm just saying they just excluded Earth from the conversation. I'm gonna have to do another video, ain't it? But you know, that goes right along with the whole how in the hell are they getting the flat Earth thing down if everything we're looking at is a fucking globe except for us, you know. So, but you know, everything in the solar system just laid down on its side here, and and you know, not us though. We're a frisbee. Oh, my God. What do you mean it's not a flip? We tilted 66.6 degrees, Lord. The moon's doing a flip. It's not. We are. And that's real. Yeah, unescapable. That's all. And this guy missed the pole shift. We've already begun that shift. But he's got all these dates right. His danger zone started in 2010. And I'm all like, you're fucking kidding me, dude. We need to get him to scientifically the motion of everything, a field defined. We need to get him a piece of raw mapped. It'd be good enough for now. Whatever hit you the hardest, you know? I don't care. Give him a link. He needs a lot of answers. Hey, he's got a lot more answers than I've ever heard anybody else with. This guy's done his fucking homework. I like it. Yeah, I totally believe that. Myself. Yeah, they want to discount our creator and make him this little teeny thing, and creation is just this little teeny thing. It's it's so much fucking grander than even I thought. Um, I never said I wasn't a fucktard, right? I mean, I believed there was an infinite universe, but I didn't know. I did not understand. I did not understand. I didn't understand it wasn't just Earth that's actually a living being. It's everything with a fucking spark of life in their chest. That magnet. Um, Everything I look at adds a new dimension of grandeur to this creator that has designed some fucking incredible shit. And we're hearing about these ancients knew this shit, knew the process of what's coming in. I've been telling you this is not going to be a micronova. It's going to be a birthings of a sun. We're hearing about the sun is going to grow up. This is Horus they're talking. This is shit that isn't from Egypt. I don't think that he's getting from the mines and shit. And I keep telling you guys, I'm seeing that same story over here too myself. I really am. I'm seeing it everywhere. And this guy's telling me the same thing. I'm really enjoying listening to him. I want to talk to him. I want to help him understand the whole picture because this guy has it so close. It's like when I first ran into Lee. My nipples all got hard and shit. But I'm having issues with the fact that he's a defeatist. He thinks we're all going to die. But he didn't actually say that. He hasn't never said that. He said, you know, you actually have a better chance of living. He's got my attitude I was at about 8 or 9 years ago. Somehow he's started fucking seeing this shit about 7 months ago. This is where we're at on his page. He began about 7 months ago. He doesn't have raw. He doesn't have the whole picture. He's very close, though. He's very close. I'm really excited y'all brought him to me. Blue is our home. Her mom's home. Our home. And yeah, it's we're hoping that's the case, AJ. Yes. Because the new son is going to be Horus. Now, Ra needs to grab us, and we need to accept that Mom needs to hold on to the orbit and stick it because we don't want to be around Horus when he Novus. Ra is right behind us. We are in between Ra and our sun. Now, I don't have to go into a deep explanation as to why that's the exact wrongest position to be in, especially with Horus being on the exact opposite side of the sun, just like he's describing here. With the one on the one side and the other on the other side. Well, we're in between all that right now. The worst possible scenario, actually, which is going to require us to actually roll behind Ra here. But the whole maneuver is trying to bounce us out of this void that they've trapped her in. The whole game is to slow her down first so we don't have another Cretaceous boundary. And not everybody's going to get wiped out like he's talking about miles high waves. That's what she's trying to avoid right now. And that's a whole lot about why the press is on about this whole peace meeting thing that needs to happen. Because she wants it to happen before the breaking begins. The breaking point is coming to a soon situation. As you can even hear from his translations, I'm hearing like, oh yeah, okay, so we got about a month and a half is what I'm giving it until we start really breaking. Ra's going to reveal himself, and we're going to have to roll behind him and catch an orbit, which is going to require us to do a polarity flip. Yes, Ajax. Absolutely. Hence the Cherenkov radiation buildup, because we've got, like in the northern hemisphere tonight, if you go out beyond your light dome and look north, you're going to see these fucking things blocking out the stars that we're looking at interacting in Iswa. And that's why we're watching them interact in Iswa, because they're huge, they're very close, and they're right there. They're going to do a maneuver that bounces us out of that void. And it'll slow us down first. And Mom's doing this consciously this time.
See, they totally did us a fucking loop-de-loop when we got trapped in the void. She got knocked out, knocked all her massive fucking crystalline trees down, and all kinds of shit. Bad shit happened. She's trying to avoid that. She wants to bring us all home. She loves everything on this planet like I love my child. And the day she told me that, I was like, gee, thanks. Make this fucking an easy job. So I started to have to love fucktards too. Well, there you go. Go out, right, you know, at night. And what time is it now there? I mean, right now it's like 2 o'clock in the morning for me. It's perfect time to go out and look north. You're going to see a big swath of sky that has no stars. Stare at it a little bit. You'll see the circumference. It's big. Or maybe it's not big. But look, if you see a small one, that's just the moon. Look again. There's a big one with it. Because I've seen a few of them out there. I'm like, oh shit. Okay, yeah, there you go. There you go. Why is that there? Why is that there? Because we've got things in between us and those stars. And that's exactly what's closing the field lines. Because, I mean, months ago, me and John were debating that, you know, homebrewed and shit. And I was like, you know, John, how about, you know, this is an ultimate settling of the debate. If these things are that fucking close, dude, we should be able to see them, right? He's like, yeah. I said, well, hang on, John. I'll be right back. And within 10 minutes, I'm all like, John, you need to go look at this shit. It didn't take long to find him. It was like, holy shit, fuck. That's real, dude. And I've been telling people ever since then, you know what? Stop blinding yourself looking at the sun where everybody's pointing at. Do yourself a big favor. You want to see these things, wait until night. Wait until it gets really good and dark. And then go outside and look north. If you're in the northern hemisphere, Kate, that would include the UK. In the southern hemisphere, I have no reference to give you. You're going to have to start looking around. I know there's some down there on the southern hemisphere. I see them. Here you go. Here you go. We're worldwide here. I have no prejudice against any motherfucking body. I love my trolls here. Yes, go look north. Go look in your sky. Go look to the north at night. Right now would be good. Well, you're probably in daylight now, aren't you? It's already morning over here. Silly people. You might want to do it tonight if you got clear sky. Black light bulbs. So you've been up in the northern hemisphere for a while, what? St. Helens was a little while ago.
I remember it. Yeah, it's a small, small world. The lady that came and did my census yesterday, her husband was on the Carl Vincent, and the Carl Vincent was my battle group on the USS Texas when we were traveling around. I was driving that motherfucker behind the Carl Vincent every day. Small, small world. Because, of course, I mean, she came to my door asking questions. I gave her moon, I gave her Ra, I gave her 3 sons, I gave it all to her. I gave her my angry catfish address, and she's going home to talk to her husband. You were adopted too. See, we're not alone. We ain't alone. We're all on this marble going together through this wonderful bit of creation, man. Oh, it ain't so bad. At least they fed me, like I said. It could have been better. It could have been worse. They taught me what not to do to kids. My grandpa was good at that. He hit me in the toe with a hammer. Fucking grandpa did. Motherfucker. Ooh. I never knew my parents. Um, and so I don't even know if I'm an orphan or not myself. There you got the hang of it, Desert. Like I said, man, if you're feeling that fucking discharge, you might fall asleep. I've been having bouts of fucking. Oh, I gotta lay down. You are already sitting there on the ground. That's good shit. Oh, damn. You knew yours. That sucks, man. Oh, well, yeah, I got out of mine as soon as I could, personally. Like I said, they were adopted, though. So I kind of orphaned myself from them, too. It wasn't going well. They had found out that they could have real children, and I become an embarrassment. to a very wealthy family, and I was like, ah, fuck, I'm in trouble. Just some village in the Amazon. That's fucking amazing. Sounds great, man. I bet you wish you were still there sometimes. Damn. Actually sounds pretty fucking cool. I got my birth certificate and it blacked out my parents. I went to my uh, hospital. I was born in Glendale Hospital, at LA County Hospital in Glendale. But my birth records are in Sacramento because I was adopted. And so, so I had to go to Sacramento and put in an application for it through the California legislature. And they okayed the release of my birth certificate. So I got that. But to release the names of my parents, I would have to fucking petition them that. And I didn't know anything about that. I figured I'd find out. They actually blacked this shit out. So I don't even know their name. Nice. Have a good walk, Polly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I got so many hoops to jump through. I was like, I've never known the name. I was like 30 something at the time. I just decided I don't need to know. Yeah, I think we had some kind of decision in coming here, Lauren. I think we made some kind of agreement. I get the distinct impression of late that some of us are here to help in this moment. Be it a long moment. Yeah, Ajax, I get the feeling that's probably more truth than anything. Yes, and I'm with you on that. We probably knew what we were getting into to some point. um, Not really familiar with that one. Same here, Lauren. Sworn my crusty soul. I'm with you on that one. I would have punched all of us in the face last year, though, if you'd have said that shit. I didn't believe in anything. I didn't believe in anything. I was a raging fucktard until I started reading hieroglyphs. Like, damn, thought I knew something. Look at these motherfuckers. They said I got a heart magnet. And I went, look, we got a heart magnet. Nobody told me I had a magnet. I had to wait until I was 50 years old until I found out I had a magnet. I'm sitting there with goosebumps all over my body, talking about buzzing like a motherfucker, talking about, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, I want to go be meek. And I started trying to fucking fake it because I had no idea what meek meant. And mama punched me in the face. She said, down, bitch. I was like, Mom, all I wanted to do was crush a tin can. She's like, you can't use my shit that way, bitch. Like, oh, get the moon out of my head. And if you haven't seen that video, you should go look at it. For 6 months after that, I think I cried. Oh, dear. I thought I'd lost my mind. I really, really did, too. I really swear I thought I'd lost my mind the first time she spoke to me. Exactly what I needed. I almost wanted to say it was too much, but it was actually exactly what I needed. God, I had a lot of programming to work through. Still do. Mandela. Oh my God. I want to beat up a Mandela. Yeah, don't worry, you'll forget it. Yes, we can increase the power of the magnet. We can increase her power. There's a couple of different ways to increase an electron magnet's power. Add energy, which we can draw through the creator ourselves. See, yes. And magnify with mother and meekness. And yep, one we can actually protect all of life on Earth like a steward would. Um, I only found out I had a magnet last year, man. If I'd have known I had a magnet, like if I'd have learned I had a magnet when I was in the Navy, learning about the magnet, what magnets do, what they can do, what you can fucking do with a magnet, and all that magnet property stuff, and all that fucking amazing shit you can do with a magnet. If I'd have had those 35 years back, with the knowledge I got a magnet in my chest, our children need to know this. Just in this last year, as far as where I was last year, I feel like I'm making leaps and bounds, but I know I'm just crawling. We need to get Mr. Monument dude reading these hieroglyphs better, understanding what's going on with our magnets. Well, AJ, I don't know if you've heard me talk about it, but I actually made a video. Yeah, I went and I whew. I made some connections. As soon as I found out that that hieroglyph was right, I was like, I was I went, I researched, and I found out that we have a magnet, we have a brain. And I was all like, okay. All of a sudden, Jesus' words come into my head. And I'm like, neat. What if this is frequency shit. Oh my God. So I'm starting to think electron magnet. Mom's got an electron magnet. I've got an electron magnet. But I'm not thinking mom at all. What am I thinking? I'm thinking literally googly eyed fucking kindergarten fucking rock over here that I'm sitting on as a magnet. I wonder if I could obtain the same frequency as this magnet and crush myself a tin can and make a video. Because I knew what Jesus was trying to tell me. And I come over here to my dirt floor and I planted my hands in Mama, the rock with the googly eyes, with the glued on googly eyes. Yeah, let me Earth in kindergarten. I don't know what I was thinking. I just wanted that magnet. And I knew it had to come from the heart. And I had a brain here I had never used. So what did I do? I went to try to be meek. I didn't know how. Because I didn't know Mother Earth even existed. Okay? But what'd she do? She punched me right in the fucking face, is what she did. She comes at me with a 300,000 year fucking download, beginning with the moon as a hologram in front of my vision. I'm seeing the face of the moon and hearing these very fucking words. I do not recognize that as my own. And I'm all like, amongst the crown jewels coming from her big trees when they had conquered her. That's where the crown jewels came from. Her crystalline, miles tall trees. It's the hearts of it. All kinds of shit like this. So I did a video. I'll never forget it, and I'm not scripted. I'm going to tell you the exact same thing. And I'm sitting there, I'm thinking to myself, I'm fucking crazy. I've lost my fucking mind. I've pointed at the moon too fucking long. And that's where I was. And then all of a sudden, I'm sitting here like this right now. Okay. Another thing is when we increase our magnet field, we are able to hold more. What? Which is a bizarre experience. Uh, yes, and so much more. um. Anyway, I had cataracts. I blow glass for fucking since 1993. I had cataracts, and then I noticed that I could read small print. Um, so I started realizing hang on a second. How am I reading this print? And I've so I was like, how am I reading this print? And I started like realizing, okay, something just happened, and maybe I'm not crazy. And having all this in my head was like a jumble because I really didn't have much reference for a lot of it. She had held my hand at her eternal burning sun. And I could see from that vantage point 5 cities of gold over a vast expanse of beautiful, just 360 around her sun. At the time, of course, like I said, I thought it was crazy. I didn't know what she was showing me. I had no reference for it. I had no reference for the cities of gold I was looking at. I had no reference for the fucking people I was looking at. From that high. She showed me how she drives. Because before I had met her, one of my burningest questions was when I saw the induction beginning. I almost freaked out. Because for an electron magnet to actually have electricity added to it, especially from a steady flow like is hitting from both shock, I couldn't figure out for the life of me the actual mechanism that would tell a rock planet when to draw in electricity to power out a closed field line. Because by all rights, she's pulling in all the electricity she's going to be getting as her magnet. And a closed field line should close down some of these open field lines. So I'm just thinking in physics, you know, an electron magnet I know how you add an electricity to an electron magnet. You actually have to add in the flow. Well, her flow wasn't being added to until she started manually doing it in that induction stream. And I remember the first time I noticed that she was doing that. It was before I met her. And it was killing me. As a and I was asking the shit in the videos. You can see the whole progression of this. This all happened within the span of me making these videos in the last year and a half. I got this download, and so I started looking at. She didn't recognize it as her own because that was the first thing she showed me. This is the moon, and I started finding the Dogon tribes and all the tribes, the Aboriginals in Australia, and just everywhere I'm looking in South America and stuff. They're talking about how these 2 brothers pretty much drugged the moon here, and listening to it in cuneiform, you can hear that they had actually placed Lalu, the moon, here. And I'm all like, and you look a little deeper, and then some of them get more specific. It wasn't just 2 brothers that drugged the fucking moon here. It was Enlil and Enki. Was the name of the 2 brothers that drugged the moon here, and all these correlations, and it's like, holy fuck. Okay, so the moon's not yours, but Here's a burning question. Have you already thought of this aspect? I don't know. Let me see. See, the cities of gold is something we'll get to. I've made I've made that video about the cities of gold. I know where they are. I think that's actually the title of it. uh, so tired. Well, not try not to croak. What's up, Exile? How you doing? Well, here's the thing. Okay, so I established. Okay, so the moon isn't hers. But what did she say? How did she actually say it? I do not recognize that as my own. It kind of leaves it open to, did you have one at some point? Horus is her son. Of course she had a moon. He, of all the gods, was born a baby. He was her moon at some point. I don't know at what point, but it totally makes fucking sense. When I'm sitting here, because I just started looking at this whole Egyptian thing, and I started reading about Horus, of course. But Horus was born of all the gods a baby. And I'm thinking to myself, if he's just a little fart growing out of his father's head, Osiris, a collapsed sun, that means he's some sort of a magnet energy. And he was around Mother at some point. It's the only way he could have been associated with her as and we've done this sun hopping a few times, apparently. I don't know how that looks. But I'm all like, okay, so I can actually make some sense out of Horus was her son at some point, or her moon. At what point he ignited and started doing the whole, I don't know. I haven't found too much of that yet. But I get that he fights with his Uncle Set, and then the homeboy's over here talking about his Uncle Set, and that's our son, the one in the middle, the one in the fucking middle. This guy's even got the positioning right, but everybody's drawing it globally this whole fucking same way. I like the way this guy's breaking this shit down. I need to be getting to sleep myself. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning, but I want to finish this cycle out here. Seamus' birthday. I got to take him out tomorrow. Run around. I was hoping to get more done, but my kiln gave me a hard time today. At least I figured out what's wrong with it. I'm going to order the part again. And choose somebody out for the fucking broken one they set my ass. It only lasted a couple of months. Well, hi, Steve. I ain't go to bed quite yet. I'm probably going to be here another 20 minutes. I'm waiting on my kiln to warm back up. Yeah, I'm tired as fuck. Yeah, he's 16 today. Haven't slept in 2.5 days. Lord, you need to lay down. Jesus Christ. You need to let some of that energy go out your magnet and just say, put your bare feet on mama. Say, blow her some fucking plant farts. You go lay down. Oh my god. we need our rest. Our time's coming to shine. You don't want to sleep. You just woke up. Love you too. Yeah, 16's a good age to be. He doesn't even want to drive. That's what I'm tickled about. I'm excited about that. He doesn't even want to drive. He's 16. He's a good kid. He doesn't run around on the town. He wants to hang out with his friends. It's usually on his little headphone after school. I'm like, fuck, dude. I've walked him down to his friends' houses and stuff. I have his friends over here sometimes and shit. But for the most part, fucking kids nowadays, they don't even know what kind of shit we used to get into because we didn't have no goddamn computer around the house. I didn't. No internets, anyways. (9:30:04). You're kidding me. Nice. So I guess he's 16 too. 'That's pretty incredible. Oh, James, yes, Gaelic for Seamus is Gaelic for James. Jesus. I'm trying to think of the time he was born. It was pretty early in the morning. Thinking it might have been 9:30, something like that. Because he came out C-section. Emergency C-section. That was the first time I saved his life. Fucking doctor. I almost beat the fuck out of that woman. Oh my god. Long story short, he had to be cut out because the cord was wrapped around him. And the doctor was a fucktard. So well, I'm glad he made it, Kate. It's fucking crazy. Fucking beautiful. I mean, what do you do with that? That's fucking amazing. James and James. Born on the same day, damn near the same fucking TikTok. You know? That far apart. It's fucking amazing. Small world. So, well, happy birthday to James. It's fucking awesome. Mind blowing, mind bending how small the world is. Wow. And how coincidental is that? It's fucking crazy. His middle name begins with a D. Are we going to get crazier here? Oh dear. No, no, not David. But you're fucking kidding me. It's just crazy. Dorian. Dorian is his middle name. It's fucking nuts. Same initial, anyways, right? same middle initial, anyways. Which is, I mean, on top of it, uncanny. And I gave him his mother's last name. It is not Briggs. Her family name is McBride. Goes a lot better with Seamus Dorian. Well, he is the Gaelic Seamus or the Gaelic James Dorian McBride. So I didn't expect this same last name. That would have just been a little much. I was adopted, SC, and Seamus Dorian Briggs just does not roll off the tongue like Seamus Dorian McBride. I have very little ego. I really do. I'm just an asshole by nature. I don't care. The only one I honestly have to end up being happy with at the end of the day is the one I'm looking at in the mirror. You know, um, and that should be true with everybody. You shouldn't be pleasing anybody except for the mother, the father, and be happy in what you do. Um, so, so yeah, I don't care about my name. Uh, I think anybody with a human heart would, SG. Once you understand what we're actually looking at isn't scary, it's actually supposed to be joyous and exciting. We're created for this moment. It's It's hard to keep that kind of information under your hat. But I was thinking of my kid, because going through life, I mean, that would it just seemed better that he should have his mother's last name. Now, granted, I didn't realize she wasn't going to be like part of his life, but at that point. But hey man, I have never regretted it. Uh, and he likes his last name. He's really cool with it. He's very comfortable with his last name. It rolls off. He's very Seamus E. McBride, you know. I mean, if you go in Irish, you might as well go all the way, right? I am a great big fat asshole, as you don't let me fool you. Ask anybody. They've seen me freak out. Oh damn. For some stupid shit sometimes. That's just me. I got a really thin line. It ain't blue. Maybe it is. Oh my god. I'm truly not really. I try my hardest not to be selfish because that's fucking just ugly. I've seen selfish. And I don't want to be that. I try to do everything I can not to be that. I grew up with that shit. I had to get away from it. Yes, I love F moms. I can't live without them. See? Fucking fucktards. And my harsh comments because I don't give a fuck. I done told you the only one I gotta please at the end of the day is the one I gotta look at, right? I ain't gotta look at you. If I went to bed not sharing what I learned today, I'd feel like an ass. It's not mine to keep. This is stuff Creator wants us all to have. I'm glad your son is calm and ready for this, Ajax. Mine is too. He's not even concerned at fucking all. And you can hear, I mean, he and I don't know if you were on when he and I were talking about it out there looking at the fucking full moon tonight. He's fucking aware of what's going on. Nice. Well, he's got a magnet, Ajax. There ain't no reason he shouldn't be chill. Oh my God. Can you imagine being 10 years old and knowing you got a magnet in your chest? Oh boy. By the time you're our age, what are you going to do? You just going to fly over to your friend's house. Hang on, I'll be there. Just flip your little fucking polarity and go. And you ain't talking on the phone, you're talking on the magnet. Yeah, hang on. I'll be over. How you doing? Just that fast. Fucking fuck the planes. We don't even need that shit. Thinks you're crazy, SC? Well, how old's your son? You just told your 8-year-old about her magnet. See, that's fucking magic, dude. That's just, you're messing with magical things now. You're going. Oh my god. I wish somebody would have told me about my magnet when I was 8, 10 years old. Mm, mm. Oh, 22. Oh, well, unfortunately, unfortunately, it's that's gonna be a little tougher because yeah, 22. That's a good age where they know way more than we do to begin with. Way more than we do about everything. It's just hard. Yeah, and see them. Yeah, oh, I know. I've been 22. I have been 22. And I see the 22-year-old demographic. It's tough. It's tough to deal with nowadays. Really hard. A lot harder than I was. Probably because I listened to the other two. Well, their moon's flipping in the sky too. And it shouldn't be. And if they think it's so normal, give them my $1,000 fucking offer video. That's who I made it for. If it's so normal, they should be able to find my link. Okay? I didn't make that for me. I made that for your loved ones that you've shown the moon to, and they still think you're crazy. Well, I have $1,000 for them. They can prove that we should be seeing that moon go from wax, roll 180 degrees, and set wane globally nightly. Period. Is normal. I need it from NASA, not Eric Briggs. Tell me it's an illusion, not Astronomy Live. Telling me it's field rotation in the camera setting, just like an airplane flying over my head. Because as an airplane flying over your head, the only time I've ever seen an airplane flying over my head that did a flip flop ended in a motherfucking ball of fire on the fucking ground. All right? Let's get that straight first. They totally negate all that shit when they're talking. You know what I mean? I mean, whoo, just boom. Okay, not normal. That's just all there is to it. My enemy. He's my favorite troll. What's up, SG? Oh, following you around. Oh shit. To send the link. Good. Good. He shut the fuck up, didn't he? Thank you. I tell y'all, folks, you don't have to talk in here because you go on an instant list. These motherfuckers are on here before anybody else, and they're watching me. I know I started out talking to them. They don't say anything. Y'all don't have to say nothing. I'm just saying. They're in here. What do you think he's got my name for? He makes fucking videos. As soon as I made one about how and he got no, we got plenty of food, and they don't say it. I'm all like, the fuck they didn't. They did though. They did say we're gonna fucking starve to death. NATO did. You can look it up. NATO did. They just talk about it all the time. What's up, Cosmic? We have to get to Mars soon. Yeah, fuck you, fucking Elon. I'm gonna hang out on Mama. Mars doesn't have the right frequency. We just fucking lose our nut. Field rotation. Oh Jesus. So, yeah, that's not NASA, and it doesn't address the moon flipping and doing a cartwheel. That nothing. Why we got a wax and a wane every night. See that's not addressing that. It's not addressing that. They avoid that. He's like the last I heard from Eric Briggs was, oh well, you haven't proved that from a standard mount the fucking moon's been rolling. Which tells me, number one, Eric Briggs ain't fucking watching the fucking sky, or he's a fucktard, or fucking paid fucking liar. Because fucking, so I sent him a couple of links and said, there you go, fuckwad. Different people, I don't know these people taking these fucking pictures. It's not me taking these fucking pictures, and they're on a goddamn mounted camera doing their fucking hoot and these just fucking people taking fucking pictures on a time lapse. And I don't care if your camera is doing this or not. It ain't causing this shit. That program is to tell your camera neck that you begin over here and then roll 180 degrees with that fucking arc in it. Whether it's a low arc or a high arc depends on what fucking object you're fucking tracking. That's why that formula is there. They use that to try and fool people into believing that that explains the lunar flip. Then they also come out with the fucking, look, just imagine the plane flying over your head. And it's all like, you see the front and then you see the back. And I'm all like, all right, great. But the moon moves 6.24 degrees to begin with, Sparky. You gotta wait about 15 days for that motherfucker. Well, here's the tricky thing. That motherfucker ain't doing a cartwheel, which the moon is. So it doesn't address either one of those points. They just throw this shit at you and want you to accept that fucking a plane taking off over your head has anything to do with a parked plane and you spinning circles beside it. Because that is field rotation. To the observer, looking out at the field from a rotating object. Nothing is flipping, and I know I'm on more than a 23-degree angle from side to fucking side. It's a simple working model. The only way I'm going to fucking flip anything is if I start doing this motion to the ecliptic that I'm looking at. Period. And NASA said all the planets in the solar system laid down on their side. Does that exclude Earth? Are we the only one of the 9 that hasn't laid down on its axis? According to NASA. Because astronomers are seeing these planets doing flips. Mr. Briggs, might want to check with your source. They're selling you out, bitch. And that's real. We're the only one, because we're a frisbee, right? We're the only ones that didn't lay down on our axis. Is that right, Eric Bricks? We live on a frisbee. Is that the one you're going to pull out of your ass next? She wanted to Google it instead of look at it. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? I would want to go out and look. I'd be like, all right, all right, all right, let's go look. Hey, Desert, if she says, what, the cartwheeling moon, something about the why is the moon doing a cartwheel? It's going to come up with homebrewed. I think I'm number 2 on that search. Homebrewed spot number 1. Uh, yeah, it wants to give you it. I just said it about Eric Briggs on the end. Okay. It wants to give you the impression that he doesn't know. uh, he works harder than I do trying to convince people it's normal for the moon to do a cartwheel. Do we actually believe he's doing that for free? I got into this with the motivation of, holy mother of fuck, my moon is upside down and my child is 6 and I'm a mere hour and a half drive from the fucking ocean in a trough in the center of California. I need to get the fuck out of here. That's how my search began. I had one motivation: finding some way to have my son grow up to be an adult through this process, which I knew was going to happen at any moment. And I started looking very hard. Um, Eric Briggs doesn't have that kind of fucking motivation. What motivates him to follow you around? Multiple yous, not just you, but multiple yous around, telling you it's a fucking illusion of field rotation. It's causing our man in the moon all of a sudden to do goddamn acrobats across the sky. That we know better. We know better. As older adult people that have watched it rise wax, smoothly set wax for at least 4 decades before it began rising like this and literally setting wane. A monthly process in front of our eyes each night. And this man is working day and night telling us it's an optical fucking illusion. Do you think he's actually mistaken for being paid? That's the only question I've got for you, because I know where I'm at with it. The man is taking a paycheck to breathe air as a demon, and he knows full on exactly what he's doing and the ramifications of his actions on your lives and your family's lives. That's who Eric Briggs is. He's made his choice in his heart.
He is a fucking very complicit with mass murder. He's part of an organization that is hell bent on it. You have a good day too, Kate. And happy birthday to your son. Fucking amazing. Yes, Ajax. And he knows full on well what he's doing and what it means that the fucking moon is doing a cartwheel. He knows. He's been at this 8 months now, following me around with my birth name, and you around with my birth name, making a video every time I tell people, hey, take that Big Dipper chart out and look at it. It tells you what the Big Dipper should look like at sunset each night on the season. Does it look like that? And then he'll come out with a video, how to find the Big Dipper in December. And it's like, so you tell people, look, COVID ain't a thing. It's coming out because we're out of food. And NATO said we're going to starve to death. And I showed you even on my fucking Google search where NATO said we're going to fucking starve to death. The global famine, biblical faith. I mean, you've seen it. It goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on about NATO and everybody talking about this shit. And he comes out with a video talking about NATO didn't say we all gonna start that. So that motherfucker's watching my shit. Ain't no fucking question about that. And he's making videos countering every fucking thing I say. It's an illusion. It's fucking field rotation. It's suck my fucking dick, Eric Bird. God. It is that, and you're looking at one. Everybody's always running around wanting to look for a demon. Guess what? His name is Eric Briggs. And if you feel like it, block his ass. I just fucking, he's nuts, man. He works for Five Eyes. Dad's the fucking cameraman. Batch fucking goons. I imagine so, Ajax. Yes, they are. Well, I am a sitting senator's ex-top investigator that stood down because of a plot to see you and 3/4 of your fucking family dead. And this is what it looks like. It's no game. It's gospel. It's a trolley troll exile. He's a trolley troll. He's a Five Eyes guy. He's a high dollar troll that your government's directly fucking responsible for. Mine too, of course. I'm just saying. They're rushing, all right. They're having issues. But yes, SC, we're going to have an event, and they don't want to be part of it, but they're just going to have to be. They're the ones that are forcing this event. The knowledge is known now. Maybe it hasn't reached the right ones yet, but it's getting there.
That's why I'm knocking on these doors trying to give it to them. This information that they fought for, literally, forever. How to fix their planet. It goes beyond what they fought for. They thought they already had the answer there, and they didn't. It hasn't fixed shit. Last time I heard, the fucking what good they did fucking blew off the last passing. They're going to need that much more again. Funny thing is, I hear they got their streets paved in gold, and it still ain't fixed their atmosphere. No, they have souls, AJ. The ones that guard mom are the ant people, basically. They're creation's warriors, basically. Their job isn't to rescue us. They're mom's guardians of her life force. That's what they do. That's their sole purpose in creation. Just like our sole purpose in creation is the healers. She has warriors and guardians, whole classes of stuff going on inside her that I had no concept of. Like I said, I had no reference to except for fucking what Bird had said, or some shit. And I was all like, nah, fuck Bird, he's fucking nuts. And then I looked at the working model and I was like, fuck me. And then the Q&A for him. They're talking about how they were digging all these deep trenches and shit, and they'd come across these other tunnels that they had to tunnel around. Well, why did they have to tunnel around them? They didn't tell us that because this is the writings of the victor. I'll tell you why they had to. They didn't want to run into the ant people. They had already tried. They've been afraid of mom's minions for fucking eons. It's not weird, Ajax. The only thing weird about it is our programming. That's what we do, Ajax. Yeah, if they got to be underground, mom would crush them. Anyways, but see, that's the thing. I keep saying this is a peace offering that's on the table. It's been on the table. It's been offered to them. It's been hammered into their own dreams to the point that they've been haunted about it to the point that they wrote about it in the cuneiform, in the Inky, and in the tales, and all of these. They're mentioning the creator of all and how he's infiltrating their dreams and haunting them with give the Earthlings their planet back. It's going on enough. This is the end of that. This is like, okay, look, your ass is in a rock and a hard place. You're going to go through this. Creation has had enough. You're going to either fucking make amends or you're just going to fucking waste all of this with learning nothing. And like I said, look at the egotistical nature of these people that is the main obstruction of what should be a beautiful thing on both planets, theirs and ours. These are people that like have wiped us out with weapons of mass destruction because we followed the wrong one of them. And then they justified that. They said, well, we got to kill the sinners. We were sinning because we were following Marduk, who had come across and rallied us up over lies and shit all the way across the fucking world. So they decided to kill everybody. And then what did they do? The very next act, what did they do? They gave Marduk what he wanted, reign over the world. Enlil wanted us all to die because Enki had been pouring his semen into everything that didn't move fast enough. The Igigi came down here and kidnapped 600 women and made them all pregnant, and everybody was fucking, and it was driving Enlil nuts. He blamed us for our inequities. Let them all die. You know, what part of kidnapping, raping 600 fucking women is their inequities? That's some fucking egotistical fucks, if you ask me, and they need to just fucking stand down. And that's kind of the position they're in right now. I would not want to be in their shoes. And my position, honestly, is to stand between them and mothers and make this happen. Make this happen. This has to happen. This has to happen from their hearts. They have to mean it. They have to fucking want to have this meeting, make peace, and go back and fix their planet. Mom wants ultimately for them to go put up shields around planet Heaven. It needs protection too. That's what the assistant is in the Hopi prophecy. It doesn't have anything to do with you folks. I found that out. I mean, it does. It has everything to do with you too. Of course, you wouldn't be here. I'm just saying, the ultimate goal of Mom is to get both planets shields up. That's what the assistant is trying to do here. It's trying to get planet Heaven's shields up, and if we can do that, everything's going to be okay on both planets, and Mom's just going to be happy as fuck. That one that you're cowering, afraid of, you can make happy as fuck. Just fucking make right what you've done. It's that simple. I'm not sure their numbers, but I think they keep around 600 desert, from what I understand. From what I'm hearing, they usually keep about 600 here in ranking order. Well, you know what? One, you just hit on something right there. The programming. That's how they sealed your crown. Because your crown being your fucking head. Yes, to keep us from using our hearts, our real brain, in telepathy, our old language. That's how they separated us. That's how they did it. That's how, yes, yes. But they worded it different than I just did. It's the same thing. They did. They did. They put a cap on our heads. That you can't do that. That's magic. Just special freaks can do that. No, that person's a freak. People get that person's just a freak. Somebody special. They, not. It's just somebody accidentally figured out their humanity or a piece of it. Um, they did. They did exactly that. They cut us off from ourselves. Yeah, well, I've been saying it's volcanic. It's volcanic. It's starting these fires out there. There's no question in my mind. I did a video. I'm not guessing. Oh yeah, no, I understand that. And they've tried, but in one, I understand what you're saying. I do. The best division tool they had, though, and the best capper is the programming, or it wouldn't be so extensive. And they even said themselves they couldn't separate us from that which gives us power, because that which gives us power is that which gives us life, which is our spark of God on the 1748. That's right there. They haven't stopped that. What they have stopped is our believing in ourselves, our knowing anything about ourselves. They keep us under a horrible vibration, a negative beating up. Every time you turn around, there's something opposing. Um, it's more of a mental thing than anything. They have no tools to separate us from creation and our design. We wouldn't exist. We wouldn't be alive if they could separate us from that which gives us power. They had to divide us by giving us language and changing our skin color, giving us opposing religions and fighting factions. And, everything they use, controlled opposition of 180 nations to this day, running under one flag, one banner, with three nations, the Crown Vatican DC Corporation. It's as simple as just letting go of the programming. And I know I say it like it's easier said than done. Okay, I know when you say I say those words, it hurts my ears to say because I don't have any other way to say it that would give it the merit of the struggle of just letting go of the program, because it's engineered programming over generations. It's very good, very thorough, interwoven with every belief of breath you take. Um, it takes convincing sometimes. And that's why I made all all those videos with the feral cells and shit, because I'm the one that needed more convincing than anybody, I think. And like I said, if I hadn't started out 10 years ago, I wouldn't be awake enough to handle what's going on. So I truly, I pity the fool that was me 10 years ago coming into this. So I brought out the feral cell to help make it a little bit painless, less painful. That's all I can really do. you know, that's what I was that guy 10 years ago. And I was that guy last year, and I'm this guy this year. I've still got a fucking world to learn. I'm still a fucktard. I have not left the fucktard club yet. They ain't kicked me out yet. What up, Freeman? Oh, see, that's just where I'm getting at, Freeman. This is just the beginning of a rabbit hole I didn't even know existed. And the bunny got teeth. And a big pointy fucking drilly teeth. He looked like a Dracula bunny. Fucking hole. Oh my god. God, that's some good link, isn't it? Being as how you ask, not that I want to look or anything, just, while I'm here though. Yeah, nothing new. Just a nice little push coming from the butt area of behindness of the planet. That should take you right to Iswa's magnetosphere. At the top level, you hit magnetosphere, and then 9 and 8, 8 and 9. Oh damn! What we're looking at over here, nice and smooth transition. Looks like very, very impressive, mama. A little bit of crinkle, crinkle. Nothing major yet. But she's still double inducing. Bing, bing. Fucking double inducing, sucking that juicing. Like I said, I wondered what exactly causes a planet to decide to add more electricity to its magnetic field. Why didn't the field lines just all collapse down into fucking pressed field lines? Because I know a closed field line is a lot stronger than any kind of fucking resting field line. And she's keeping her resting field line pretty well. I mean, we see them disappear quite a bit lately. Boy, there is an awful lot of IMF fuckery all the way up her butthole tonight. Look at the crunch coming in, and the lines are crossing. She's crossing the lines, yo. I can watch this like TV, and I do, generally. Sue me. But there's your link. The beautiful Iswas. It's about what I expected. A bunch of little tiny fucking ripples out of fucking California and the occasional pop off. Well, shit, fire. We are missing a couple of spots. Look at North Africa, right there below the boot. It's like the boot's kicking a fucking field goal over here. So we've got Eastern Indonesia region. We've got South America, South Africa, and the west coast of the United States waiting for a 4-5 region, possible 6 slammer over here in Japan region. All right, so that's my read on the next few hours of quakes. What to expect, where to expect it, and about your region and magnitude. Anything over that, expect it. In a volcanic region. Because she's double inducing for a few days now. She's about ready to heat up a juicy spot, I think. I don't know. We'll see like you guys are saying, I mean, I haven't seen the footage, but I mean, I know what's causing those fucking fires out there. It's not dew. I don't need to see the footage. I know what's here. I know what's happening. I've been telling y'all what's going to happen. What's happening. That's cool that somebody's getting that footage out there and showing people the truth about some of these fires. We even got Dutch Sense out there talking about, oh, it's a dew weapon shot from fucking Oregon into California across the state lines and all these everything and targeted the fires. I'm like, I want to punch you. I did. I went over to Dutch's fucking channel and started yelling at him. Then I yelled at him, I think on World News. I think I saw him again on World News. I was yelling at him. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What are you gonna do? Yeah, no, I know. Oh, it's definitely got signatures of holy mother of fuck. Would you people please get out of California? That's what it's got signatures of that everywhere I look. That's a signature. Get the fuck out of California. I'm convinced. You don't have to sell it to me. I saw Long Valley put out that 7, whatever it was, the big old fucking quake. I was like, criminy sakes, you're talking about plates that don't exist. Well, they do. It's just, no. By the second day, nobody's mentioning the fact that this is over Caldera, and we were seeing bam, 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 and I'm hearing from my own friends like it's like riding an escalator out here right now. It's like I was like, dude, that's fucked up. That's not normal. Yeah, no, it's not normal. That's what I'm selling. Get the fuck out of there. No, man, it's fucking crazy. I'm like, no, really, get the fuck out. No, man, it's fucking crazy. So stop talking to people out there that I know. God dang it. What do you mean you linked? You didn't link somebody with dues on my channel, did you? See, that's going to get you punched, Exile. God damn it. Does he? Look. Let me remind you of this, because I know I say it all the time. If the motherfuckers don't talk about how the moon's doing cartwheels every night, take them my links or homebrew. Please, God, don't bring them here. I might freak out. I'm trying to think of how to properly say this in Spanish, just in case the English version didn't do. Say, no tengo, no tiene las linkos. Okay? I don't know the Spanish word for link. So there. I Peggy Hilled it. I fucking Peggy Hilled your ass. How you like that shit? Oh my god. Oh shit. It's getting late, isn't it? Look at me. I'm fucking all high and shit. Fucking over here Peggy yelling. Can't be doing that. I gotta cut these fucking things off and let my kiln cool down again. Oh motherfucker. It's alright. I had a nice nap in this afternoon. Mm. No, really. Nope, not yet. Uh, I took my flashlight upstairs. I have to go get it. But no, I've been sitting here fucking. I blew a little bit of glass from talking with y'all. But no, I did not get the numbers off of my. I'll tell you what it is. Ugh, fuck me. I don't think I need my. Oh! Hey, it's kind of dark over here in this corner. You know? Yeah, I'm gonna need my flashlight. I can't see down in there, bro. I ain't worried about it. I ain't worried about it. I'll get another one. I'll get another one. Uh, I'm not gonna work. I can work it manually if nothing else, but I'm definitely getting another one. I'll be ordering it. It's just I wish I kind of knew what the fuck was wrong with this one, but I'm still gonna order another one because it's apparently their quality has gone down over the last 20 years. Is all I got to say about it. Eat your pie. What? I just I just gave him this one. Would you like a link? I'll give you one too. Think Magnetosphere 9 and 8. Where was she heating up there? One, how you got proof of that? Was it through the rocks or some shit? I'm curious. Don't be getting me excited. Copper. Okay. Yeah, quality's down on everything. Hmm. From 1818. See that? It makes me wonder. Because um, there's got to be something else in the solar system that's causing a second perturbance. Um, and that's becoming apparent. And it happens roughly around every 250, 300 years. It's not on a long count like the sun count. That's the long count. That's the perihelion. That's the Mayan long count. But there's several wheels that go into this, and it seems like every 300 years something happens. Something crazy fucking happens. Yeah. No, you don't have to send me. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the 12,000 year count is like the long count. Um, or no, it's 3,500 year count is the long count. I think 12,000 is a processional number. Unless you know of a count that I don't know of out of the Mayans, I'd be interested to know. Because I haven't looked at hardly any of this shit. I've looked at the long count and I pinpointed it. I was like, okay, well that is a perihelion. Yeah, Dark Ages, the end. Yes. Yeah, Bill, I agree. And that shit's got to stop. They have definitely hidden our history from us. So I'm going to continue playing this new guy. What's his name? Um, Ken McClellan.
Centaurus is about to fire, Scorpio's about to sting somebody, and the whole thing just feels horribly tragic, like the death of the bull, if you've ever been to a bullfight, which is exactly what's going on. The Sumerians knew Bull of Heaven, and then they changed the tune and called her Inanna.
I'm gonna
And
cut
others
these things
called
off
her a
real
white
quick,
sow
and my
named
kiln's
Carnia.
hot again.
Others called her a moon goddess named Io, and said she will go from white to rose to black. Another name for Blue Star was Bear, god of the north, seen above as a Native American pipe. And so Bud just became a smoking bull thanks to her boyfriend Demudi. I think that would be the same as the sacrifice of that war between father and son we saw in the
Little
first
flower life.
Remember,
Go
Quebec
to
had the first war as First of Nature circling the North Pole. Well, she or he gets attacked there by a lion or lioness on high. And these constant changes in name and sex I call doctrine of confusion, because I'm pretty sure you and I would probably never meant to understand this stuff. I don't know if you remember, but when Goddess was considered the red star or the sun, the blue star was considered her mirror. So things are about to get genuinely hot before the sun goes dim. I'm sure the ancient Sumerian tales of the Humbaba monster or Mesoamerican tales of Tezcatlipoca were all about soul having massive sunspots and flares. If Aquarius is still in view, our first eye will mean a flood of her tears. If Orion is still in view, our first eye will mean conflagration. Either way, something is going off by February. As you can see on the Mississippian shell, the secret is the time it takes for the blue star to get from the right side of Virgo, where she was back in 2017, to the left side, where she should arrive by late October. About 12,000 years ago, Aquarius was seen in at least the Caribbean, Egypt, Anatolia, and Europe as an
Around my birthday, right? Late October.
a powerful one of magic. Whereas for the Sumerians, magician was the Enki, and later Marduk Kasaluki, red star and lion man, holder of the keys to hell and commander of demons. Back in the Caribbean, red star was a demon as well, born in February and rising like the bat god Tamazo. At the back of the head of the goddess, they saw the teeth of the dragon, blue star, they sacrificed people to at one of the hearths in Göbekli Tepe, as well as to the serpent and bull of heaven. Last time, around 5296 BC, the light went off with Taurus opposite gate of heaven. If moon is your lightning rod for the light of Orion, we may be talking January 25th, but sun is in the gates, speak at a scutum as of next month. And the action for Revelation 12 is all about Virgo. Red stars in Cancer, blue stars in Virgo. I think we're due to see something. I wish I could tell you for sure what's going to happen first, but we seem to be going into a period where our signals might be getting crossed. Moses has folks blowing ram's horns and shouting as of tonight. If that were remembering the Lamb of God, they definitely remember a different one from the Mayans, who had the Phoenix Quetzal, the Quetzalcoatl or Kukulkan conception this past May, which, that would mean we're due for a birth in February, right? Anyway, remember, that was the Venus going past the unicorn thing that warned us. Perhaps what we're gearing up for right now is the warning that they spoke of at Fatima in Garabandal, the Te Lucis ante terminum, which is supposed to bring to mind the end of time that's coming and how we all could have done better. And I think it's going to be the battle of the stars. At Garabandal, they said, it will be like two stars that crash and make a lot of noise and a lot of light, but they don't fall. Doesn't that sound familiar? So I'm not saying panic. I'm just saying buy stuff like now, because it can still be bought and prices haven't multiplied by a factor of 10. Because once the word gets out and famine begins or the Carrington event hits, all goes pretty much impossible until the world recovers its senses. And God knows we've seen precious sign of that. Last time creation launched at the eye in February, the Jupiter-Venus conjunction. And maybe the other thing can wait until vernal equinox, and that would be March 20th. Somewhere in the back of your mind, try to remember that Genesis had two versions. In chapter 1, there had been a flood, and we were building a world from mud. And in chapter 2, there had been a conflagration, and Earth was in need of moisture. Well, the bad news for Earth's survivors, you might see both this time, one right after the other. And before that, know that the nations are going to jockey for advantage any way they can, short of divine intervention. Time to learn about how to repent for Rosh Hashanah. Take care. Welcome back to End Times in Creation. There will be some who see the coming fight of the raven and the lion this fall as the abomination of desolation. Your time to run for the hills. They will see what they consider to be the wrong sun at the top of the sky and just freak out. Truthfully, if you can use that at coming adrenaline rush productively, freaking out is probably advisable. Though it won't speak well for our first public appearance of the Trinity in 26,000 years. But I've noticed lately that God and Hollywood are consistently warning us that something huge is coming fast, and we're just extremely unobservant or incapable of taking a hint. What brought the idea of eclipse to mind was an ancient Egyptian creation myth.
Or let me know
At
they
Memphis,
need to go
the story was that Raven,
the well.
Ptah, the
I
opener
will be right
at
back.
the north, broke an egg from which sun and moon were born in the sky. And then at Elephantine Island, the story was that Khnum, Ram of the South, had made man out of mud from the Nile. And that's an obvious story of flood, right? And both of those visiting gods were associated with the Saviti, an outside solar system we know is about to play through this solar system's golf game. And that took me back to the season of the trident or the sort of God formation at the end of December for reversal through the big eclipse of February. And so it was time to look for our symbolic regicide and figure out where the new Shamash is to be born. And here's what I found. So the other day, Derek was saying September 23rd is looking to be challenging. And Electrical Universe Eyes was saying Jupiter has been especially bright of late. And we saw in the last video that the ram, the raven, and the lioness all get excited as Earth goes by the first point of Aries, currently located just behind the head of the first fish of Pisces. Then if you go back to Tiwanaku, in about 10,500 BC, we discover the autumn equinox was the spring equinox and vice versa. In other words, the sky was completely backwards at the stone circles. Well, the Ika stone from the time of the Nazca lines shows the ram, that's where the monkey's tail is, goes off when Raven suddenly flies between Scutum and Spica, which were the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life. And the Christ coin shows the two creator stars below him. So I'm thinking a reversal or two pole shifts in a fairly quick succession would do the trick. Scary thought. Full reversal at the first point of Aries would put the action back in Virgo, about where we saw the 7-year sign of September 23rd, 2017. Then we know that the battle of Baal Shemayim and Yahweh, who sends the raven, is marked by the three suns between Jupiter and Venus in this time of the Great Conjunction. And as G. Willie recently pointed out, there has to be a pole shift before we can get to Revelation 19. I'm thinking the way to do that is with our first pole shift that tosses the earth on its left ear. That would cause the Son of Man, Red Star, to suddenly descend, and beware when our visitors rise again from the sea, and I believe that's in 2022. And remember Daniel 7, who said the lion with eagle's wings will lose his wings when he stands up. It says in the Popol Vuh, the sun was like a person when he revealed himself. When the sun had risen just a short distance, he was like a person, and his heat was unbearable. The visible sun is not the real one. So what I'm thinking is that we have reached the time of the great sacrifice, that the story of Christ and the story of us are pretty similar. Eventually, there comes a time for repenting, for sacrifice, for atonement, and the timing for these is set, and it's not our choice. We are 19 years from the Twin Towers in my very worst day at the Pentagon, and we are nearing the burnt offering of Rosh Hashanah at trumpets. And if you look, there are some pretty terrible verses in Isaiah about this sinful nation that we should be reading about. You know, the northern tribes, you know, we're their children. And we know a sword is coming for the rebels. Ezekiel 22 says we will be tried in fire. Jeremiah 6 says the melting will leave behind the wicked. Amos 9 says the melting comes at the end of this year. So do a search in your Bible for the word melt, and then do another for the phrase, I will gather. And where the two intersect, Ezekiel 22, and if you could just read that chapter if you have the time. Revelation 18 is about to fall, and I believe it falls to us, and our judge is getting impatient. Have you ever played a war game? I have. I did a brief stint as a war planner for the Air Force. Did a few stays at Raven Rock and a couple of undisclosed locations. Another friend, an Army guy, did an exercise applying the nation's arsenal to a strategic map of the world to see if and when America would run out of ammo. And guess what? He didn't. Neither will his counterparts in Russia or China. So put yourself in their shoes. We know they basically have to make a beeline for the one stable spot on the planet in the midst of pole shift, and that's the Middle East and the Med, unless you count Northern Africa or tiny Hunga Tonga, you know, the pillars of the earth. And there is no way anyone wants to deal with the wave of migration due to flow out of here, Atlantis. And the US and England just went broke, and their evil bankers might wish to restart the world economy. All the secret societies around the world run by the watchers from the Book of Enoch, who got out of jail just in time to foment world revolution, all want their new world order.
Who has a fucking night sky right now? You need to go out and look at it. So the moon has rotated already to where Tycho's about 10 o'clock instead of the 5 o'clock where it was. My moon is red as fuck. It gets better. Of course it's red as fuck, right? So it's very dim, but red. And here's the thing, my night sky right now is bright as fuck. Bright as fuck. But it's none of it's coming from the moon. None of it's coming from the moon. Even though the moon's almost full, none of the light in the sky is coming from the moon. It's red. I'm like, damn, that's fucking crazy looking. So, if you got a night sky, I strongly suggest before you go laying down, go look at that motherfucker. Here, let me show you what I mean. So, shit, fuck. Oh, where is it? Okay, just right there on the side of the tree there. Do you see the moon? It's very dim. No, you don't see it. Right. I don't know. Couldn't tell. Let's go look. It's nice and chilly out. So it's pretty bright. I should be able to see fucking Delphi a lot better. It can. Orion's laying down. Where is he? He should be over in here. I can't hardly make out any of the stars. But look out, can you see the light coming out of my sky in my north? Okay. I don't know if you can see that or not. But there's the moon. It's not the moon lighting my night sky. I don't know if you can see the moon. It's very down. Yeah, you can see it. It's like something's in between it and the sun right now. It's totally what it looks like right now. Something like we're having a full lunar eclipse, but it's not the right time for a lunar eclipse. Did you see this shit? Did you see that shit? I don't know if you can see how bright it is everywhere else. I know you can barely see the moon. But wow. It's like it's disappearing in the sky right now. Literally getting fainter and fainter by the minute almost. I'm gonna take, while you guys are listening to this guy, I'm gonna take and film this. And see if I can't see what it looks like. We'll see what it looks like when I download it later.